A beautiful noble girl by his side, a personal forge where he can finally create what he wants. A life filled with peace, respect, and happiness. Everything he ever dreamed of. Something a bullied court blacksmith like him could never even imagine. Back then, he was just another overworked tool, a black workplace that slowly crushed him. But now, it's a happy ending that just started. Sometimes the best upgrade isn't power, it's your life. This story begins with the main character named Fake, looking in the mirror, adjusting his clothes and hair, and saying, "Great." Starting today, he began his duties as the court blacksmith. He had worked hard to fulfill his dream of becoming the best blacksmith in the world. Walking to his future workplace in high spirits, he saw a tree along the way. Smiling, the protagonist said, "The cherry blossoms are in full bloom," as if welcoming him. He would do his utmost to prove himself worthy. In the garden, he suddenly saw a girl, Alicia catching falling leaves. She was extremely beautiful. Seeing him, Alicia approached him and asked, "Are you by any chance a blacksmith?" MC was confused by her question and automatically noted how beautiful her voice was. She seemed to be an aristocrat. Finally, he said out loud, "Yes, that's right." How did she know? The girl laughed and replied, "He has his license sticking out of his pocket." He caught himself and exclaimed, "A moment more and it would have fallen out." Putting the license away in his pocket, he thought that without it, he wouldn't be able to work. You could say he got away with it. Ruffling his hair, he sheepishly thanked Alicia. The girl, smiling, countered, "What is he talking about? It's nothing. But he's so young for a blacksmith, he's only just arrived." Fake stood at attention and loudly declared, "That's right, he starts his duties today." Then he told her his name. Seeing her surprise, he became embarrassed and exclaimed, "No, not in that sense. He was rehearsing." Let her not judge him harshly. Alicia replied with a smile, "It's all right, he's very kind." Then she introduced herself in return. The protagonist bowed politely and asked, "She's an aristocrat?" The girl admitted that yes, he was right, but there was no need for formalities. He shouldn't worry about it. He was so surprised by her words that she laughed. The protagonist asked how she ended up there. She replied that she was supposed to be at the ball, but many gentlemen were seeking her attention, so she ran away. He noticed, "I see." She asked if she could ask him a question. The MC answered, "Yes, of course." Alicia asked if he knew what he wanted to become. He was surprised by her question. The girl explained she just wasn't sure about herself. She didn't know what her true desires were, but she really wanted to know. Fake thoughtfully said, "What does he really want? What does he want to become?" "It's obvious. He wants to become the best blacksmith in the world." The girl exclaimed in surprise, "The best in the world? Is that true?" The protagonist answered, "Yes, he knows it won't be easy to achieve, but he'll do his best." She looked at him with admiration and said with a smile, "Please let it be so." "Yes, it will be so. She hopes he becomes the best blacksmith in the world." He laughed and exclaimed, "Of course." To be honest, the protagonist was surprised. He didn't expect such open support from her. Before, people only made fun of him for this. Besides, she's very sweet. They said goodbye, and he left, thinking that since he's now at court, does that mean he'll often meet charming ladies? Maybe one day he'll even get married, who knows? Finally, he stopped near one of the doors and thought, so here we are at the forge. His heart was pounding with excitement. MC decided, great, a greeting is needed. First impressions are extremely important. He entered the forge and with a wide smile wished everyone a good morning. At that very moment he received a strong slap in the face, which simply stunned him. Morgan, the stern owner of the forge, sternly told him to get to work. Fake was simply dumbfounded by this, asking the owner what he was doing. Morgan irritably replied that he should restore the sword and not leave until it was finished. The protagonist, clutching his swollen cheek, thought that the colorful life at court that he had imagined was about to collapse. Thus began his personal hell. Sometime later, the protagonist, entering the forge, reflected on how 3 years had passed since he began his duties as court blacksmith. His main responsibility was restoring weapons. Previously, he was a blacksmith in the village, but his talent was soon noticed. That's how he found himself at court. He was full of hopes to perfect his craft in the place of his dreams, but reality turned out to be completely different. Morgan, the forge owner, the head of the forge shop, barked at him, even though he told him to slow down. MC apologized and added that he was sorry. Morgan responded irritably, "What's the point? He's a talentless smith. He'll deduct it from his monthly salary for this mistake." Fake wanted to protest, but the head of the forge shop looked at him sternly and asked, "What's the problem?" He immediately replied that there were no problems. He thought he didn't dare object. Usually an entire forge shop would have worked with that amount of ammunition, but they were blaming him alone. He looked at one of the workers who grinned sarcastically and thought, well, maybe they're actually punishing him for the altercation with this guy. Morgan hit the protagonist again and exclaimed, "Enough, he's trying to teach him a lesson." The protagonist rubbed the bruised area and thought regretfully. He'd been here for 3 years already. They were constantly angry at him, and he'd gotten used to the pain. He said out loud, he was so sorry. The workers gathered around him and openly began to mock him. He thought they were right. He wasn't ready to join the workshop yet. He lacked skill, so they were dissatisfied with him. That's why they beat him. That's why his salary was lower. There were no days off, and it was all his fault. It was his fault. He was untalented. Morgan asked him if he'd thought about his behavior. Then he should get up and have all the weapons ready by the end of the holidays. MC replied, yes, he understood everything. The workshop leader added, they were invited to the ball, so he shouldn't slack off and do his job properly. As they left, the workers exclaimed joyfully. They hadn't seen sweet Alicia in a long time. Guests from a neighboring state would be joining them for the feast. The lady must be greeted properly. Fake listened to their conversation with sadness. After they left, he went to the forge. Looking around, he noted how much work was ahead. If he didn't finish by the end of the week, he'd have to take night shifts. As he began work, the protagonist announced that he would have tomorrow and the day after off. It would be nice to catch his breath. But first, he needed to finish the weapon so he could hand it over to the knights. So rest would have to wait. Even if he finished by Monday, it would already be another work week. He needed at least a day off. He couldn't go on like this. If he weren't so incompetent, he would have finished much sooner. The protagonist applied a magical inlay to the sword he had crafted. Blacksmiths have two main duties. The first is crafting the weapon, the second is enchanting it. Enchanting increases the sharpness and durability of the sword. Thanks to this, the weapon requires no additional maintenance and doesn't rust. This is also a magical effect, but the enchantment lasts about a week. Therefore, a huge number of weapons arrive at the forge every week. Enchanting them is a simple matter. First, you had to familiarize yourself with the weapon's magic code. To do this, you had to open a special system window. All the information was there. Corrections were performed using magical power. Enchanting was accomplished by changing or adding to the magical symbols. If the weapon was handled carelessly or left untreated for too long, the symbols would wear off. If the enchantment on the sword still held, all that was required was to renew it, and if it had worn off, reapply it. MC worked, restored, and enchanted without stopping, sighing tiredly from time to time. After a while, he thought, how good it felt. A pleasant aroma, the sensation of something soft and warm. But what was this? He couldn't understand. Had he fallen asleep? Jumping up abruptly, he exclaimed in fright. What a shame. He wouldn't have time to finish the job. Alicia, on whose lap he was lying, clutched her forehead and told him, it hurt, he exclaimed in confusion. Lady Alicia? Confused, he began to bow to her and beg her forgiveness, exclaiming that he had been disrespectful to the Duchess. The girl tried to calm him down. Nothing terrible had happened. There was no need to apologize like that. He thought, it seems she is interested in blacksmithing because every time she receives an invitation to the ball, she comes here. Yesterday, Morgan and the others were discussing Lady Alicia's invitation. He noted in bewilderment, my God, he hadn't even changed his clothes, remained in his work uniform, and hadn't taken a bath. Alicia asked embarrassedly, what happened? If he slept here, he would catch a cold. Was he all right? Fake answered, yes, he was fine, but more importantly, it was already morning. He thought the ball was already over. Alicia had probably stayed the night and decided to stop by before leaving. Anyway, he was supposed to finish the job yesterday. It seems so. He doesn't remember well, but it seems he did everything that was required. Alicia said he was so pale. Is he unwell? How is he feeling? The girl touched the bruise on his cheek. He flinched at her touch and said he was fine. Grasping the bruise, he thought Morgan had slapped him yesterday. Bruises usually don't show. He must have been angered by his behavior yesterday. Nothing good awaited him. Seeing the girl's sympathetic look, he realized Alicia knew they were making fun of him here. He didn't want her to know that. He liked this girl, even though it was clear he wasn't up to her standards. He wouldn't get her, even if he tried his best. But he still wanted to look decent in her eyes. He didn't want her to find him in such a pathetic state. He was trying to make a good impression on her as a man. The girl sympathetically asked if he was in pain. It was a pity she didn't have any healing ointment. The protagonist exclaimed, no, she shouldn't worry about it, and she should forgive him, but he still had so much work to do, he didn't even have time to offer her tea. Alicia smiled and told him not to worry about it, but could she watch him work? He couldn't argue with her. Placing the sword in front of him, he thought, a symbol is missing. The markings are disappearing from the sword. MC set to work. After a while, Alicia noticed she thought so. He was so skilled and meticulous in his work, he asked in surprise. She thinks so? The girl continued. There are so many weapons here. Did he enchant them all himself? Fake replied. Yes, he thinks so. She said, it must be hard. Do all blacksmiths work like this? The protagonist replied, well, yes, he's at the lowest level after all. If he couldn't even manage this, he might as well forget about his dream of becoming the best. Alicia remarked, she hadn't known a blacksmith's path was so thorny, but his work deserves respect, as befits a court weapon master. He replied sheepishly, nothing special. He still lacks experience. Suddenly, Alicia took his hand and said, just think how much he can do on his own. He's simply amazing. The protagonist was embarrassed and thought, that's not true. According to others, he's simply a loser, but he needs to put up a good front in front of Alicia. She was surprised to see tears on his cheeks and, confused, asked, what's wrong? The protagonist quickly wiped his eyes with his hand and tried to think of a way to explain it to her. Alicia suddenly hugged him tightly and asked him to tell her everything. She added passionately, please let him share with her. If he doesn't, she won't let him go. The MC was very confused. He hadn't expected such an outburst from her. After overcoming his excitement and surprise, he said, those weren't tears of grief. He was just rinsing his eyes. Most people don't cry at all. Blacksmiths are skilled in water magic, so she shouldn't think anything like that. Alicia looked at him intently and repeated forcefully, let him tell her. Fake fell silent, confused, and then sat down on the floor. He was ashamed, but he still told her what had happened. Once he started, he couldn't stop. He hadn't shared this with anyone before. Lady Alicia, the Duke's daughter, did he have the right to behave like this in her presence? Was this acceptable? He told her everything. In the end, he added that it was his fault, because he had no talent. They were just trying to teach him. The Duke's daughter suddenly stroked his head and, with compassion in her eyes and voice, said, "Nonsense. Let him forgive her. She should have asked earlier." He mentally noted how warm her palm was. Out loud, he said, "No, he should be the one apologizing. He had talked too much." The protagonist was ashamed. Tears were streaming down his face again. He didn't want her to see him so pitiful. At that moment, the door to the forge swung open, and Argos appeared, shouting at the MC, addressing him as a mere incompetent to quickly enchant his sword. The protagonist exclaimed in amazement, "Master Argos, bless his labor." The knight, seeing Alicia, immediately changed his tone and declared, "She's here." Argos laughed sheepishly, not expecting to see her here. Fake thought normally he would have been attacked by now, but this time, everything was different. It must be Alicia. The knight addressed him by name and politely asked to enchant his sword. The protagonist took the weapon and replied, "Of course." He begged for forgiveness. As he began to work, he noted that the sword had apparently been used very recklessly. He had cast the enchantment only a couple of days ago, but it was already almost broken. He politely addressed the knight and said, "Please be more careful in the future. The enchantment is significantly damaged." Argos chuckled and said, "So that's because it was cast by an incompetent." The boy paused, remembering Alicia, and corrected himself. He meant, couldn't they be enchanted more powerfully? The protagonist said he'd cast a fairly powerful enchantment, but the material used to create simple knightly swords isn't of the best quality. Therefore, the enchantment's capabilities are also limited. If he loses his bearings in battle, the magical structure will be disrupted. Argos swore quietly, turning his head to the side. Finally, examining the weapon, he thought the restoration was complete. Handing it back to its owner, he declared, "The sword is in good order and ready for use." As he left, Argos turned to Alicia and asked if she would like to accompany him on a promenade. He would show her the palace grounds. The girl replied with a sweet smile. She thanked him, but she had to decline and wished him all the best. Argos bowed, said he understood, and asked permission to take his leave. The protagonist watched him go. Alicia asked him, "Does this kind of treatment often happen?" The protagonist hesitated, thinking he was being pathetic again. He couldn't even maintain his dignity in the presence of the girl he liked. He was definitely a loser. The girl, feeling awkward, sheepishly said he shouldn't push himself so hard, otherwise he'd ruin his health. He replied that if he couldn't handle his job at the palace, he wouldn't be able to work anywhere else. Alicia, surprised, asked why. MC said because they'd revoke his license. To be honest, he'd already tried to quit after a year. He told Mr. Morgan that he couldn't do it anymore and asked to be fired. Morgan threatened that if he quit, he'd revoke his blacksmith license. That's how it is. Without a license, he wouldn't be able to practice his craft. Even if he continued to work secretly, if discovered, he would be arrested for illegal activity. Alicia looked at him in confusion. He took her hands in his and looked into her eyes, as if apologizing for his situation. The girl spoke shyly, stumbling. In fact, she came because she wanted to propose something to him. Fake asked, perplexed, "What exactly?" She looked away, blushing with embarrassment, and asked why they didn't get married. The protagonist was dumbfounded by what he heard. He wondered, confused, if he'd misheard. He didn't think so. Or did she mean something else by the word marriage? He struggled to clarify. Marry? Is that what he's thinking about? Is that when a man and a woman live together? Alicia pressed her hands to her chest in embarrassment and looked down at the floor, blushing. He looked at her in confusion and thought, well, it turns out they were all implying the same thing after all. However, he didn't understand what was going on. Fake exclaimed in confusion. "Marriage?" Alicia replied, confused. Not in that sense. She didn't mean anything like that. The girl stammered, adding that many suitors were trying to marry her, but she didn't want to marry any of them, so she needed him to be her cover. He was a blacksmith, like her father. She thought she could convince him. The protagonist exclaimed in confusion. Convince? Huh? What did she mean? The girl replied that she came from a family of blacksmiths. Her ancestors presented the king with a sword, now considered a national treasure, and were bestowed with a title in return. Her father worked hard to advance in his career and become an aristocrat. Fake asked what he had to do with it. Alicia explained that there must always be a blacksmith in her family. A talent for blacksmithing must be in the blood of one of their members. MC mused, so it wasn't a matter of blood. If innate talent was inherited, she could marry whoever she wanted. The girl remarked that she had the same thought. So, would he become her fiancé? She was begging him. So many candidates were swarming around her. She was so tired of their attention. She would like to marry when she met the man she truly loved. Until then, please let him pretend to be her fiancé. This is a necessary measure to discourage others. Besides, if he goes to her homeland with her, she will make sure he gets a new license. Then, no one will be able to torment him anymore. The offer is beneficial for both of them, so why shouldn't he accept? The protagonist asked with a smile. Is marrying a gifted blacksmith a condition? Well, talent is precisely what he lacks, so he's afraid he can't help. The girl exclaimed indignantly, "That's not true. She'd seen Fake at work and always thought he was the most talented of all the blacksmiths here. It wasn't just his talent, his diligence and hard work. That's what she liked about him so much. So would he be her fiancé? MC wondered. She was always so kind to him. She's a sweet and compassionate girl. He tried not to look at her like that. Why was she smiling at him like that? He was on the verge of misinterpreting everything. He asked, should he become a fake groom? And how did she imagine that would work? Alicia replied that rather than marry a stranger, she thought it would be better to become a fake bride. The protagonist thought, you can't just say that. She's confusing him. It's just a pretense. In reality, she probably doesn't want that kind of relationship with him. But even so, she felt sorry for a man who had nowhere else to go. That's why she chose him. Even if he wasn't destined to marry her, he had a chance to find happiness by her side as a blacksmith. The protagonist sheepishly said, if she was truly sure, he would become her groom. Alicia blushed deeply and asked if he was sure. In that case, there will be another ball today, and after that, they will go to her residence. Okay? MC agreed with this and asked if the departure is scheduled for Monday morning. Right? He needs to get his resignation. He doesn't know if he can leave so easily. He thought about it. He was told that if he quits, he must give 2 weeks' notice. The last time he brought this up, he got a good beating. But this time he has Alicia. They will think of something. The girl said with a smile that he should not call her Lady Alicia anymore. Now he is her fiancé, and his status does not matter, right? So, from now on, they communicate without titles. MC was confused and hesitantly agreed with her. She noted with a smile, he is no longer a stranger. Sometime later, he went to the management, told everything, and added that, in other words, to be honest, he can't do this anymore. He wants to resign of his own free will. Morgan exclaimed furiously, what the hell is he talking about? Had he forgotten how much effort had been poured into him over the years? The other workers approached him and began asking, who else, in his opinion, would tolerate a mediocrity like him? They taught him etiquette. Before, he hadn't even known how to behave at court. Had he forgotten that? Where would he go if he left? Who would need him? Such a mediocrity couldn't support itself anywhere. The protagonist thought in confusion. It wouldn't have occurred to him to object before. He would have simply remained silent. But he'd made a promise to Alicia, and now he couldn't give up. He cried out decisively, please, let him go. He couldn't handle the job anymore. Morgan asked in confusion, what will he do if he leaves? Does he have another job in mind? MC hesitated, but agreed with his assumption. The boss ordered him to show his license. Fake replied, yes, of course, and handed over the card. Morgan angrily tore up the license and shouted that he was no longer a blacksmith, and he couldn't work in this country. And where was a weakling supposed to go when he was no longer good for anything? The other guys started mocking him, saying he shouldn't even hope to get his license back. Issuing a license was their jurisdiction. If he wanted to get it back, he should stay and work for them. The protagonist began to think that he was already sick of this country. What was the point of a license if it meant nothing here? Morgan said that if he did his job for another year, he would get a promotion and he would hire someone new. MC confidently replied that he no longer worked for him. The boss angrily shouted, let them look at him. He couldn't do anything anymore. Had he forgotten that if he continued doing this illegally, he would be arrested? The other workers started saying that if he left them, he would be completely alone. No one but them would tolerate a good-for-nothing like him. When he realized it, he'd come crawling back and still work for them. The protagonist ignored them and started walking toward the exit, only to realize he'd never set foot there again. No matter the cost, Alicia was waiting for him in the hallway. He sheepishly wondered if she'd heard the conversation. If there was no soundproofing, she'd heard everything they'd said to him. He didn't want that. Suddenly, Morgan came out to them, and upon seeing the girl, bowed his head and said, it had been a long time since he'd seen her. She becomes more and more charming every day. Alicia thanked him with a smile and asked if Fake had been fired. The man was confused, but replied that he had, adding that he wouldn't have been any use anyway. They'd created the most favorable conditions for him, yet he'd neglected them. It seemed he'd never learned anything. Alicia said with a smile, by the way, he got a job at her residence. Everyone, including the leader himself, were confused by her words. Morgan exclaimed in bewilderment, what does she mean? He can't even forge a sword properly, much less cast a spell. The girl replied that, in her opinion, Fake is a very talented craftsman. They won't mind if she takes him, will they? The man replied, of course not. But wouldn't she really prefer someone like him? How does she feel about that? Wouldn't it be better for her to hire him? Alicia replied that she wasn't interested. Smiling, she added, well, it's time for her and Fake to go. The girl took his hand and smiled. MC thought sheepishly that to her, he was just a fake fiancé. But he was falling in love with her more and more with each passing day. After some time, they boarded a carriage, and he noted that they were leaving the Revenant Empire and heading south to the Kingdom of Narste. Upon arrival, Alicia's father would be waiting for them at the Barnasto family estate. A day's journey by stagecoach, and they were there. After some time, they arrived. The protagonist got out of the carriage and stretched. Alicia asked with a smile if he was tired. It had been a long day. He replied that he wasn't at all, but even if he were, it would be nothing. After all, he worked non-stop at the forge, from dawn to dusk. The girl noted that she had already notified her father. He must be waiting for them. MC was agitated by her words but tried to control his emotions. After that, he spontaneously took her hand and then, very embarrassed, exclaimed, please forgive me. He simply thought it would be logical to do so. Alicia grabbed his hand and replied that everything was fine, she just didn't expect it. The protagonist apologized again and pointed out that he had overstepped his bounds. The engagement was a sham, and he had gone too far. The girl countered that it wasn't true. He might have caught her off guard, but there was nothing wrong with that, so he shouldn't worry. Confused, he asked what she was talking about. Did that mean everything would look more natural if they improvised? Alicia nodded her head and agreed. MC took her hand with a smile and remarked that he understood everything, so they would improvise. After a while, they entered the mansion, where Goral, Alicia's father, was waiting for them. He looked at Fake for a long moment and asked, so he was the blacksmith his daughter had spoken of? The girl remarked that talent like his was 1 in a million. Let him, her father, please see how he casts enchantments. Goral gave him a sword and instructed him to demonstrate how he enchants it. Let him renew the enchantments on the weapon. The protagonist peered at the weapon with a keen, professional eye, drawing it from its scabbard, and noted with surprise the many magical symbols on it. These enchantments were nothing compared to those he restored at court. The sword must have belonged to a man of high rank, perhaps a knight captain. What exquisite instructions and inscriptions. He had never seen such exquisite work before. Goral said he had 1 week. If he couldn't complete the task within that time, he had no place here. The protagonist assured him the job wouldn't take long. Not all the symbols had corroded, so the task wasn't difficult. He began to examine the enchantments and realized that only a few were damaged. He only needs to place the correct symbols in the resulting gaps. Considering the symbols at the beginning and end, he begins to understand the general concept of the enchantment. After this, Alicia asked him with a smile, "Well, what is it?" MC replied that it wasn't easy to reproduce the enchantment exactly, but it was quite possible to cast a very similar one. He knew of enchantments with a similar effect. After some time, he cast the enchantment and handed over the sword, thinking that it seemed to have worked well. Goral took it, waved the weapon a bit, and admiringly remarked, "This can't be." He couldn't even imagine that he was so gifted. The protagonist was delighted by his praise and thanked him. Alicia's father took a serious look and told the protagonist he was not ready to accept him as his daughter's future husband. The protagonist mentally apologized, thinking that at first he had thought the man was rather stern, but it seemed he had been mistaken. He bowed his head and remarked that he would work tirelessly. Goral replied that he expected nothing less. The workshop in the mansion was entirely his to use. He could use the necessary materials freely, and he would take care of the supplies. Besides, he had applied for a license. He must not lose it again. Confused, MC took the license and asked if he was allowed to practice freely. Goral confirmed this and asked, "He's a blacksmith, isn't he? He has the right to decide how to use his skills." Fake considered this. Before, he was only allowed to cast spells. He'd always been forced, but now he could work with metal. He couldn't believe it. The protagonist happily thanked him. Goral noted that some knights here might need his services. He'd already notified the servants he should inquire with them. He would have to leave for a while on business. The man glared sternly at Fake and warned him not to lay a finger on his daughter while he was gone. The protagonist was taken aback by Alicia's father's sudden change of heart and assured him that everything would be fine. When the man left, Alicia happily said she thought she'd convinced her father. MC replied that he hadn't quite accepted the situation yet, but he would work on it. She noted that this was the first time he'd ever praised anyone like that. She thought that was a good sign. He smiled and thought about how much he owed her. It would be wonderful if he could repay her kindness, even a little. At that moment, the maid, Leffy, approached them, introduced herself, and said she would show him the estate. The protagonist responded by giving his name and remarking that he was pleased to meet her. Afterwards, the girl gave him a tour, explaining that there was a blacksmith's workshop there. This place had been prepared especially for Lady Alicia's fiancé. The protagonist thought about it. Blacksmiths' workshops were mostly set up the same way. He asked in surprise, "They even have a forge?" That was a rarity. He couldn't remember the last time he'd seen something like that. MC thought, usually they limited their work to magic. Such tools aren't often used, and yet it's great to have the opportunity to use them from time to time. Leffy said that if he needed anything, he should let her know, and she would take care of everything. The protagonist noted that all the materials were available. He thanked her. He needed nothing more. She smiled and said that in that case, he should let her show him his room. After that, the girl led him to the room and said that this was where he would live. If he needed anything, he should contact her. The protagonist accepted her words with a smile and thanked her. Left alone, he sat down on the sofa in his room and thought. He felt like his life was starting to improve. Until recently, he worked in conditions that could have undermined his health at any moment. But now he had such a wonderful and kind girl by his side as his fiancée. And even if the engagement wasn't real, he couldn't have imagined anything better. And most importantly, now he was truly free. He no longer has to worry about work that has to be ready by morning. He'll have time to sleep properly, and he can take a day off every day. No, that's too much. Not only will it complicate the engagement, but it will also significantly damage his reputation. He doesn't have to do anything, so that's what free time is. In any case, starting tomorrow, he begins his duties, and now he decides for himself how and how much he works. Before, he couldn't take a step without being beaten. He hopes that from now on, every day will be just as happy. After some time, Leffy reported to Alicia that Fake was safely settled in his assigned room. The girl happily thanked her and remarked that she had worked hard. The maid inquired about her plan. Alicia replied that everything had gone even better than she expected. Leffy remarked that she was glad to hear this. In that case, when should she expect news? The Duke's daughter hesitated and didn't give the desired answer. The maid muttered in confusion, not understanding. As she left the residence, she told her she'd ask him to marry her. Alicia exclaimed, "That's not what she said." Leffy asked, "Didn't she ask him to marry her?" The Duke's daughter agreed, adding, "At least she tried." The girl considered this. Even if it wasn't a real relationship, they talked about marriage, so it wasn't a problem. Such a sudden wedding, it was strange that she was so calm when thinking about it. After everything that had happened, she felt a little uneasy. Leffy remarked, afraid she didn't quite understand. Had the wedding date been set? Alicia hesitated again and didn't answer. The maid noticed. Now she understood. She'd proposed to her fiancé, and this was also a cover. The girl exclaimed, "What kind of reaction is this?" She did what she could. The girl replied, she didn't even know. She assumed that if he was even remotely interested, he'd know it from her behavior. Alicia asked in surprise, "Is it that obvious?" Leffy agreed, adding that she was sure Mr. Fake knew everything. It wasn't just noticeable, it was obvious. The Duke's daughter frowned, thinking she thought she'd been doing a pretty good job of hiding it. Now she felt even more awkward. Leffy, understanding her state, smiled and said that even if it was just a cover, she'd already made the announcement, so they would begin wedding preparations as soon as possible. Alicia noted that her father hadn't yet given them his blessing. The maid replied that in that case, Mr. Fake should first prove himself as a blacksmith. They'd wait for Master Goral to appreciate his abilities. Alicia admitted she was right. Their family had made a name for themselves in blacksmithing, so she could only marry a very talented man. She understood that as the daughter of a noble family, she lost her freedom of choice in love. She'd always known this, but if it was fake, she wouldn't mind. Alicia asked her faithful servant she could marry whoever she loved, right? Leffy agreed, noting that it was too early to rejoice. Meanwhile, a small meeting had formed in the blacksmith's guild. Seda anxiously asked Morgan what he was going to do. Hire someone new? That idiot Fake still hadn't returned. He couldn't understand what the hell was going on. He was showing off too much for an apprentice. In that case, he'd have to cut him off from half his salary and monthly bonuses. The guy asked, "They don't need an apprentice, do they?" The man agreed, noting that they didn't need one. Reuben agreed and asked the leader how he felt about it. Morgan asked Seta what he could tell him about House Barnasto, to which Lady Alicia belonged. The young man replied, "Not much. They are known only by their title, but rumor has it that they sometimes select the most talented blacksmiths to marry off their daughters." Initially, the Barnastos were simple blacksmiths. One look at Fake is enough to understand that he is a mediocre. Obviously, no one will want to hire him. Morgan noted that he tried to entrust him with a couple of orders, but he couldn't even hold a hammer properly. Seda said, "So he thinks Fake will eventually be fired?" The head agreed, adding that he had lost his way, but would eventually crawl back to them. It remains to be seen how long the Barnastos will tolerate him before they throw him out. A week at most, no more. Those who have nowhere else to go eventually return here. Seda pointed out that in that case, he'd have a week's worth of work, plus the week he'd missed. They'd delegate everything to Fake again. Morgan considered this. Everything was already decided for the next 2 weeks. No need to start now. They'd have plenty of time by the time Fake returned. He deserved this punishment. He called out to Seta and told him to explain to the knight first that they couldn't start work right away due to some pressing matters. In the meantime, he'd take up his sword. The captain would realize how incompetent Fake was. It was only a matter of time, and then he'd be tormenting him again like a worthless servant, and he'd work harder than ever. Morgan thought smugly, let him just try to handle the work that had accumulated during his absence. Let him just return to him. By the time he was thrown out, he'd have a fitting punishment in store. Sometime later, the protagonist woke up before dawn and noticed that he had woken up at this time again. This had become a habit. He reflected. During his service at court, he always rose with the first rays of the sun to complete all the work alone, sometimes to finish what remained from the previous day. This, too, was part of the daily routine. Enchanting, new orders, more responsibilities than a typical blacksmith. Every day, from dawn until midnight, over and over again. But now that he woke up so early, there was still no work. It had been quite some time since he had been in the forge. The protagonist stood, stretched, and declared it was time to get to work. Arriving at the forge, he picked up the witch ore and remarked that it looked excellent. It was a special metal, sensitive to enchantments. It was indispensable for blacksmithing, as it was the only material amenable to enchantment. Enchanting increases the strength of steel many times over, and most importantly, it's easily obtained from demons. To mine iron, you have to spend your time in the mines. When one mine empties, you have to find the next one. To obtain witch ore, you just kill a demon. MC put on his gloves and was surprised to notice that demon leather gloves were quite durable. They withstand high temperatures very well. He supposed blacksmiths use fire, water, and earth magic. First, he'd need fire. There are several types of witch ore. The rarest and highest quality is grade S. Then there are grades A, B, C, D, E, and F. The most commonly used grades are F and E. These aren't the highest quality. Today, he'll try something simple to warm up. He's not planning on creating the most powerful weapon in the world, so this should be enough. He wants to make a knife. Fake noted that the ore was red hot, time to put it into the casting mold. After that, the temperature is increased even more. In the old days, blacksmiths would temper metal in a fire pit. Today, this technology is considered obsolete. The material becomes pliable and soft. Now he creates a clay mold with earth magic and pours the metal into it. Then the mold is cooled with water magic, and a steel ingot is extracted from it. This is softened slightly by heating. Afterwards, it is shaped into the desired form. MC began hammering, saying that the sound was incomparable. He thought about listening to the sound, cooling and heating the steel several times. This would improve the quality, and with improved quality, the purity and magical potential of the metal increases. Today, he has little time for the knife. Next time, he will prepare the materials in advance. After completing these steps, the protagonist noted that the shape he had created was almost exactly what he had planned. Now it's time to work with the clay. This will cool the blade area, increase its strength, and enhance the magical potential of the material. Before beginning the grinding, it's important to evenly distribute the magic over the surface. You should also prepare some cold water. After a while of doing this, MC muttered, a pattern immediately appearing on the cutting edge. Excellent. Now for wind magic. The blade needs to be sharpened. He applied the skill and instantly sharpened the blade, noting that the knife's surface was now smooth and shiny. All that remained was to cast the enchantment. After a while, the protagonist completed the final steps and exclaimed that everything was ready. Now he'd try it out. He made a brick out of clay and cut it, and later said that the sharpness and mass were perfect. He hadn't done this in a long time. It took him 3 whole hours. He thought he'd completely forgotten about breakfast time. Previously, due to the amount of work, he only had time for occasional snacks right there in the forge. When MC turned around, he saw Alicia looking at him admiringly. Fake jumped back in surprise, startled, and asked how long she had been standing there. She replied with a smile, about an hour. Leffy told her that he was working in the workshop today, so she came. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. He didn't even notice her. The girl noticed with a smile. He was so focused. Fake looked at her outfit and blushed because the girl noticed his gaze and asked him not to look at her like that, which she noticed and said that she was embarrassed. The protagonist immediately turned away and apologized. He knew she was right. Why had he stared like that? He had screwed up again. MC apologized again and said that she looked very cute. Alicia blushed and replied with a smile that everything was fine, but still, she was his fiancée, so if the moment was right, there was nothing wrong with looks, right? The protagonist thought in confusion. What was the right moment? Okay, wait, he can't make things up. He's not her real fiancé. She just pretended not to notice who was staring. After an awkward pause, he said she came all this way just to see how he works, and he didn't even notice her presence. Let her forgive her for that. Alicia replied that he shouldn't worry about it. He worked so hard on that knife, she was happy to watch. MC thought about it. Her smile was simply something else. It shined brighter than the sun. She asked if she could look at the knife. He pointed to the table and agreed. The girl took the item and said admiringly that this knife was very beautiful. Just think. And this is E-class ore? The blade is so sharp, and how enchanted it is. She can hardly believe that it is only E-class. The protagonist sheepishly thanked her and said that he tried very hard to make something good. He thought that if he had a little more time, he would have done even better. If he'd known Alicia would be watching, he would have tried harder. Suddenly, Alicia began twirling the knife between her fingers and waving it. The protagonist asked, surprised, if she knew how to handle a blade. The girl replied with a smile that she'd been taught the basics of fencing, just a little, just for self-defense. He remarked that she was doing an amazing job. It was amazing. She noticed his intense gaze and asked if she'd done something wrong. He was just looking at her that way. The MC mentally cursed himself for staring again. Out loud, he sheepishly said that he'd gotten a little distracted. She looked very beautiful. Alicia asked, only beautiful? The protagonist looked away and sheepishly replied that it was stunningly beautiful. She grabbed his sleeve and told him to repeat it, looking into her eyes. He blushed and replied that it was stunningly beautiful. The girl smiled and thanked him. The protagonist considered this engagement, which wasn't real, but she was so convincing in maintaining the facade of a relationship with him. It seemed so sincere. At times like these, he couldn't help but wonder if she really cared about him. Although, if you think about it, almost any girl could convincingly pretend. At least, that's what he heard. Afterwards, Alicia invited him to breakfast. The protagonist accepted her offer, saying he'd take a shower first. After a while, they sat down at the table. She asked if he'd always been so good at casting spells. MC exclaimed sheepishly, of course not, but the job always had to be done quickly and efficiently, and he had a lot of responsibility. So over time, he'd gotten better at it. He mused that thanks to those hellish days, he could now cast spells quickly and efficiently. Alicia said that's why spending time with him warmed her heart so much. At that moment, Leafy brought the food. The protagonist noted, now that he thought about it, that when he was walking to the forge, he smelled bread. Do they always bake this here in the morning? He tried it and thought in admiration. The bread was warm, soft, fragrant, and delicious. This was incredibly delicious food. Fake was so appreciative of the food that he almost burst into tears. Alicia worriedly asked if he was crying. What happened to him? MC apologized and explained that he couldn't even remember the last time he saw such delicacies. She replied that she understood. If he didn't mind, she'd like to know more about his past. The protagonist explained that he usually worked until late at night. Therefore, he often didn't have time to eat a single crumb during the day. And if he did manage to find time for lunch, he ate while he worked. He didn't have time to savor the food, only to swallow it while he could. But now, when he shared a meal with her, it was the best breakfast of his life. So these were simply tears of happiness. Alicia smiled and remarked, "Then, let him take his time and just enjoy himself." After a while, they finished breakfast, and she asked if it was tasty. Hearing his agreement, the girl suggested they go into town. She would show him around. Afterwards, they arrived at the right place. Alicia put on the hood and asked him to look if her face was well covered. MC carefully examined her attire and wondered why she was so secretive. She explained that she rarely met anyone in town, but many introduced themselves to her father at festivals. Someone might recognize her by sight. He thought, so this is what Leffy was talking about. The city is all about Alicia because of her beauty. If she is recognized, they won't have a peaceful stroll. The girl, with an embarrassed smile, asked, "It's like they're on a date, right?" The protagonist, equally embarrassed, replied that it certainly does look like a date, only he didn't quite understand why all this fuss was going on. After these words, Alicia burst into tears. He exclaimed in bewilderment, "He's not really her fiancé, is he?" So he didn't understand why she was going to so much trouble to date him. Besides, he thought if he succeeded as a blacksmith and earned her father's approval, that would be enough. She didn't want to marry some stranger, so she'd gotten engaged to him for show, right? He was just a cover. She didn't need to pretend they were dating. At that moment, Leffy approached them and explained that Mr. Goral had wished for Alicia to marry the gifted blacksmith, and he was trying to facilitate her happiness in his own way. He also wanted to make sure she married for love, so he didn't rush her into it, right? Alicia exclaimed that it was indeed so. This date was very important to her too, so please don't worry about anything. MC was a little embarrassed and accepted her answer. After that, Leffy said they should let her take her leave. She wished them a wonderful time. He wondered, had she been nearby this whole time? He hadn't noticed her presence at all, though he expected no less from the attendant servants. So Leffy knew about the nature of their relationship. He felt a little better knowing someone else knew about it. Alicia called out to him and asked, returning to the conversation, about how to influence her father's opinion if she could hold his hand. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, took her hand, and remarked that they would need to walk hand in hand, and that would influence Mr. Goral's opinion, right? The girl sheepishly agreed, adding that you never knew when they'd catch the eye of one of his knights. He thought he'd held her hand before, but they were on a date, so he was a little more nervous than usual. Her hand was warmer than last time. What if she looked at him like a man now? After that, MC smiled and said he couldn't remember the last time he'd strolled through the city so calmly. Alicia responded tenderly that from now on, he no longer needed to rush anywhere. He noted that even though he no longer had to exhaust himself with work, he would still make every effort to perfect his craft. If this continued, perhaps Mr. Goral would accept him. Alicia agreed with his opinion and asked him to promise not to do anything hasty. The protagonist agreed and promised her as much. After a while, Morgan, looking at the weapons, said in bewilderment, "How strange. Fake left them over a week ago. Why hasn't he returned yet?" The guy cursed and exclaimed, "Has this idiot completely lost his sense of professional duty? Have you some patience? Barnasto's residence is quite far from the capital. He supposes that if Fake is fired, he'll have to make his way there on foot." The forge master had a point. A predictable outcome for a good-for-nothing like him. They're the only ones he can rely on. This boy doesn't even have a blacksmith's license. Without documents, he can't work, so he has no choice but to report to court for new ones. The conditions for his return are simple. No pay for the first 2 months, then only a pittance. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Morgan clarified, "Is it Fake?" Finally, he's dragged himself here, the idiot. But it wasn't the man they were expecting who entered the guild. It was Ron. The forge master greeted the captain with surprise. Ron remarked they hadn't seen each other in a while. Morgan admitted it was true. Then he asked the captain how he could be of service. Ron replied that he had a commission for enchantments. The guild master asked if the captain would be satisfied with his candidacy. He was flattered. A holder of the highest knighthood in the country, to think he was accepting a direct commission from such a man. Despite having his own blacksmith whose genius was undeniable, he had come to ask for one. The guy asked, perplexed, why such a distinguished person had made a personal visit here. A colleague, surprised, asked, what was he talking about? At that moment, Morgan exclaimed, yes, his commission would be accepted immediately, but Ron countered, telling him not to rush. He wanted to clarify something. He wishes to speak with the man who enchanted his sword. Morgan said, puzzled, this sword is attributed to a common knight. Their apprentice named Fake worked on it. He thought, so this man came to complain about the idiot's inept work? Ron exclaimed, really? What a blessing for their current knights. The head of the blacksmith's guild asked, puzzled, what he meant. The captain replied that when he was a common knight, the swords they were given were barely enchanted, practically no different from ordinary ones. Morgan replied, I see. He thought, indeed, he didn't really use enchantments back then. There was no opportunity. Fake is far from a decent enchanter. His enchantments are always so ridiculous. Even with minimal effort, he would surpass his work many times over. But the captain is saying something strange. The swords he remembers from those days were like trash. The captain said with a smile, a blacksmith who had so expertly enchanted a sword, even for a simple knight, deserves much praise. He would like to entrust this fake with his own sword as well. Morgan looked at Ron in confusion, wondering what he was talking about. The captain asked. Had he been unclear? He wanted Fake to cast the enchantment. Where could he find him? The guild's eyes asked in confusion. Why him? Ron said he didn't have the ability to read magical writings. But his blacksmith had said the work done on this blade was superb. He had come here hoping to meet this master. But where was he? All the guild workers, including their leader, stared at the knight in bewilderment. Morgan said in confusion, this boy isn't very talented. He's let him go for a while. Ron asked in confusion. What do you mean, not talented? What does that mean? The guildmaster remarked that he might have managed to cast a decent enchantment once, but that was more of an exception, just luck. He thought about the protagonist casting dozens, even hundreds of enchantments a week. A couple of them might have been decent, but he had absolutely no potential. He'd never become a master, no matter how hard he tried. He asked the knight out loud if he could cast the enchantment. He was the head of this guild. Surely he could handle the task far better than the protagonist. The captain disagreed, saying that since he was on vacation, he'd be back soon, right? He had time and could wait until then. He should convey his regards. He'd eagerly await the results of his work. Morgan replied that he understood, although inwardly he was furious. This captain talked only about Fake. As he left, the captain added that he was counting on him. When the job was finished, they should let one of his knights know. When Ron left, Morgan looked at his sword and wondered what nonsense he was talking about. He himself said he couldn't even see the magic code. If he was so impressed by the work of a moron like Fake, what would he say about his? Compared to that fool Fake, his spells would go down in history. A colleague asked, confused, what he was planning to do. The boss replied, catch luck by the tail. A chance like this comes along once in a lifetime. The guy asked in surprise, what was he talking about? Morgan exclaimed, he'll cast the spell himself. The colleague, confused, asked, is that even possible? The leader said that if even Fake's spells made such an impression on him, they would surely exceed all his expectations. And when that happened, he could become the captain's personal blacksmith. The workers looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering if he was being overconfident. Wasn't the order addressed to the entire forge shop? Anyone can do this better than Fake. The enchantment is so weak, it's barely noticeable. Morgan said he wouldn't miss the chance, and the profit would be his. He'd take this job. He thought, this order is his. As the captain's personal blacksmith, he'll write his name in the history of blacksmithing. As the fifth son of a count's family, he didn't have many prospects, and he never thought he'd get such an opportunity as this. Now he runs the court forge, and his next goal is to become the captain's personal blacksmith. Holding the sword in his hands, he thought, opportunities are in the air, and today he seized his. Meanwhile, the protagonist was giving Alicia a tour. Pointing to the building, he said, here's their chapel. It offers the most beautiful view of the city. She said, she can't wait to see it. Climbing to the observation deck, he said, okay, they're almost there. They're just a little bit closer. The protagonist, out of breath, said, what a long staircase. He was already tired of climbing it. He asked Alicia how she was feeling. When they reached their destination, the protagonist happily asked what she thought. This was his favorite place. The girl said admiringly, it's wonderful here. The whole city is like the palm of your hand. It's very beautiful, thank him. She thinks a view of the city at night or at sunrise would be just as good. MC admitted, yes, it's very beautiful at night. If she wanted, they could stay until sunset. Alicia said she'd love to watch. Fake shivered and said, as he climbed the steps, he was sweating and now it was chilly in the wind. Where could they find shelter from the wind? Suddenly, they saw a couple kissing right in front of everyone. They stared at them in surprise, and the protagonist thought, how shameless. Alicia shouldn't be watching this. He suggested that she take a break somewhere else. Moving a little to the other side, he asked, was the view really beautiful? Alicia seemed lost in thought. The protagonist mentally addressed her by name, but remained silent. They sat there in silence for a while. He thought it was awkward. He wanted to talk about something, but what? The girl blushed, hesitated, and stuttered, saying, what if, just in theory, he didn't feel comfortable doing the same thing to her as those two? She almost whispered the last words out of shame. MC seemed stunned by her question. He hadn't expected her to ask such a thing. Then it occurred to him, it wasn't that he wasn't interested. He tried to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. He thought again. They were just pretending to be in a relationship, right? There was no need to go that far. Alicia, burning with shame, still waited for his answer. Suddenly, they heard the couple start arguing. The guy exclaimed, she'd gotten it all wrong. The girls screamed in irritation. What's there to understand? He's just a cheater, that's all. Alicia asked in confusion, what's that all about? Suddenly she gasped and added, there was another girl. They saw a guy standing between two girls, confused. He tried to get the new girl to listen to him, but they both slapped him and left. He was left alone, looking after them in confusion. He shouted, where are they going? This isn't cheating. He just made a mistake. The girl who kissed him was indignant. Did he make a mistake? He's a real jerk. The protagonist and Alicia, watching this, laughed and remarked, did the guy get caught cheating? The Duke's daughter remarked, cheaters are unacceptable, right? Seeing his confusion, the girl clarified, She thinks that's true, right? MC was confused, wondering what she meant. He wouldn't have even dared to think about such a thing. After some time, Goral told him he was a master blacksmith, so he needed him to demonstrate his abilities. The protagonist replied that he understood. Alicia's father added that the new license would allow him to trade in the city. He could craft whatever he wanted and sell it at the town shop. The protagonist gratefully agreed. Goral said, but please, he's not to mention that he's Alicia's fiancé or anything like that in this city. Does he understand? MC bowed politely and replied, of course. He would start crafting starting today. The man added that, regarding supplies, he would provide him with any amount of F and E grade ore. He would prepare the higher quality material himself. Fake agreed with this as well, thinking he could make tools for ordinary citizens. E grade would be more than enough. Leaving the office, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought, okay, it's time to really get back to crafting. First, he'd prepare the materials. A day later, the protagonist, after some thought, concluded that the most common type of weapon to sell in the shop was a longsword. First, he needed to decide on quantity. Quality was also a consideration. Even if the weapon was high quality and well balanced, no one would buy it if the price was too high. His customers would primarily be adventurers. Their ranks range from F to S, with S being the highest. But S-ranked adventurers are quite rare. Most are D or E. Ideally, an adventurer would want a sword that wouldn't need to be changed when they changed ranks. Perhaps he should make something similar, not the swords he made for knights. First, he needed to shape it. He hadn't made longswords in a long time, and it would take some effort. He set to work, focusing on every move. He decided the shapes needed to be strong enough to resist deformation under high temperatures. He melted the witch ore. MC knew that if he poured liquid ore into a mold and cooled it with water magic, the material would cool fairly quickly. After a while, Fake said, it seems almost ready. I'll have to see. Having taken out the blank and examined it, he exclaimed, excellent. Very well done. The protagonist increased the temperature again to harden the metal, then polished it with wind magic. Looking at the shiny, strong, and smooth blade, all that remained was to make a couple of wooden nails to secure the handle. Attaching both halves of the handle to the tang, he joined them together and hammered the nails into the drilled holes. He initially considered attaching them to the base of the handle, but he preferred a different method. After a while, the protagonist, addressing the system window, exhaled and said, thus, he has crafted a simple longsword. He checked the weapon's sharpness, and satisfied with it, decided to make another one just like it. MC moved on to the next step. After some time, he began enchanting. Fake thought that at court, weapons were enchanted with rather powerful enchantments, which were sent off for adjustments every week, as knights could be sent at any moment to fight monsters too powerful for a simple guard. A common adventurer wouldn't need such powerful enchantments. In the end, he made 3 swords. He himself couldn't understand where he got so much strength. If his magic had weakened, he wouldn't have been able to continue, but it seemed he had enough power. So, the overtime at court led to a constant shortage. The protagonist exhaled loudly and muttered, Alicia will be here soon. In the end, he managed to craft not 3 but 5 swords. That would be it for today. As he left the forge, he wondered if there were any towels here. He needed to dry his face. Suddenly, he saw Alicia, looking around, searching for him, calling his name. The girl peered under the table, and the protagonist chuckled, wondering if he could really be hiding there. Wiping his face with a towel he found on the shelf, the MC tiptoed toward the girl, made a sharp laughing sound, and touched her shoulders from behind. Alicia screamed in fear, flinched, and turning sharply, glared at him. Fake said with a smile, mission accomplished. She indignantly asked, where was he? The protagonist replied, in the break room. She exclaimed indignantly, is he serious? Was he trying to scare her? He laughed and said, he won. She hadn't even noticed him. Alicia exhaled loudly, entered the forge, and seeing the swords, asked, by the way, is he finished? Taking the weapon in her hands, the girl noted in surprise, all this in just one day? There's even an emblem on the hilt. The protagonist replied, well, yes. Surprisingly, he wasn't tired at all, so he could have made a couple more. Alicia said admiringly, his endurance is amazing. MC sheepishly said, he'd been working in much harsher conditions for the last 3 years, so he's not tired at all now. He really thinks he should make another sword. Alicia categorically objected. No, he needs to rest. He's already been working tirelessly since this morning. He thought that during court service, such an amount of work would have drained him of all his strength, but he seemed to be getting better. Is this what they call personal growth? Or is he already immune to fatigue? Alicia noted tenderly, he's simply obsessed with work. Fake exhaled heavily and said he needs to be careful. She asked if he was going to sell swords tomorrow. He said yes. Should he go to town? The girl answered, definitely. Merchants would be gathering in the city in the next 2 days. The protagonist noted that for now, he simply wanted to sell a couple of swords and see what kind of appraisal they would receive. They had turned out quite well, considering they were forged from E-class ore. In his home village, such work was highly valued. So much so that in the end, he ended up working at the court forge, despite his lowly origins. But at court, he was considered completely incompetent, and they didn't spare his feelings at all. In any case, now he would need to assert himself a little more confidently. Alicia asked if he had decided on a price yet. He replied, yes, quite well. He planned to ask for between 30 and 50,000 crowns per sword. That was a perfectly fair price for the main weapon of a D-rank adventurer. The girl exclaimed, excellent. If E-rankers put in a little effort, they could afford them too. The protagonist said, exactly. And so they decided. Tomorrow, he'll try to sell these swords. The Duke's daughter exclaimed with admiration. His moment of glory was approaching, and he shouldn't worry. She'll be helping him. The protagonist objected. No. Her father told him not to mention that he was Alicia's fiancé or anything like that, so he won't use her influence to boost sales. The girl thought for a moment and said then, she'll put on a mask. He remarked in surprise. Wouldn't that look suspicious? She assured him, everything will be fine. Besides, you could say he does everything for her. So she wants to help him. She's here for him, so they need to do this together. Does he agree? MC looked at her for a long time and said, he understands. But first, they need to consult with her father. Alicia exclaimed joyfully, okay, she'll tell him. And she thinks he won't mind them working together. He replied, okay, then, he'll rely on her for this one. That evening, as Fake lay in bed reading a book, there was a knock at the door, and Alicia called out to him. He opened the door for her and asked how it went. She smiled happily and said, father has agreed, but on the condition that her identity remain a secret. The protagonist remarked, excellent news. Well then, he will look forward to tomorrow. The girl exclaimed, yes. She will do everything in her power to show people that his goods are the best. He thanked her and thought with a smile, it's for him that Alicia is making so much effort. He was worried that he wouldn't sell anything, but now that's simply impossible. The next morning, the protagonist rose early, got ready, and thought with anticipation, his first business venture. Today would be his first time trading. Before he came to court, he worked by barter. He gave away daggers, armor, and swords, and in return received food, clothing, and shelter. The village was small, and they all learned from each other. At court, he didn't have time to delve into the intricacies of market relations. He supposes they have only become more complicated by now, so he couldn't be sure what price to set for his work. And every merchant must take such things into account, but he thought everything would be fine. When he arrived at the market, the owner told him that if he paid the entry fee, he would be allowed to buy and sell goods for the day. The surprised protagonist paid him, and he and Alicia entered the market without hindrance. He asked the girl if he shouldn't call her by her name in public, right? Alicia, disguised with a hood and glasses, told him yes. If they found out he had connections with the Duke, he would break the promise he made to her father. He noticed. Exactly. They should be extremely careful. She asked with a smile, a nickname then. The protagonist replied, yes, I suppose so. And what should he call her? Alicia thought for a moment, then suggested, Allie. He agreed, adding that in public he would call her just that, Allie. He'd play along. Having settled this issue, they moved on. MC asked her if trading was only permitted during the fair. The girl replied that it was. To sell goods at other times, you need your own shop and special documents. Fake said, I see. He thought, for now, he'll start with a regular stall, and in the future, he'll open a real shop. The prospect of real trading excited him so much. After some time, he looked at the trading license he'd applied for, and thanks to it, he was able to find a place. This made him very happy. Having displayed the emblem, the protagonist decided that for now, he'll only put 2 swords up for sale. Looking at his goods laid out on the counter, he muttered, well, we can begin. After a while, looking at the people passing by, he thought with disappointment that not only were no one buying his goods, no one was even approaching him. Alicia was also worried about this. She was so worried about him. The girl thought, of course, she didn't expect it to be so easy, but for everything to turn out so disastrously, she didn't expect it to. The protagonist looked at the neighboring stall, where people were crowded, and noted that it was really crowded. Maybe he hadn't displayed the goods correctly? Others looked better. Next time, he'd need to think about the presentation. At that moment, Alicia glanced at a guy passing by. She called out to him and asked if he was an adventurer by any chance. They had weapons for sale. MC stared at her in surprise. The guy also looked at her in surprise and asked, is she addressing him? The girl looked closely at the adventurer and asked, are you interested? But the guy turned and left. Fake looked at his upset companion and smiled, noting that the fish had gotten away. What a shame. Alicia regretfully apologized to him and said that she was probably more of a hindrance than a help. The protagonist hotly protested, no, that's not true. He was glad she'd called that guy, and, frankly, he was just glad they were together. She looked at him with a timid smile and said, okay, she won't let him down. After a while, he said sadly, no one approached them. Alicia was also perplexed. The swords were high quality. She was sure they'd be of interest. The protagonist thought about how, when he worked in the village, people hadn't approached him right away either. He knew the hardest part was the first sale, but he was confident in his work. Any adventurer of his target rank would love these swords. Suddenly, Ivas approached them and exclaimed admiringly, wow. Are they selling long swords? The allies, already losing hope, looked at the buyer in surprise. The MC asked, do you want to check how the weapon feels in your hand? Alicia exclaimed, yes, let him see, please. Ivas picked up one of the swords, examined it carefully, tried it out a few times, testing it out, and was delighted. Fake asked him if he was an adventurer, right? The guy replied that he was, adding that he was currently at rank F, but he was planning to advance to rank E. His sword was so comfortable and light, he replied with a smile. He had cast a special enchantment on it. Ivas added admiringly that compared to this weapon, other swords were more difficult to handle. The protagonist said with a smile he thought it was possible. The guy asked if he would agree to 10,000 crowns. The protagonist was very upset when he heard the amount the buyer was willing to pay. He thought, so little? Under other circumstances, he would have started bargaining. but in this case, that was out of the question. He shouldn't so openly reveal how much money he had on him. In that case, he'll agree to that price too. Ivis looked at him hopefully. He finally said, "Actually, the price of this sword is 50,000 crowns, the guy exclaimed in confusion. Really? MC thought with a smile. That's not true, actually. 30,000 crowns. Even if he were to compromise, he wouldn't lower the price below 20,000 crowns. But today, he came here to make a name for himself, so for now, he has no choice." Ivis looked regretfully at the sword he'd so admired and said sadly, "He thinks the price is justified. This sword really is good." Fake said, "He might make an exception this first time and let him have it for 10,000. He exclaimed in surprise. Really? He thought about something he hadn't immediately considered, that a recommendation might attract buyers. So he said out loud, yes, it was true, and in return, if he knew any adventurers who needed a sword, could he tell them about them? Every week on market day, he'll be behind the counter with a flag like this. He pointed to the emblem and smiled. Ivis exclaimed joyfully, of course, he'll tell his friends about them. And so they decided. Ivis paid him and left, happily waving goodbye, satisfied with his purchase. The protagonist looked at the coins and thought, less than he'd hoped, but still, at least some profit. The Duke said he'd supply him with materials in any quantity, so, for now, there was no need to worry about expenses. Alicia said delightedly, he'd done it. Finally, they'd sold their first sword. He replied, yes, and he'd reached the goal he'd set for today. The girl was surprised. A goal? But they still had 4 swords left. The protagonist said he knew he'd be hard-pressed to sell everything, so he set himself the goal of selling at least 1. Now that this young adventurer showed his sword to his acquaintances, his customer base would gradually grow. The Duke's daughter exclaimed joyfully, it'll definitely work. After all, he made the swords. MC agreed with her words and added, next time it'll be even better than today. A little later, when the allies returned home, he looked at his earnings again and thought, his first sale was 10,000 crowns, but in his opinion, it was a good start. They bought his sword. Clutching the coins in his hand, he muttered, okay. And now, he needs to report the results to Mr. Gorel. When he went to Alicia's father, the man asked how things were going in the city. The protagonist replied sheepishly, in total, 1 long sword was sold today. Placing the purse of coins on the table, he added, as thanks for the materials and access to the workshop, he hopes the master will accept this. Gorel said that regarding the witch ore, he has no plans to cut back on supplies, so he needn't worry about that. The protagonist thanked him. The Duke continued, however, 10,000 crowns in revenue means he underpriced it to close the deal, right? MC lowered his head and sheepishly admitted he was right, he had work to do. The Duke thoughtfully remarked that he couldn't trust him with his daughter under the current circumstances. Fake assured the man that sales would only grow in the future, no doubt about it. Gorel said, if he believes so, let him convince him not with words but with results. The protagonist exclaimed, so be it. He's Alicia's fiancé. Gorel looked at him carefully. After some time, the protagonist, sitting on the couch in his room, thought, now he needs to study the market in more detail to figure out how to increase sales. What would it take? Which class of weapon is considered the most in demand in the city? Perhaps he'll find out tomorrow. The next day, the allies headed to Adventurers Street. Alicia was disguised again, as before at the market. The protagonist mentioned that there were numerous weapon shops here with a huge selection. He should explore them further. First, he wanted to see how the shops displayed their wares. Noticing a forge, he thought there seemed to be 2 shops here. The protagonist noticed 2 men examining weapons and thought they were adventurers. It seemed there was a demand for longswords after all. Given 2 equally effective options, people tend to favor the more impressive one. Perhaps he should also decorate the handles with some carving. And why not diversify his selection with daggers? After all, they can be used as throwing weapons. Utility knives are also in demand. Apparently, housewives often use them in everyday life. Finally, Alicia announced that they were there. He exclaimed in surprise, wow, an adventurer's guild. He realized he could meet representatives of all ranks here, which could be useful. The guild was crowded, adventurers chatting. Hadn't registered yet? Need to check in somewhere? MC said he'd need it at some point. If he needed money, it looked like he could earn it here. Alicia suggested that in that case they should go and register. The allies looked around and noticed a stand with guild member notes and admission rules. Fake said with a smile, looking at 2 adventurers drinking, a tavern, and the table had been converted into a bar counter. Adventurers don't change, especially that smell of beer. The girl laughingly remarked that it was because adventurers lived life to the fullest. He told her he'd go and register and let her wait a minute. The girl agreed. The adventurers looked at them with interest. The protagonist passed the counters, noting that this counter was for orders, the second one was for sales, and the third one was what he was looking for, the adventurer registration office. There was no line at all. It looked like it wouldn't take long. He knew registration only required 2 things, a name and a personal file. He didn't have one, so he'd have to fill out the application from scratch. He approached the receptionist, handed her his blacksmith's license, and said, great. He'll issue a guild membership card in that name. He asked her to enter information about his magical abilities. After a while, the receptionist informed him it was done. She thanked him and added that the registration was complete. If he lost his documents, he should contact them as soon as possible. They issue the first card for free, but if he lost it, they would charge a small fee. The protagonist replied that he understood. The girl smiled and said, Now everything is sorted out and she wishes him success. MC returned to Alicia and apologized for keeping her waiting. At that moment, he saw two adventurers approach the girl and ask her cheekily, "Are you an adventurer?" The Duke's daughter sheepishly adjusted her hood. The adventurers laughed obnoxiously and told her not to hide her face from them. Would she like to run a few errands with them? Alicia sheepishly replied, "I'm waiting for someone here." The adventurers noticed Fake approaching and exclaimed with laughter, "They're better than this puny guy." They were C-rank adventurers. How about going on a quest with them? Unexpectedly, the protagonist stood in front of the girl, shielding her with his body, and fearlessly looked into the face of one of the adventurers. The girl anxiously called out to her fiancé. He turned to her, took her hand, and said, "It's time for them to go." They finished there. They walked away, and two adventurers shouted after them in confusion. They were actually talking. The protagonist apologized to Alicia and said they needed to get out of here, letting her move through the crowd. She agreed with him, her voice stammering with fear. The two insolent men rushed after them, but a hooded man stood in their way, blocking their path. The adventurers shouted at him, telling him, a demon, to get out of their way. The guy looked at them. They froze in surprise, his face disfigured. He asked them, "What did they say?" Meanwhile, the allies left the guild and went outside. The MC took the trembling girl by the hands and asked if she was okay. Alicia answered haltingly, yes. No one had approached her like that before, so she was a little scared. He looked at her with regret and said, "It's his fault. He should have taken her with him." She protested, "It's okay, he showed up just in time. Besides, Leffy was also somewhere nearby, so she'd intervene if there was any danger. He shouldn't worry about that." Fake agreed with her words, and they went home. The protagonist remarked that, by the way, he'd almost finished researching market demand. Maybe they could go out and have some fun now? The girl responded positively to his suggestion, and added that since they were already here, they should grab a bite to eat. Sometime later, returning home, the protagonist went to the forge. Taking the ore in hand, he thought there was still time before the next fair. Today, he would try to improve the quality of the daggers. Well, he'd see what this ore was capable of. First, he needed to smelt it the traditional way. Pour it into a mold created with earth magic. After all these manipulations, he made a steel plate from it. His next step was to improve the quality of the steel. Getting back to work, he realized that the witch ore contained many undesirable components. He needed to use magical techniques to extract this unwanted element from the material. MC decided to increase the plate's temperature and constantly apply the hammer, maintaining the required heat. This would need to be repeated several times to perfect the metal. After completing the necessary steps, he inspected the finished plate and declared, "Excellent." Now he needed to check the magical code. As he began to work on his plan, he was surprised to see that the runes were still in disarray. He knew that if magical techniques were used incorrectly, they could disrupt the magical code. He needed to work on directing the magical flow while hammering. After completing the steps, he checked the magical code again and noted that it was still a bit rough, but he had managed to fix some things. The final adjustments to the enchantment were made at the very end, when all the other work had already been completed. This is when the final runes were restored. The enchantment didn't have to be cast from the very beginning. This process could be postponed until the end. Wiping sweat from his brow, Fake noted that it was time to shape the plate into a knife. Hammering the blade to shape it, the protagonist periodically cooled it with water magic and polished it with wind magic. Finally, the blade was ready. He cut a stone in half with the blade and declared, "Excellent." The blade's edge was well shaped, and the sharpness was unimpeded. So it was ready? This knife could be used both in combat and for cutting meat. The magical component had taken him a considerable amount of time, but thanks to it, the quality of the knife was superior to that of a standard E-class weapon. He seemed to be in a frenzy, but if he didn't take a break now, Alicia would worry. The protagonist decided to make another knife later, but that was enough for today. He thought, of course, the work itself excited him so much that he couldn't stop, but then he would make Alicia worry about him again. Just as he was thinking about her, there was a knock at the door, and the Duke's daughter announced that she was entering. Entering the workshop, she saw the finished knife and admiringly remarked, "Excellent work." Then she asked how he was doing. MC replied, "Pretty good. He's just finishing it. Would she like to see it?" After a while, Alicia picked up the knife and happily said, "Wow, the quality is even higher than last time." He laughed and remarked, "She always knows how to impress." Thanks to her, after her words, he wanted to make another one. The girl looked at him shyly and said, "She knows there are only a few days until the auction starts, but maybe today he won't rush." She added sadly that she really enjoyed watching him work, but he spent so much time in the forge that she was getting lonely. She understood that it was important to him, but she would be happy if she could spend even a second more with him. Was she bothering him? He looked at her confusedly and thought, why is she so cute? The protagonist immediately caught himself. No need to imagine things. In fact, Alicia is not his fiancée. At that moment, a maid popped in to tell them that dinner was ready. The protagonist thought he understood. Alicia noticed the maid before he did and instantly embraced the role of the bride. And he was already imagining things. She was very convincing as a bride. They can't predict when people's eyes will be on them, so they must act as if they are head over heels in love. So, when she asked if she was bothering him, he resolutely replied, not at all. He wanted to be with her as long as possible, even if just for a second. So, His work was done for today. They would spend this day together. Alicia couldn't believe her luck. Embarrassed by her emotions, she thanked him for agreeing. He looked at her flushed face in surprise and asked if she was okay. Her face was completely red. The girl replied sheepishly that she was fine. The maid, watching them, couldn't hold back her tears of affection. Sometime later, the day of the market arrived. The protagonist and Alicia arrived at the market. She noted that they were quite far from where they had been last time. MC agreed with a smile. Yes, that was true. He wanted to leave earlier, but it seemed he got a little carried away. It would be better to stay in one place that people would remember, but that's difficult here. First come, first served. Laying out the weapons, he declared, everything is ready. Alicia noted that the swords were displayed, just like last time, right? And the daggers look great too. Fake said so. The knives and daggers are higher quality but require fewer materials to produce, so he plans to sell them for around 20,000 to 30,000 crowns. Alicia smiled and noticed she understood. After a while, she began calling out to customers, urging them to look at their wares. The protagonist thought sheepishly. He had no salesmanship at all. Poor Alicia. As expected, attracting customers would be difficult. The Duke's daughter addressed him. He responded, and thought her voice was clear, so they could hear her words. But they wouldn't come to the shop. She said, you need to speak with pride. He has excellent goods. Let him act accordingly, with more confidence. He looked at her with a smile and admitted, yes, she was right. After that, he actively joined the call for purchase of their weapons. After a while, he said, it's been a whole hour already. Is she tired? The girl replied, it's fine. She's trying. At that moment, Ivas's voice rang out, and the boy exclaimed, there he is. The protagonist was surprised to see his first customer, standing next to another guy. Ivas waved, greeted him, and said, look, he brought someone, just like he promised. He added that this was Weser, also an adventurer, and they were now on the same team. Ivas laughed and added, by the way, he didn't introduce himself last time. He told them his name. MC thanked them with a smile and told them his own in return. Weser looked at the goods with interest and asked in surprise, can I see this sword? Fake exclaimed. Yes, of course. The guy picked up the weapon and began examining it. Ivas also remarked that the sword he bought from them was so comfortable to use. It was sharp, light, and felt great in his hand. It couldn't be any better than his previous weapon. It couldn't be better. The protagonist replied, thank you very much. He was very glad he liked everything. Ivas added that thanks to this sword, he rose to rank E last week. The guild said his progress had been incredibly rapid, and he was now something of a celebrity. The protagonist was surprised by this and sincerely congratulated the guy. He immediately pointed out, but hadn't he achieved this thanks to his own abilities? Ivas exclaimed, that's not true. At that moment, Weather said, he wants this sword. How much does it cost? MC hesitated for a second and asked if 40,000 crowns would be enough. The guy looked confused and asked if he could sell it to him for 30,000. Fake thought about it. 30,000? Fine. And in return, if he liked the quality, let him recommend them to his friends. Weather happily agreed. Thanking the protagonist, the guy paid him. Ivas noted that they also had knives today. The protagonist replied, yes, these are versatile, useful in battle and for butchering prey. Ivas spoke with interest. A knife for harvesting. A tempting thought. He usually used a sword for that. How much do these knives cost? MC said 30,000 crowns for each. Ivas looked confused and asked him to give it up a bit. Fake thought, it seems he has some bargaining power this time. 30,000 is the maximum price, so he might be able to give it up a bit. So, out loud, he said, well, since he came with a friend today, how about 20,000? The guy exclaimed, great. The protagonist inquired about him. He mentioned that he uses a sword for butchering. Could he see his weapon? When Ivas handed him the sword, the protagonist examined it and said, the enchantment wearing off a bit. The guy exclaimed in surprise, does he know how those enchantments work? He knows that blacksmiths sometimes apply them to make swords better, right? MC replied, that's right. Every sword contains a so-called magic code, and his was starting to wear out. The adventurer asked if it could be fixed. Fake replied, of course. He's a blacksmith, so it shouldn't be a problem. He'll renew the enchantment for free the first time. He set to work and quickly declared, well, it's all done. There shouldn't be any problems now. Ivas thanked him enthusiastically, and the protagonist added that next time the service would cost 5,000 crowns, so he should handle the weapon with care. They offer such services too, so if anything happens, they should contact him. Ivas assured them with a smile, of course, if he makes a lot of money. With that, they parted ways. Alicia thanked them for the purchase. Ivas took a closer look at her and asked the protagonist, who is this girl? He replied, she's his assistant, Ali. The guy grinned and wondered if she, by any chance, was his lover. MC was terribly embarrassed and wondered what he was saying. The Duke's daughter blushed and smiled timidly. Fake thought, Alicia really was his fiancée, but it was just for show, so he didn't want to say it openly. Out loud, he said, that's not quite true. The girl told the adventurer she was just an assistant in the shop. Ivas exclaimed, so that's it. But it must be nice to work with his beloved. He himself dreams of one day traveling with some cute adventurer. The protagonist was completely embarrassed and wondered, what's wrong with him? Out loud he said, well, he wishes him luck. The adventurers thanked them and left. The protagonist noted that he never thought he'd be able to earn so much. The efforts he put in last week were already starting to pay off. He turned to Alicia and remarked, things are going well, right? The girl responded indignantly, She's his fiancée. He could have said so. MC had a point, but what if that revealed her identity? He thought, after all, their engagement wasn't real. Alicia looked at him with a smile and exclaimed, "But they did it today. They have good sales today." Fake agreed and hoped that these two would achieve great things with his weapon in hand. He'd love to see how their fate would turn out. After a while, he thought it was already noon. In the end, after Ivas, they hadn't managed to sell anything else. Well, they were just unlucky. It's important not to rush and take things slowly. At that moment, Alicia called out to him and said, "They have a customer, a guy named Rig, dressed in an interesting way." Asked, "They sell swords and daggers, right?" The protagonist replied, "That's right. He wants to look at the goods." The guy picked up a knife and said, "This weapon is made from their E-class witch ore, right?" The surprised protagonist replied that he was right, but thought to himself, "He looks like a merchant. He must be very experienced to have sold out of his wares so quickly." Rig said he's been in this business for quite some time. It's a good thing. The weapons are of such high quality that you wouldn't immediately guess they're made of class E ore. He has swords and knives then. He only needs one each, please be so kind. As for the price, how much does he want for all of this? After that, they began haggling. MC wanted to sell it for 50,000 crowns, but this guy is a great bargainer. After a while, Fake said warily, "Okay, he gives in. In that case, 25,000 crowns for everything." And could he recommend his wares to others? Rig assured him with a smile, "Of course." The protagonist thought that in the end, he'd lowered the price much more than he would have liked. Oh, it was heartbreaking. Rig added, "Especially since his masked assistant will be hard to forget." Alicia thanked him, confused, and asked, "Is it too conspicuous?" The merchant replied, "No, that's actually a good thing. There are so many stalls at this fair." In fact, he approached their stall specifically because of her mask, and her wonderful voice also attracted him. The girl shyly thanked him again. Rig waved and said they'll see each other again. The protagonist replied, "Yes, thank him very much." After the merchant left, he turned to Alicia and said, "It's all thanks to her. Thank her very much." The girl countered, "No. What is he talking about? It's all because of him. It looks like they'll be able to attract a lot of new customers thanks to this guy." MC remarked, "Yes, he'd be happy if that worked out." Summing up, he thought 2 swords and 2 knives had been sold today. The total revenue was 85,000 crowns. Quite a jump compared to last week. Just a little more, and Lord Goral will be pleased with him. When he came to the Duke and placed the purse of money before him, the man remarked, well, he saw that this time everything had gone more smoothly. But there were plenty of other blacksmiths in the area who could fetch that kind of money. Fake was forced to agree. He thought, it's true, the sum isn't that incredible. He's still not good enough. He thanked the Duke out loud and said, in that case, he'll probably go. Goral stopped him and said a blacksmith named Robert will be coming here tomorrow to propose. In the future, he will inherit his house's title and become a viscount. The protagonist was frozen in place. He was afraid to even move after hearing this. Finally, he said, well, I see. Goral looked at him anxiously. The protagonist thought, is this one of Alicia's suitors? She said that such company weighs on her. So does that mean he showed up because he's not handling his responsibilities well enough? The Duke said, this Robert is a very ambitious man, and also, he has excellent male health. MC, who had been standing with his head down, perked up and looked at Alicia's father in bewilderment. He exclaimed, holding back a laugh, what does he mean by that? Goral repeated, perplexed. Excellent male health. Fake raised his fist to his mouth and silently begged the Duke not to say that with such a stony face. He was barely holding back his laughter as it was. Goral continued, his daughter was very pretty. The protagonist admitted that this was true. He wondered, why did he say that so suddenly? Well, he was right. Alicia was very beautiful, but he always thought she didn't like men like that. So it turned out he was right. The Duke continued. Robert had already told him before that he had plans for his daughter. However, it seemed Alicia herself hadn't warmed to him due to his persistence. Nevertheless, they shouldn't show Robert even a shred of disrespect, because he too was vying for Alicia's hand. The protagonist thought that his talents weren't enough to impress her father, so it was no surprise that other suitors would appear. Goral added that Robert could come across as somewhat insincere, and he was worried that his daughter would be unhappy with him. In that regard, he, Fake, was better. MC sheepishly thanked him for such assessment, wondering if that meant he didn't seem like a womanizer. Although, he was right, he had no experience with women. The Duke told him not to get his head around it. He hadn't accepted him yet. However, he was looking for a middle ground between satisfying his demands and ensuring his daughter's happiness. Fake said he wouldn't let him down. He mentally noted that the Duke was a wonderful father. His aristocratic status obliged him to consider a favorable match, but he genuinely cared about his daughter's happiness. Goral told him to try. The protagonist paused, his heart aching. Goral loved his daughter so much, and he was deceiving him. He has high hopes for him and looks after him, and yet he acts so disrespectfully. In any case, to maintain his position, he needs to improve his craft. How difficult it all is. He returned to his room. Alicia came to him and asked if he was back. Her father still hadn't acknowledged him. She sat down next to him on the bed and thought. The protagonist replied, no. He said he wasn't satisfied with the sales level yet. The girl said sadly, I see, and they tried so hard. He glanced at her and thought about the scent of soap. Her hair was still damp. Had she come to him straight from the bath? She was dressed a little lighter than usual. She should be more careful about things like this. He wanted to tell her, let her understand that she was one of the most beautiful and noble girls in the world. But he remained silent and only thought, Her father must be worried about the same thing. The MC forced himself not to think about any pranks. Fake approached the window and said that at the moment he could only trade once a week. To appear at the market more often, he needed to open his own shop soon. But even then, customers wouldn't flock to him right away. So first, he needed to make a name for himself in trading circles. Alicia pointed out that he was right. Running his own shop was quite expensive, so first he needed to acquire regular customers. He thought about it. He still had so much to do, but since it was for Alicia, if he couldn't cover for her, he would lose her. Indeed, another suitor had only appeared because of his incompetence. He said sadly, by the way, "It looks like a certain aristocrat named Robert will be arriving here tomorrow." The girl lowered her eyes sadly and said, yes, she knew that. It seemed she wouldn't be able to avoid his company. He said, well, that's how it was. Let her forgive him. By posing as her fiancé, he was supposed to prevent other suitors from appearing, but he had failed. Alicia protested. No, what was he saying? He shouldn't worry. She wasn't very comfortable interacting with the likes of this aristocrat, so after the meeting with him was over, could she see him? The protagonist exclaimed. Yes, of course. He'd be in the workshop. She could come anytime. He thought he'd also like to stay with her, but even Goral would consider that disrespectful to Robert. Alicia smiled faintly and thanked him. Looking at him more closely, she noticed he was acting a little different than usual. Had something happened? The protagonist was confused, wondering what she was suddenly talking about. Come to think of it, she'd been sitting there like this for quite some time. When she moved, he could see her breasts. Her dress was so revealing. Even her forearms were bare. He asked what she meant. He didn't understand what she wanted to hear from him, that she dressed this way to test him. The girl suddenly said, well, they say that if you dress like that, men will fall in love with girls like that. He exclaimed in surprise. Who told her that? The girl answered briefly, Liffy. MC mentally protested. So that's the evil genius here. In other words, they want to hear his opinion so they can use it on other suitors. After hesitating for a second, he said, he won't speak for himself, but in general, to be honest, if he were married to her, he wouldn't be able to resist her at this moment. She exclaimed hopefully. He wouldn't be able to resist. Fake waved his hands awkwardly and said, no, nothing. The girl clarified. So, he's in love with her? He was confused, but his words trailed off. He assumed this meant that, in general, men would definitely fall in love with her. Alicia noted, I see. So he likes her dress? The protagonist, sweating with embarrassment, muttered, it's amazing, she said sadly. True, nature hadn't exactly blessed her with curves. Was that any problem for him? A jolt of electricity shot through the protagonist, and he wondered in confusion what kind of questions were these. She pressed herself against him and asked desperately, he likes curves? What did he think of her figure? He nearly hysterically asked her. Enough. He despairingly wondered, why is she doing this to him? After a while, Reuben remarked, so Morgan is now the Knight Commander's personal blacksmith? How wonderful. In that case, the Forge Master's position will soon be vacant. Seita exclaimed. Exactly. They'll be applying? Morgan himself thought smugly at that moment. Today, the Knight Commander will evaluate the enchantment he'd cast on his sword. I wonder what reward he'll get for it. At the very least, he'll be granted the position of personal blacksmith to the captain. At that moment, the floorboards creaked outside. The Forge Master thought, here he is. The captain, entering, looked around. Morgan happily noted they hadn't seen him in a while. He was impatiently thinking, let him offer him a promotion right now. But the captain looked at him and asked, is Fake here? Morgan stared at him in bewilderment and irritably noted, that idiot again. Out loud, he replied, his return is still expected. Ron noted, however, that he wanted to talk about the sword he'd entrusted to him. The captain took out the weapon and looked at it. Morgan obsequiously said, this sword, he personally cast the enchantment on it. The captain exclaimed in surprise. What was he talking about? The head of the forge noted that Fake was currently on vacation, so he'd taken over some of his duties. Ron exclaimed, so that's it. Now it all becomes clear to him. Morgan, with a slight bow, asked, what would he say about his work? Ron silently swung his sword right in front of Morgan's face, and to everyone's astonishment, the weapon shattered into pieces. He grabbed the head of the forge by the collar, pulled him angrily toward himself, pressed the broken sword to his neck, and sternly declared, this is a piece of trash. Morgan stuttered, asking what he was talking about. The captain shouted in irritation, asking his personal blacksmith to look at his enchantments. The blacksmith said he'd never seen such incompetent work. When used at full power, the sword crumbles to pieces. He didn't want to deal with such an incompetent person anymore. He'd given clear orders that Fake was to do the job. Where was he? Where was his vacation? He abruptly let go of Morgan, pushing him away, and the head of the forge fell to the floor like a sack. The man cringed and thought, God, how scary. This is the first time in his life someone has yelled at him like that. How scary. Usually, the mere mention of his father's name, one of the most influential men in the country, would cause people to fall prostrate before him. Sato, his voice trembling, told the captain, he doesn't work here anymore. Ron exclaimed angrily, what the hell? Why isn't he working here? He's so talented that even his master would like to meet him, Morgan thought in bewilderment. Talented? That idiot, that can't be. His work can't be any worse, he timidly said out loud. The thing is, the protagonist left his position of his own accord. Ron, perplexed, clarified. What? He quit himself? The forge's master remarked. Yes, and they apologized for the quality of the sword. But MC really did quit. The captain sighed resigned and asked if he knew where he was going. Morgan knew about Alicia, but said out loud, no, he doesn't know. The captain said, I see. He understood now. and since then, they haven't fulfilled a single order. He shouted even more angrily, so they should come to their senses and cast the enchantment properly, and let them supply the knights with weapons, otherwise they'll have nothing to fight with. Morgan wanted to say something to the captain, but stopped himself. He couldn't really say that the knights would soon have nothing to fight with. They'd hoped to leave all the work to Fake, so why wasn't he coming back? Ron barked irritably, asking why they were standing there. Hadn't he expressed himself clearly? The workers seemed to wake up, bustled about, and assured him everything was perfectly clear to them. They'd get to work immediately. The commander had noticed. That's right. And let them contact him as soon as they find out where Fake was. With these words, the captain slammed the door loudly and left. Morgan muttered in bewilderment, wondering why this idiot was so in demand. The workers asked him what they were supposed to do with so many swords now, and not just these. More weapons were arriving every day. Morgan looked at them and shouted irritably, telling them to get to work immediately. He thought furiously, it was all because of that idiot of a protagonist. The captain added to the workers that they needed to find a way to finish the job on time. Leaving the forge, an enraged Ron thought something was wrong with those court blacksmiths. He could feel it. After a while, his personal blacksmith turned to him in confusion and said something required his attention. The captain asked what was going on. The guy replied that he was talking about the shipment of swords they had recently received. Ron said, perplexed. He had been sending those swords to the forge for enchantment renewal as a priority. The blacksmith said they hadn't delivered new weapons for some time. They'd been trying to make do with what they had, but the enchantments were gradually breaking down. It seemed the new shipment hadn't solved the problem, only partially. The quality of the enchantments was too low. The captain, perplexed, asked what he'd said. He needed to check the magic code. The blacksmith, confused, said, of course, but will it be all right? Last time he'd felt quite ill after the test. Ron admitted it was true, but he'd be more careful this time. He picked up one of the swords and, looking at it, realized his abilities weren't enough to decipher the magical code of the enchantment cast by Fake. Trying to read enchantments of a level beyond his own caused significant physical discomfort. Even if he persisted, he wouldn't be able to read such enchantments. Trying to read the protagonist's magical enchantments had figuratively turned him inside out several times. This meant his level was significantly higher. This time, the enchantments were cast by different people, but they were still the court blacksmiths. Therefore, Morgan aside, they were the best blacksmiths in the country. Their work would probably wipe him out. But when he began to read the enchantments, his astonishment knew no bounds. He exclaimed in bewilderment, "What the hell is this? They look like a child's scribble. Enchantments of this quality will destroy the sword from the inside." The captain asked his blacksmith if he had ever given these swords to anyone else. The boy replied no. He also thought they were terrible. That's why he asked him to look at them. Ron pointed out that it was the right decision. These swords were impossible to work with. He thought angrily. This nonsense would only ruin the weapon, and then he'd have to rewrite the entire magical code from scratch. He didn't expect those people to be so terrible at their work. They should be the best in the world. The commander asked the blacksmith if they had any quality swords left. The boy replied, a few, but not enough to fulfill the plan to clear the monsters. Ron said that in that case, priority would be given to new recruits who couldn't yet afford their own sword, and they shouldn't overuse them. The blacksmith reported that he understood. The commander added that they needed to speak with another blacksmith who had worked with his sword. The blacksmith asked who he was. The captain said his name was Figure. He'd once crafted his sword, a man with a difficult character. He doubted, of course, that this master would agree to a simple enchantment, but for now he could only rely on him in this matter. He had to try, he added irritably. It's all because of those incompetent blacksmiths at the Morgan Forge. He would initiate an internal investigation later. Besides, he needed to find out where Fake was now. The captain considered it. The royal court was a vast private sector. In such places, shady deals were always being made, and many decisions were made behind the scenes, and newcomers were treated quite harshly during their training. He had no doubt that much more was going on in the shadows than he could imagine. The supply of premium swords over the past couple of years, could it be that they were all crafted by the protagonist himself? If so, then even to him, an ignorant person, his rare talent was obvious. How many more blacksmiths in the country could provide such an incredible ratio of quantity to quality? The protagonist's departure would set progress back 50 years. The blacksmith, listening to his mutterings, didn't understand what he had said. The captain, going outside, noted that those court blacksmiths and this Morgan, they were hiding something. He knew it for sure. Sometime later, Robert arrived at the Duke's mansion. MC, watching him from the window, said, "So this is Alicia's suitor." He was quite a handsome man, and he was jealous, but he couldn't help it. Her father talked about his male health. Should he greet him? Probably not. He was also a suitor, so he might inadvertently provoke him. Apparently, it would be best to spend the day in the workshop. Sometime later, Robert and Alicia arrived at his forge. The girl hid behind Fake and sheepishly apologized to him. Robert insisted on meeting him at least once. Robert, looking at him, said, "I see. So, he's Alicia's fiancé." The main character said excitedly that he was glad to meet him and told him his name. The guy reciprocated, and in return, he told him his name too. They shook hands, after which Robert took his hand and began to examine it. The protagonist, perplexed, noted, "What's wrong?" The guy replied, "It's fine. He just thought how beautiful his hands were." enchantingly strong, and the skin so dense and firm. MC was dumbfounded and wondered what he was saying. He pulled his hand from the guy's hands. Robert looked at the girl and asked, does she always hide behind other people's shoulders? They hadn't seen each other for a very long time, and that time she also stood behind her maid's shoulders when they were discussing books in the garden. He even felt a little offended. Alicia apologized to him and sheepishly stepped out from behind Fake. Suddenly, Robert looked at her stunned and exclaimed, "Oh my God, she's grown so much." The protagonist thought in bewilderment, "So what now?" Robert pinched his nose, winced, and asked the protagonist, "Does he like it here?" MC thought, what a sudden question. Feeling Alicia cling to his shirt, he thought, somehow awkward. It seemed Alicia wasn't used to such conversations either, but he couldn't let him figure out their fake relationship. Besides, he had no right to lose to this man, regardless of whether she loved him or not. He looked at his opponent with a straight, firm gaze and said, "He loves this girl. He's simply crazy about her." Robert looked at him carefully and said, "I see." Then the guy turned to her and asked if she would allow him to speak with this guy alone. After a while, when the girl left, Fake looked at the guy questioningly. Robert approached the weapon stand and asked if he could look at this. The protagonist replied yes, and thought he was evaluating his work. Robert was a talented blacksmith, so he was also a candidate, right? The guy, touching the blade of one of the swords, remarked, "Magic ore, right? What a fine sword." The protagonist thanked him and confirmed that it was forged from magical ore. Robert said, "I see. It's quite good, and the final enchantment was so skillfully applied." Putting the sword back in place, he added, "Sometimes he can say all sorts of things, but he shouldn't attach much importance to it." MC asked, puzzled, what was he talking about? The guy took a knife, ran it across the table, and said, "All sorts of nonsense. He's not particularly gifted as a blacksmith, and he doesn't have much interest in it. Compared to other blacksmiths, he supposes he's somewhere in the middle. So, he's here as an aristocrat." Fake inquired, "What does he mean by that?" Robert tossed the knife, caught it, and said, "Alicia is a very attractive girl. Many men would like to see her as their bride. She's as beautiful as a delicate flower, but unfortunately, she's getting older." The protagonist remarked in bewilderment, "She's only 18. Did he know that?" The guy, ignoring his question, continued, "She used to be such a baby, so small that it seemed she'd break in half if you hugged her." The protagonist became even more confused and exclaimed, "What is he talking about?" Robert said in despair, "She's matured. Indeed, she is a beautiful young lady. However, that's not enough. He likes younger girls. If only she were 20 centimeters shorter and her figure wasn't so curvy. Her current appearance doesn't thrill him at all." MC wondered, confused. What was he even talking about? Didn't her size perfectly reflect her refinement? Wait, what was he even thinking? He wondered out loud, and what was he getting at? Robert smiled and replied that he no longer felt the same passion for her. Faye clarified in surprise, "I see. So, he's no longer interested?" The aristocrat said, frankly, he believed that to be true. First of all, he doesn't have any insatiable ambitions for the aristocratic title. He had hoped to achieve more as an independent warrior, and he was aiming higher. He heard the Barnasto family wanted a blacksmith for a son-in-law, but he preferred hunting monsters to blacksmithing. However, due to family circumstances, he had to maintain the appearance of all this. His parents were very persistent. After that, the guy put his hands on the protagonist's shoulders and said with a smile, "So, he wishes him good luck, and he hopes he'll keep their conversation a secret from the Barnasto family." The protagonist simply looked at him for a moment, and then said, "Okay, he gets it." He thought he was getting tired. Robert exclaimed, "Wonderful. By the way, one more thing. He's taken a liking to that sword he'd been looking at. Is it possible to purchase it?" MC happily answered, "Yes, of course." The aristocrat asked, "What's the price?" Fake thought, this sword is higher quality than the one he recently sold to Evas, and there are more decorations on the hilt. Should he ask for more for it? He asked the guy if 10,000 crowns would be enough. The aristocrat happily exclaimed, "He takes it." The protagonist thought he'd asked a rather high price, but the guy is an aristocrat. At that moment, Robert pulled out his magic attribute, and the protagonist thought in confusion, "Wow, it's a small inventory box. Each one can hold a certain number of items. It's worth the annual income of a commoner." Robert pulled out a wallet of money from the vault, handed it to MC, and said, 10,000 crowns. He can check." Fake thanked him and took the money. The guy reminded him to please remember his request. When the protagonist assured him of this, Robert continued, "Perhaps in the future he would bring him weapons and would be grateful if he could work with them." The protagonist said, "He understands. In that case, he will wait." Robert took him by the shoulders again and said, "Okay, then they should drop the familiarity. He wants to be friends with him." MC looked at the guy in confusion, at his sincere expression, and said, "Okay, he's asking him to take care of him." The aristocrat approached him with feeling, causing Fake to think, perplexedly, too close. Finally, they called out to Alicia. When the girl approached them, she said in surprise, "This is the protagonist's sword. So that's what he wanted?" The guy replied that it was, but he also needed to talk to him. It seemed he was a very talented blacksmith, so he decided to buy his sword as a sample. He looked at the protagonist and added, "Well, he hopes to keep in touch in the future." MC replied, "He did too." The aristocrat, leaving, waved his hand and said, "In that case, all the best to them. He'll visit Lady Alicia again." When he left, Fake exhaled and said, "It seems they did it." She laughed and praised him. "Well done. Thank him for today, he said sheepishly. What's wrong with her? She did a great job too. Besides Robert, there will be others, right? The girl admitted that it was. The protagonist ruffled his hair and said, I understand. So, there will be many more such cases. He thought. Robert turned out to be, surprisingly, a good person. But who knows what the future will hold? He doesn't care. He needs to work harder, including for Alicia. How long will his peace last? Sometime later, the day of the market arrived. The protagonist and the Duke's daughter came to the market. Laying out goods on the counter, he expressed hope that sales would improve today. The girl asked if she could also inspect the goods. She began to help him lay out the weapons. He sighed and said, they will start with the highest quality items, 3 knives and 3 D-class swords. Robert had recently bought the same sword from him. Next in line are D-class swords and knives, also 3 each. Iva's bought these from him. Next up is an E-class knife and sword like the ones Ivas and Weezer bought. There are also F-class goods. Now he has a good selection across all classes. He plans to offer F weapons to adventurers on a budget. It seems there are a lot of new faces on the market today. This time, he has prepared several budget options. This time there's a lot of goods, and today he also plans to haggle with buyers. Alicia noted that she agreed with him. The most important thing now is to convince people to buy their goods. He said, well then, today they need to go all out. The girl noted, and here comes the bargaining. Watching the movement of people, MC said, there are more people today. Alicia exclaimed, excellent. Then he needs to speak up. He remembered the first customer. It turned out to be an adventurer. He sold him an F-class knife and a sword. The guy offered him 12,000 crowns for the goods, and he agreed to the offered price. Although, of course, he wanted to get 15,000 for them. But this guy was a much better bargainer than he. In fact, he sincerely wanted to support and supply adventurers. If he manages to establish contact with them, perhaps it will work out like with Ivas. He will consider this an investment in the future. At that moment, Rig approached them and joyfully exclaimed, long time no see. He was glad to see them again. The young man politely tipped his hat in greeting. He asked how they were doing. The protagonist thought in surprise, that traveling merchant. He hoped to meet him again. Rig declared that his sword was amazingly good, and it had been very useful in his travels. It turned out to be much lighter and more durable than he expected, and very easy to wield. The merchant thanked him, adding that the sword also had very high magical transmission. It was hard to believe the weapon was made of E-class ore. The protagonist remarked in surprise. Wow, he liked it so much he was very happy about it. The young man added that the magic even tempered the blade during use. An enchanted weapon is simply a miracle. So today he'd like to buy more. Would he be okay with a little bit of everything? One glance is enough to tell that the quality of this product is higher than last time. He likes these swords and knives. Does he mind if he takes a look? MC, listening to him in bewilderment, thought in surprise, was he pointing at D-class goods? This guy has a keen eye. Having chosen a weapon, Rig thanked Fake and asked how much he owed. The protagonist calculated and asked how much he needed. In total, there were 12 swords and knives. Rig thought for a moment and then said, okay, he'll take it all. The protagonist looked at the merchant in amazement and then joyfully exclaimed, yes, thank you. After that, he turned to Alicia and asked her to pack all the goods Rig had chosen. The merchant said, referring to the price. After a while, the guy said with a smile, shake. The protagonist exclaimed, well, this time they'll settle on 500,000 crowns. He knew haggling with Rig would be more difficult than with Robert. Traveling merchants are very skilled at that. And yet, he got more than he expected. And that's very good. The merchant thanked them for the goods and added that he still hadn't introduced himself, but his name was Rig. He noticed the swords had an engraving on the hilt that said, Fake. Would he mind if he used it? MC replied, not at all. Rig said, he'll be very grateful to him. Thank you. Fake bowed his head to him and said, thank him too. The merchant waved and exclaimed, in that case they'll see each other again. After bidding them farewell, Rig left. Alicia excitedly told the protagonist, he did it. He bought so much. Their dream came true. She's so happy. Just as she thought, he has an amazing weapon. He thanked her sheepishly, noting that her words gave him confidence. They would keep it up. After a while, to the allies' regret, the entire stock ran out. The variety of classes in the assortment must have had something to do with it. He thought he'd have to take that into account in the future. Alicia exclaimed, they sold so much today. The protagonist replied, it's all thanks to that peddler Rig, and of course to her. Thank her for everything. The girl objected. What's he talking about? They sold so many because he has high-quality goods. On their way home, they met Evas and Weather. Evas greeted them cheerfully and asked how they were doing. Were they heading home? MC replied with a smile that they were. Weather turned to Fake and began to thank him for his work. The guy enthusiastically added, his sword is simply wonderful. It's so easy to use. It exceeded all expectations. The protagonist sheepishly remarked, really, he's glad to hear it. Weather thanked him again for such a high-quality product. Evas mentioned, by the way, he has a request. Do they take custom orders? The allies responded with surprise. Of course. Are they looking for something specific? Evas pointed at his weapon and said, simply, this sword is certainly very handy, but he needs something a little shorter. Is that possible? The protagonist thought, understanding him. He probably needed a dagger more than a sword. Weather exclaimed, but he has the opposite. He needs something longer and wider. The MC replied that that it was possible, but he would need to find out more to understand exactly what they wanted, and custom orders would cost more. They could meet later and discuss all the details. The adventurers happily agreed, saying they would really look forward to their meeting. Fake thought, finally, he would start making custom orders. He wanted to get started as soon as possible. Ivas asked when would be convenient for him. The protagonist answered, anytime, and suggested, then maybe they could meet tomorrow in front of the Adventurers Guild. Ivas exclaimed, in that case, wouldn't he like to go on an adventure and then visit the weapon shop together? The protagonist exclaimed in admiration. What did he say? He said something about an adventure? Then he added happily, okay, he'll need to see them both in action to figure out exactly what kind of sword they'll need. He'll also need to visit a weapons shop and look for something similar so he can use it as a template. The adventurers exclaimed, excellent, they've reached an agreement. Ivas added, he'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. They said goodbye, and Alicia asked, so, they're going on an adventure together tomorrow? The protagonist was surprised. Does she want to go too? She replied, yes, she'd heard he could fight too. He admitted, yes, he'd obtained all the materials himself before coming to court. The girl exclaimed enthusiastically, she wants to see it too. The protagonist objected, it's too dangerous. There will be monsters there, so taking her would be the wrong decision. Alicia said passionately, she's trained in swordsmanship, even if it's only for self-defense. She certainly won't be a burden to them. MC sighed, realizing it wouldn't be easy to convince her, so he said, okay, he understood. If anything happens, he'll protect her. Let her be by his side tomorrow. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked him to say it again. He wondered, why? She said it bashfully. It was so nice to hear. Let him please say it again. Fake scratched his head in embarrassment and muttered. Now he felt awkward. What was she doing all of a sudden? Sighing, he repeated, let her be by his side tomorrow. He'll protect her. Alicia almost squealed with joy and thanked him. The protagonist wondered, was she making fun of him? He asked, isn't that awkward? Would she have said something like that if he asked? She confusedly asked what he wanted to hear. He thought she liked him, or something like that. Although, no, that's too straightforward. The girl said, she wants to be near him. It was as if a shock went through him. What had she just said? Alicia was embarrassed and asked if those were the words he wanted to hear from her. His thoughts were racing. Was it too soon? Had he put her in an awkward position? Utterly embarrassed, he exclaimed, no, that's not it. He actually said it without thinking. She immediately sank and looked at him sadly. While he was thinking about what to say in response to her remark, Alicia walked away. The protagonist began to stop her. The girl said, if he wants her to say it, she will. He thought with relief. At least she didn't make him repeat that remark again. That's something, right? A little later, MC came to Goral with a report and reported that today's revenue was 512,000 crowns. The Duke exclaimed in surprise. What did he just say? MC said, today he presented a selection of weapons of various classes. The peddler Riggs seemed to like his goods, so he bought everything wholesale. Goral said with surprise, he understood. If the merchant liked them, he assumed they would buy even more in the future. Fake said it was all thanks to the wonderful working conditions he'd created for him. The Duke responded rather rudely. Let him listen carefully. He's still on probation. He hasn't given any approvals yet. The protagonist said, confused. Of course, he'll continue to work hard. He thought, perhaps for aristocrats, this isn't such a large sum. Goral is looking for a first-class blacksmith. The Duke added that he'd also heard something from Alicia. Is it true that they're going on an adventure tomorrow? The protagonist replied, somewhat sheepishly, that's true. More precisely, they'll be joining adventurers who've placed custom orders to see them in action. He intends to craft a weapon that's perfect for them. Every adventurer needs a sword that suits their fighting style, and he'd like to see it for himself so he can fulfill the order most accurately. Goral thoughtfully remarked on how meticulously he approaches his work. MC remarked, he makes every effort to ensure high-quality work. The Duke said he'll assign them an escort, just in case. They'll keep watch from a distance. If anything happens to Alicia, he'll be in trouble. Fake readily replied that he understood. The man asked if he had combat experience. The protagonist remarked that before coming to court, he'd provided his own materials. Therefore, he's quite adept at dealing with low-ranking monsters. Goral said he was pleased to hear that. Perhaps one day he'll test his strength. The protagonist agreed. Of course, he'll demonstrate if necessary. The Duke said, fine. Let him rest today and tomorrow with his life. Let him protect his daughter. Sometime later, as MC was lying on his bed, he looked at his hands and thought, it's been a while since he's fought. He traced the spell on his hand with 2 fingers and noted it, but he remembered the sensation well. He was confident everything would be fine. The next day, the allies met at the agreed-upon location. Fake said, well, time to go. On the way, Ivas addressed the protagonist respectfully. The protagonist said that from now on, they should drop the formalities and communicate more neutrally. What do they think? The adventurers agreed with his proposal, and he, Ivas, should address him more simply. The adventurer said, embarrassed, he can't do that. It's too much for him. In the end, they agreed on simpler address and communication. MC asked the guys, what are their plans for today? Ivas replied, they've accepted a quest from the guild to hunt monsters in this forest. He was surprised. Monsters. And here, the guy answered, there should be wolves and goblins here, and a wolf leader. Weather added that if they go deeper, they'll run into orcs. There are no stronger monsters in the area. Fake said, I understand. They're not planning to go deeper into the forest, right? Ava said their goal today is to demonstrate their fighting style, so have them observe them carefully. The protagonist answered he understood them. After a while, the protagonist suddenly put his hand to his chest. Alicia immediately asked anxiously, does something hurt? He answered, no, he's just casting a spell on himself. The girl exclaimed in surprise. What on himself? He explained that it was similar to enhancement magic. You can strengthen the body this way and monitor its condition. It's like tempering a blade, carefully, and without harming it. He thought that this way he could protect her. He told her that if anything was wrong, she should tell him right away, okay? The girl assured him she would. Ivas looked at them cheerfully and remarked that he could see they weren't wasting their time. MC advised him not to tease him. The adventurer replied with a laugh. He hadn't intended to. They just looked so cute. By the way, does his girlfriend know how to fight? Alicia said, in self-defense. So what? The adventurer exclaimed. I see. In that case, he supposes she might need her companion's protection? She sheepishly replied, perhaps. Iva said dreamily, she'll press herself against him shoulder to shoulder, after which their touching will develop into a heated embrace. Weather, hitting his partner on the head, advised his allies to ignore this idiot. Eva's feigned sadness. Why are beastmen so strong? Alicia assured Weather that everything was fine. She grabbed Fake's clothes, and he looked at her in surprise. The girl asked if she could walk beside him. He replied, yes, of course. It's quite dangerous here. The protagonist put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her gently closer. She was incredibly embarrassed, but very pleased with his gesture. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He would definitely protect Alicia. You have to be especially vigilant in the forest. After a while, Weather stopped abruptly, listened, and said, the wolves are approaching. Let them stand behind them. When the enemies appeared, Weather commanded his comrade to advance. The adventurers rushed forward at the enemies. The protagonist was amazed at how fast. Watching the adventurers, he noted their agility, speed, and precision. Iva shouted, go first, and with one deft blow, he destroyed the first wolf. Drops of his blood stained Ivas's face. The remaining monster stopped, assessing the situation. Weather shouted, and the second followed suit, cutting down another enemy with a single blow. Then he deftly turned and also dispatched the last enemy in one blow. Afterwards, he smiled at his allies and said, that's it. He and Ivas bumped fists, and his comrade exclaimed, well done. The protagonist thought happily, he got it. While Ivas distracted the enemy, Weather finished him off. So that's their tactic. Ivas's speed, he moves very nimbly and dodges enemies, and Weather's strength, beastmen are much stronger than ordinary humans, giving them an advantage. Ivas asked him, well, how's it going? MC replied, excellent. He had ideas about what kind of weapons he could make for them. They're both strong. Their duo combines speed and strength. He doesn't think there's a monster in this forest capable of defeating them. The adventurers were embarrassed, but he praised them to no end. Fake took out his weapon and asked if he could try it too. The adventurers stared at him in confusion. What was he talking about? But after a while, they were already lying in wait. Suddenly, Ivas exclaimed, there! The protagonist was surprised. 2 goblins? They hadn't noticed them yet, and that was great. The protagonist spotted a rock on the road, picked it up, magically enhanced it, and hurled it at the enemies, leaping out from cover. The rock smashed into the head of one of the monsters, and the second lunged at MC. Fake, waiting for the goblin to approach him, swung his sword sharply, killing the enemy with one blow. The goblin hit by the rock jumped up and also lunged at the protagonist. The protagonist, standing still, waited for the opportune moment and also dispatched this monster with ease. Afterward, he wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled. Weather exclaimed in admiration. He was incredibly strong. He asked, incredible? They're exaggerating. He used to gather the materials himself, so this kind of battle is nothing new to him. Ivas exclaimed, with him they'll instantly become the strongest group of adventurers in the kingdom. Let him join them. MC replied, let them forgive him. But he's more interested in blacksmithing. Alicia said admiringly, he was simply incredible. He sheepishly thanked her. Ivas exclaimed, it seemed like she was enjoying watching him too. Fake said, let them show him some more of their tactics, and then they'll return to the workshop. The boys happily agreed. The protagonist spent some time studying their fighting style. Considering Iwa's speed and agility, he decided that a light, short sword would be best for him. A long sword would suit Weather. He was more comfortable wielding a heavier weapon. Before he began, he needed to learn more about their preferences. Returning to the workshop, he asked Ivas about a short sword. The adventurer paused, examined the weapon offered, and said it was a bit long for him, and also too heavy. The protagonist asked, how do you feel about daggers? The guy sheepishly replied, the blade itself is too short, but the weight, it's just perfect. Just right, the protagonist said, seeming to understand. He needed a shorter, lighter sword. He turned to Weather and asked, what about his? The guy took the weapon and said the weight of this sword would definitely cut down any enemy in its path. After a while, as they were saying goodbye, MC thanked the adventurers for their time. Now he had a rough idea of what their ideal weapon should look like. The guys thanked him in return and asked how much they'd paid for the weapon. Fake paused, wondering if he really had to pay that much. Considering the custom order and the materials, he didn't want to downplay his efforts too much, but these guys were his first clients, after all. He announced that if the final weapon was satisfactory, he was offering the Ivas weapon for 40,000 crowns and the Wezer weapon for 60,000. Ivas was surprised, even cheaper than he expected. The protagonist caught himself and added that this price was based on the assumption that they would give him their old weapons to be melted down. Otherwise, another 40,000 crowns would be added to the price. Ivas exclaimed joyfully. He understood. He wouldn't mind giving up his old weapon for such a good discount. The protagonist concluded, so they had a deal. The weapons would be ready by the next auction. Thanks again for today. The adventurers thanked him in return and said they would eagerly await his creation. He said, excellent. He would begin work tomorrow. They wished him luck and left. Alicia looked at her fiancé with admiration. The next day, when MC arrived at the workshop, he rolled up his shirt sleeves and announced, so, he'll start with a weapon for Ivas. His weapon should be a cross between a dagger and a short sword. It should also combine the weight of a dagger with the length of a sword. He'll have to reduce the amount of magic ore used for forging, but that way the weapon won't last long. Ivas and Weather are partners. They'll have many more battles to face together, which means their weapon must be very reliable. He'll have to work hard to achieve that. He set to work. After a while, the iron plate was ready. Next, Fake began creating the weapon's shape. When that was finished, he began casting the enchantments. He understood that he shouldn't overdo the enchantments. They were needed, rather, to adjust the magical code. It can be broken by a hammer blow, but thanks to the enchantment, it's easy to restore. Repeating this process several times will further engrave the magical code into the sword, like human muscles which become stronger when pushed to their limits. After the protagonist mastered this, he decided to begin tempering the steel. Alternating between heating and cooling the metal with water magic, he finally achieved the desired result. As he began sharpening, he thought, usually he does this based on personal feelings, but in this case, he should be especially meticulous. After that, the protagonist turned to the hilt. Wrapping a strip of leather around the hilt for convenience, he secured it and decided to test the piece's strength. He slashed at a post, and the severed piece instantly fell off. MC was surprised. The blade was sharper than he expected, and he hadn't even applied any additional enchantments yet. And with them, the weapon will become even sharper. It was hoped that this sword would help Ivas pave the way to the top and maintain his cheerful spirit. After a while, Fake caught his breath and declared, it's done. Ivas's sword was single-edged, somewhat similar to a falcio. He reasoned that one sharp edge would be enough for his blade. The average length is shorter than that of a sword. It weighs a little more than a dagger, but lighter than a sword. This is exactly what Ivas wanted. The protagonist sat down to rest and noticed that he was feeling a bit tired. All that remained was to make the scabbard, and then half the work was done. He hadn't thought one order could be so exhausting. This was the first custom-made sword. He hoped the guy would be satisfied. When the scabbard was also finished and the protagonist placed the sword in it, Alicia knocked on his door and asked if she could come in. He exclaimed, of course, let her in. The girl said as she could see he'd been working hard. Had he already finished part of the order? MC replied, that's right. He decided to start with a weapon for Ivas. Would she like to see it? Alicia expressed her desire and, examining the sword, said admiringly, this weapon combines power and the elegance of enchantment. It's like a true work of art. He gasped in embarrassment and thanked her for such praise. Fake added, it wasn't all for nothing. This sword alone had exhausted him. The girl smiled and said she was worried because he hadn't even shown up after noon, so she decided to check on him. He asked in surprise, how long did it take anyway? He thought he'd started working in the morning, and it felt like it took him about 5 hours to forge the sword. Alicia asked if he wanted something to eat. The protagonist replied, no, actually, he wanted to sleep. The girl sympathetically said, if that's the case, then let him lie down on her lap. She immediately sat down on the floor and patted her knees, inviting him in. The protagonist exclaimed in confusion, no, that's unacceptable. She clarified, he's tired, right? So let him lie down and not think about anything. After a brief moment of thought, he laid his head on her lap and blissfully thought how soft it was. The girl looked at him tenderly. He closed his eyes and thought, how can you even rest here? He's nervous and can't really relax. Alicia, stroking his head, asked what his plans were for today. MC replied that he was planning to make a couple of items for sale and finish them for today. And tomorrow, he needed to start an order for Weather. She clarified, right? Then he could lie down a little longer. Fake thought about doing something that could protect those important to him. Relaxing like this on the lap of his beloved, he was the happiest man in the world. The next morning, the protagonist got ready to get to work. He figured that, unlike Ivas, the weather sword would require a large amount of magical ore. Therefore, it would cost him more. First, he created a mold using earth magic to create a wide plate. Then, he placed molten magical ore into it and let it harden. After that, he needed to temper the plate again, which he did. As with the sword for Ivas, he had to repeat the same manipulations. Then he hammered the metal into the desired shape, then increased the temperature again, repeating this several times. MC considered whether he should enchant the sword. He looked through the spells, selected the necessary ones, and enchanted the blade. Stretching his shoulders from the tension, he decided to consider the weapon's final form. Unlike his partner, Weather is proficient with any type of blade. Therefore, he wanted to create a double-edged blade for it. Just as the adventurer himself had desired, a long, broad sword. His weapon must not only strike but also defeat enemies. In their duet, Ivas draws attention to himself, while Vezir delivers an instant finish. Therefore, the sword must be heavy and sharp enough to defeat an enemy with a single blow. Now, all that remains is to infuse the magical information and then forge. By repeating this process of tempering the steel, the sword can be perfected. This is magical iron, but this way it can be made even better. And yet, it is not easy to forge such a colossus. If he had not cast a spell on himself, he would have had a very difficult time. After some time, he looked at the blank and thought that he had finally achieved the desired shape and weight for the Vezir sword. Looking out the window, Fake noted in surprise. It was already noon, as he thought. Working on this sword would take much longer than on the sword for Ivas. He should rest, and then he would continue. After some time, after resting, working until evening, the protagonist finally finished. Inspecting the piece, he noticed the weapon was incredibly heavy. Tempering it hadn't been easy. Since it was a long sword, sharpening it with wind magic required more effort than usual. Finally, stroking the blade with his fingers, the protagonist warily thought the work had been much more difficult than he'd expected. Still, he should have set a higher price for this weapon. After that, he crafted the hilt, and after some time, MC exclaimed, "Now, the last try. Before the final enchantment, I need to test it out." He placed the dummy in front of him, and swinging, struck the object, alternating sides of the blade. The dummy was cut perfectly. He happily thought, with this sword, he could kill monsters with a single blow. Thanks to the double-edged blade, he could cut through anything, simply relying on its immense weight, and the finishing touch would be the appropriate enchantments that would unlock the weather's potential in battle. After an indefinite amount of time, he joyfully looked at the weapon he created and muttered, "A whole day in the workshop, and the sword is ready." He sat down on the floor, threw his head back, and said with relief, "Finally." I wondered if the boys would like their new weapon. He couldn't wait to give it to them. When Alicia came to his workshop, she tried to lift the sword and exclaimed, "It's heavy." Fake laughed and said, "He made the sword based on the build and wishes of Weather himself." He asked for her hand. When she did, he ran his fingers over her wrist and said, "He's temporarily enhanced her physical abilities. Now she can lift this weapon. Let her try." Alicia took the sword, lifted it, and noted with surprise that it really was heavy. There were only 2 people in the world who could create something like this using magic ore. The protagonist exclaimed in bewilderment, "Really? He doesn't think so." The girl said she'd met many blacksmiths, but only a few were capable of creating something like this. He was an incredible blacksmith after all. The protagonist was embarrassed by her words and thanked her, retorting that he still had room to improve. Alicia pointed out that he'd been working tirelessly in the workshop for 2 days. Was he going to dinner? He exclaimed. Yes, he was terribly hungry. She laughed and replied, "He can eat as much as he can." After some time, Ron summoned Morgan and irritably asked what their forge even did. The leader, perplexed, said, "What do you mean? What?" The captain continued. The reason he'd summoned him was because of the sword he'd been entrusted with. Why was the work so poorly done? Morgan stared at him in confusion and wondered, what's wrong with such a superb enchanted weapon? He said out loud, with emotion, "Every knight in his guild has received an enchanted blade. The forge works almost around the clock. It requires incredible effort. Their forge is already working non-stop. This art requires enormous investment, effort, energy, and endurance. Perhaps he should tell his knights to take better care of their weapons?" Ron had a point. But hadn't their forge offered to supply new weapons regularly once a month? That agreement had been made about 3 years ago. Morgan thought, sure, that's right. When Fake arrived at their palace and had already settled in, he delegated all the responsibilities to him alone. They discussed it all. They wanted to make him suffer more, so they adjusted the supply system and brought it to what it is now. But Fake dealt with these difficulties, which irritated him immensely as the guildmaster. That's why he'd agreed with the knights on a regular supply of weapons. The captain continued. Before that, deliveries had been made once every 6 months, or once every 3 months. Ron glared at the captain and said irritably that if they continued to make swords of such poor quality, they would terminate their forge's services. Morgan couldn't believe what he just said. Poor quality. He asked the commander, perplexed, what that meant. The captain declared that the sword he'd been working on was nothing compared to the one the protagonist had inlaid. So he wondered, were all those high-quality swords they'd supplied before really the work of the protagonist? None of their swords were usable. They had to fix the enchantments on every single one of them. Morgan grinned indignantly and countered that they were already working even on holidays. They didn't have time for that. Or was he prepared to raise their wages? Ron replied that if they continued to supply weapons of such poor quality, they'd have to consider lowering their wages. Morgan was about to object, but the captain interrupted him, adding that they'd been brought swords that still had MC charms on them, so they could use those as a sample. The head of the forge was outraged. He couldn't even look at such shoddy work. Ron, surprised by his impudence, exclaimed in irritation, how could he say such a thing? Even he, a man without the ability to see magical code, could see it. Morgan thought in confusion. How could he talk to him like that? Who did he take him for? The head of the forge spread his arms wide and said, "It seems the captain doesn't know. He, unlike him, doesn't have the ability to see magical code, does he? He said so himself. So he can't distinguish between crudely made code and good one. In other words, the protagonist's charms are so terrible that they can't even be fixed. There are no charms worse than these. Not a single blacksmith can even look at them, and even if he did try, he'd immediately experience unimaginable disgust, so much so that none of them would be able to continue working. That's right. About a year after the protagonist became a blacksmith, an accident occurred. He ruined a sword, and he, as the head, scolded him for it. He told him he had no talent. From now on, he'd have to sit in the workshop every day, enchanting every sword by himself. From then on, he never looked at it again, and he doesn't want to. The captain remarked in surprise, "Not a single one of them?" Morgan confirmed. "That's right," the commander drawled. "In other words, every blacksmith got into their workshop only through connections, and is effectively useless." "Is that what he's trying to say?" The forge's head thought in confusion. "That's true. Everyone, including himself, became blacksmiths at court only through connections. However, even so, they have talent. They can't be put on the same level as commoners." Ron warily declared, "Okay, enough. Let them at least enchant the swords so they're usable." He had nothing more to say. Let him go. Morgan left the captain and cursed him foully. He keeps making unilateral demands. He'd never met such a reckless person, even though they worked tirelessly. And what a captain of knights. This country's doomed. If he had become this man's personal blacksmith, his life would have been over. Thank God that didn't happen. Cooling down from his anger, Morgan muttered, "He's tired. He'll leave today's work to the others and get some rest." After a while, the captain came to their forge with a reprimand. Morgan, with surprised workers standing behind him, exclaimed in bewilderment, "What is he saying?" The commander repeated, "They're all talentless." The boss shook his head in confusion, looking at his comrades, and asked again, "What is he talking about?" They were, after all, court blacksmiths. He thought angrily of the captain. He couldn't even properly examine a charm, and he dared to make such a claim. Ron said that if they had been able to demonstrate results, he wouldn't have reported the situation to another department. Initially, he'd simply wanted Fake to check his sword. However, he never imagined that they would return this parody of a weapon to him. Those idiots had so much nerve. He shouted those last words with all his anger. The blacksmiths looked at him in confusion. They hadn't expected such a reaction, and now they were simply terrified. Morgan, barely able to stay on his feet, thought his voice was filled with mana. The other workers simply collapsed. The captain continued shouting. As soon as he began to investigate, more and more of their misdeeds came to light. It seems that besides the main character, a lot of blacksmiths have quit here, and not a single one of them lasted more than a year. It's all their fault that specialists are leaving so quickly. Morgan stammered. Yes, they have a small pool of specialists, but that's all because today's youth lack courage. The commander sternly retorted, "Not at all." According to his information, the workshop manager is bullying his new subordinates. After these words, the captain angrily grabbed Morgan by the collar, pulled him close, and added, "He's talking about him." The manager started babbling. "He's not bullying anyone. He was just training them." The commander exclaimed, "Really?" The protagonist's workload, apparently he enchanted most of the swords every day, single-handedly, from morning until night, without a break. That's all he did. He didn't even have days off. He had to spend the night in the forge. Where's the training here? He's more of a torturer than a blacksmith. Morgan cried out in fear. That's not true. The captain, unable to tolerate his insolence any longer, abruptly released him, raised his fist to strike, and rudely told him to shut his mouth. After that, he hit him in the face with such force that he flew back and blood gushed from his nose. But even then, looking at the commander's enraged face, he brazenly asked, "Does he think violence is acceptable?" Ron stomped on his face and said contritely, "How many valuable blacksmiths have they lost because of him? Compared to this, his pain is nothing. He must bring back Fake, and not just him. He will call back every blacksmith they've lost. And every one of them, the workers, will crawl on their knees before them, apologizing to those who left because of them. He will personally tell them that he is no longer the head of the workshop. He was fired, like everyone else who bullied them under his command, so he is begging them to come back. Did he understand that?" Morgan, holding his swollen cheek, exclaimed in bewilderment. "What did he say? He was fired." The captain said irritably, "It's obvious." Morgan sat up and said that he will not kneel before them. Ron added gloomily, "If they cannot return the blacksmiths, they will all be fired." He has already explained this situation in detail to his family, and it looks like they have decided to disown him. Morgan exclaimed, "No." He thought with horror. He is no longer the court blacksmith. If they also strip him of his titles, there will be no point in living anymore? The captain said yes. If they still manage to succeed and return all the blacksmiths, he thinks so be it. He will allow them to join the Night Corps. Of course they'll have to endure rigorous training, but they'll put that aside for now. Let them go gather the blacksmiths right now. Morgan wondered in confusion. Why was this happening to him? Meanwhile, the protagonist gave the adventurers their swords and remarked, "What do they think?" Evis and Weather looked at their new weapons in admiration and tried them out. Evis exclaimed in admiration, "The length is perfect. The sword is very light and compact." But even so, he sensed immense power in it. The protagonist said the weapon had been adjusted to suit his fighting style, so it's not well suited for frontal attacks. However, he wanted to make it as durable as possible, and yet, the blade might not survive a direct clash with a strong opponent like Weather. So, let him be careful. Evis replied that he understood. Thank him very much. If he fought as usual, there shouldn't be any problems. MC confirmed that it was. Then he looked at Weather. who was easily holding his weapon outstretched with one hand, and thought admiringly, "Wow, he can hold such a weight with one hand." He asked the guy how he liked it. The adventurer happily replied, "Everything is exactly as he wanted." Fake said, "He's glad to hear it. But what about Dina?" Weather said, "That's fine too. The sword is so perfect, he can't even believe it. Everything is exactly as he wanted. For the first time, he holds a sword that fits so well in his hand." The protagonist said, "He emphasizes one decisive blow. His styles with Ivas complement each other. His comrade lures out the enemy, and he destroys them." The guy exclaimed admiringly, "Yes, thank you. He will cherish this sword." The protagonist said with a smile, "Don't worry so much. Let him use it as much as he wants. If the sword breaks, let him just bring it to him." He thought, this is the greatest joy of a blacksmith. Of course, he didn't want them to do anything beyond the power of these swords. He said out loud, "So, the amount they had agreed on. Ivas's sword, 40,000 crowns. Wezer's sword, 60,000 crowns. When the adventurers settled up with him, the protagonist summed it up. The deal was done. He was pleased to do business with them. He thought the sword he received as part of the payment was in good condition. It just needed a little tweaking of the magic code, and it could be used. He could sell it. Iva said they were planning to take the promotion exam soon. With blades like these, they definitely wouldn't have any problems. MC remarked, "Huh? Then they should try out the weapons first to get used to them." Ivas agreed. Yes, the exam was in the evening, so they had time for it. Although, even without that, with swords like these, they would definitely pass. Wezer added, he thought so too. He felt like he'd been using this sword for years. Fake remarked with a laugh. He was glad to hear it. In any case, let them be careful. Let them take care of themselves. If they fail the test with his weapon, then he will begin to doubt his blacksmithing abilities. The adventurers assured him that they will definitely pass it. Weather exclaimed, "Yes, he will become a swordsman worthy of this sword." Ivas noted, and so did he. When the satisfied adventurers left, Alicia told the protagonist, "It worked." They were very pleased. He admitted it. He was glad they liked it. The girl clenched her fists and remarked, she hoped they would pass the test. They will definitely do it. After all, they have his weapon, he said sheepishly. That would be nice. After a while, the protagonist, having finished working on the weapon, which was returned to him as part of the payment, said, "Excellent. The enchantment is finished." He placed the sword in a row with the goods. Alicia admiringly remarked, "Wow, they all look simply excellent." At that moment, a female adventurer approached them, said hello, and expressed interest in the merchandise. The protagonist greeted her back and said that if she wanted, she could check any of them. The girl pointed to one of the swords and remarked that she'd like to hold this one. He readily handed it to her. The girl examined it, waved it, and asked what the price was. MC replied with a smile that the sword would cost 50,000 crowns. Confused, she asked if it could be sold for less. Fake asked for time to think, and remarked that he thought it could be sold for 40,000. The girl playfully asked if she could do him a favor. The protagonist, looking at her curves, blushed and said he couldn't lower the price much, but he could lower it a little. At that moment, Alicia irritatedly and decisively said, 50,000 crowns. First of all, this sword is quite high quality. Even at the starting price, it's quite a bargain. The adventurer sheepishly remarked, "So she's a girl?" Alicia challenged. "Yes, so what?" The buyer became embarrassed and muttered, "I see, she understood everything. She'll buy this sword for 50,000 crowns. The Duke's daughter thanked her for the purchase but didn't take her irritated gaze off her. The girl poured the coins into the bowl and quickly retreated, saying goodbye to them. The protagonist, surprised, asked Alicia, "What's wrong with her?" The girl asked, "Does he like curvy figures?" He retorted, perplexed, "No, what's wrong with her?" She noticed, but he was staring at the adventurer. MC said sheepishly, "Really?" He thought, not that he particularly liked curvy figures, but that's just male nature. He'd accidentally glanced at her. Flipping through the coins, he pulled out one and began examining it, feeling awkward. Alicia frowned and didn't say a word. After that, they sold 2 F-rank daggers and swords to the new adventurers. The morning's profit amounted to 180,000 crowns. Fake declared they'll keep it up. After a while, Rig approached them and greeted them, adding that they hadn't seen each other in a while. The protagonist exclaimed happily, and indeed, it had been a while. The merchant said his swords and daggers were selling like hotcakes in the neighboring town. He'd advertised it well, so he should expect a new stream of orders. The protagonist exclaimed joyfully, "Is this true? That's wonderful. Thanks for the advertising." Rig added that not only adventurers were buying his weapons, even knights were taking them. They even started bragging to other knights. Wonderful, isn't it? MC confusedly asked, "Don't knights receive weapons from the kingdom or their lords?" He thought, that's how it was in his country. That's why they had to conduct mass enchantments of weapons every week. Riggs said he was right, but it wasn't as if the weapons he issued were of good quality. Knights who reached a certain status usually acquired personal armament, so that's why he's back again. How many of these high-grade weapons do they have? Fake said confused. They have 10 of these, swords and daggers. Rig glanced at the weapons and remarked, "Excellent quality. He'll take them all." The protagonist happily thanked him for his purchase. The merchant asked how much it would cost him. The protagonist named 800,000 crowns. Rig laughed and offered, he buys in bulk, after all, maybe he could give him a discount? Like 700,000? What do you think? MC countered. That would be too low, and it would be bad for his business. He suggested adding some lower quality swords and daggers, bringing the total to 760,000. What did that sound like? The merchant exclaimed. Excellent. Bake thanked him again for his purchase. They loaded all the weapons into a crate, which the peddler's assistant, a large, silent man, hoisted onto his shoulders. Rig told the protagonist, by the way, he's leaving soon, and for a long time, so you won't be able to visit him. The protagonist drawled, upset. Is that so? That's sad to hear. The merchant added, but his apprentice, a girl named Alme, will be arriving in a week in his place, so he has a favor to ask. Could he prepare several weapons of varying quality? He'll even buy the ones she doesn't choose. He wants to see if she can properly assess the quality of the weapons before her. MC replied, he understood and will do so. The peddler thanked him and added that by that day he should have 10 swords and daggers of the highest quality and a couple of lower quality items for sale. Can he prepare all of this? Fake assured him. Yes, of course. He'll have everything ready for her arrival. Rig exclaimed. Well, excellent. This slave will come with her, so he'll recognize her right away. Alicia whispered anxiously. Is he sure he can do it all in a week? He also whispered back. Yeah, he's used to it, so he can do it in a week. She asked him not to overwork himself. Okay? Rig checked with him. So, how much will all this splendor he ordered cost? After some thought, the protagonist said, about 1.5 million crowns. The peddler offered 1,300,000 crowns. The protagonist exclaimed, what? Alicia objected, that won't do. That's too low a price. They'll agree to at least 1,450,000. She asked MC, right? He replied, that's right. Rig said, okay, 1,400,000. Fake was ready to agree. But the Duke's daughter exclaimed indignantly, don't even think about it. 1,450,000, period. After all, they also agreed to help him train his apprentice. The peddler admitted she was right. Let it be as they said. He will pay for this amount. The protagonist thanked him, a little sheepishly, and added that they would expect his apprentice by the appointed time. Rig said he was counting on him and left. The protagonist exhaled and said with relief, thank goodness. He looked at the girl and thanked her. She responded indignantly. As always, he gives discounts too easily. MC apologized and said, he's just so glad that someone actually needs his swords. Alicia noted that she understood his feelings, but his blades were truly valuable to her. Let the payment be commensurate with his skill. He looked at her soulfully and said, okay, he'll try not to repeat the same mistake in the future. She accepted his answer with a smile. After a while, the girl asked, the apprentice, the one who mentioned Rig? He answered, yes. After all, blacksmiths also train apprentices, and working together is commonplace for them. He's lucky enough to possess magic in all attributes, so he does all the work in the workshop himself. But if the master isn't so lucky, he also, for his own convenience, takes on an apprentice, and they divide the responsibilities between them. This is especially convenient when he has to work on a large order. He's thinking of taking on an apprentice in the future too. Alicia remarked, did he really want a girl as an apprentice too? Fake was surprised. Why a girl right away? Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and exclaimed, he has an idea. Why shouldn't she become his apprentice? Forging with her would be so much fun, he thought, and besides, it's a chance to see her in a work uniform. He asked what she thought about it. Alicia looked embarrassed and said, perplexed, but she's not that good at magic. He said, exactly. He thought that since she could see magical parameters, she could learn blacksmithing. But it was much more complicated. The girl thought sadly that if she could, she would agree without a second thought. But if he took someone else as an apprentice, they would spend every day in the workshop. She clutched her head and exclaimed, no. He asked in surprise, what's wrong? Alicia said she was asking him not to take other girls as apprentices. The protagonist replied, confused. He understood. After a while, she asked where he learned blacksmithing. The protagonist replied that he was from a village, and his parents were blacksmiths. They took him in and taught him everything they knew, he thought, but, sadly, they are no longer alive. Alicia asked in confusion. They took him in? He explained that when he was very young, his biological parents abandoned him, making him an orphan. She remarked in confusion. I see. Seeing her dejected state, he exclaimed, don't let her worry about it. He was too young. And he doesn't even remember these people's faces. Alicia was silent for a moment, and then said, looking at him, today she was lucky to get to know him a little better. He looked at her tenderly, then turned his gaze to the flag with his emblem. After a while, they began to get ready to go home. Alicia said they were so lucky to have sold out. He agreed, adding that it was worth keeping the store open for so long. At that moment, Ivas and Weather called out to him joyfully. He asked if they had already passed the exam. The adventurers answered in unison. MC praised them. Well done. And what were the results? Ivas said with a laugh. They passed. They were promoted to D rank. Weather added, it's all thanks to his weapon. Fake and Alicia looked at each other with smiles, rejoicing at the success of their newfound friends. Then the protagonist said he was glad to help them, and he congratulated them on their rank advancement. Weather exclaimed, he couldn't imagine how grateful they were. His weapon was so light and easy to use, so they'll soon reach C rank. He looked at them earnestly and said, it's not just the weapon. They only received it recently, but they'd mastered it so quickly. Thanks to their abilities, they managed to pass the exam. The adventurers retorted, no wait, it's all thanks to him. The protagonist said, if they need a weapon again, let them ask. By then, he'd try to obtain better magical steel. He thought the current magical metal would be weak for their skill. Ivas added, They'll recommend it to their friends. He thanked them with a smile and wished them luck in rank advancement. They said goodbye, and the adventurers departed. The protagonist watched them go, thinking that the people who had received the weapons he had crafted with his own hands were rising to the top right before his eyes. And it was so gratifying to watch. He said, well, he'll be just as high as them. Alicia smiled and replied, let him try. Sometime later, he reported to Goral that the total profit was 1.2 million crowns. The Duke asked, a large custom order from a merchant? The protagonist replied, yes. Adventurers were also visiting the shop. Little by little, his wares were becoming recognizable. The Duke remarked that things seemed to be improving for him. He replied, well, more than enough. Goral acknowledged that his skill was beyond doubt. He paused, ignoring the protagonist. MC asked if something had happened. Goral replied, no, he just received a letter. With that, the man handed him an envelope. Fake looked at the address and noticed with surprise, from Robert? Goral opened his envelope and said he'd also received a letter from the same guy. It spoke of a commission for a blacksmith. The protagonist, after reading his letter, repeated in bewilderment, a commission for a blacksmith? The Duke asked, well, will he accept this? The protagonist exclaimed, of course. If it's a forging commission, he'll gladly take it on. The man said with a smile, if so, he'll write a reply immediately. MC happily thanked him and added that he wouldn't let him down. Leaving the Duke's office, he thought, but an order from Robert himself would be much harder to please. A short time later, the aristocrat himself arrived and, joyfully spreading his arms, shouted to Fake, they haven't seen each other for so long. Hugging him, the guy remarked, he's so glad he finally took on his commission. Fake thought irritably, his personal space. Out loud, he asked, so what weapon does he want? Robert activated his magical storage box and extended his hand towards it. He opened the chest and said that he had to take a look at it. He was surprised by what he saw and asked, isn't this the magical iron of Area? He confirmed it and said that's why he came to him. He thought with a happy look that magical iron can be extracted from the bodies of monsters. However, it's not necessary to extract something valuable from a strong monster. It all depends on luck. It might happen that the iron can drop from an ordinary goblin. That's why adventurers go hunting day after day in hopes of luck. Levert asked, isn't this wonderful? Fake agreed and asked, is this the magical metal Virea? He said that of course, it's inferior to Area, but for him, this is a rare chance to demonstrate his blacksmithing skills on such a metal, right? He agreed and thought that, in general, Area is almost never found on sale. Swords made from it are family heirlooms that are treasured like the apple of an eye. He said with a smile that, however, this was not all he had prepared for him. He looked into the chest and, with a shocked expression, said that this was in fact the claw and fang of the dragon itself. He confirmed this and said that he had penetrated his domain and they had destroyed this monster. They took the area, claws, and fang from his body. That is why he turned to him for an order. The protagonist said with a joyful look that it is not every day that a person able to defeat a dragon. He killed it alone? He denied it, and said that it is impossible to defeat such a monster alone. The knights helped him, and only with their combined efforts did they manage to kill it. In the end, he was given the honor of getting something from this victory. He said with surprise that it was simply incredible. To create a weapon from such rare materials is the best reward for a blacksmith. Levert said with a smile that he was glad that he was so inspired. He said that then they should use Area as a base, and Virea would make up the missing volume. He looked at the magic stones and thought that this meant that Virea was brought for a reason. Area alone was really not enough to make a weapon. He turned to him and asked, so he also provided materials from the dragon itself. He agreed and said that, according to his plan, the fang and claw should make up for the lack of material and improve the quality of the product. He said that this was good, but even so, the result would be worse than that of a pure alloy. However, he still wanted to make a sword from what he had. He sighed and said that he understood that they would have to compromise. It was inevitable. Therefore, he placed high hopes on his skills. He said with a small smile that he would not let him down. He looked at the materials laid out on the table and thought that perhaps this was the nature of all blacksmiths, but seeing so many rare materials, he felt a pleasant anticipation. He could hardly wait to get to work. He looked at him and asked what weapon he wanted him to forge. Levert took out a sword, gave it to him, and said that it should be of the same shape as this sword. He took the sword out of its sheath, examined it, and said that it was a sword that combined Virea and Sirea metals, a sincerely and carefully forged blade, and the enchantment was done to perfection. He confirmed this and said that this time he wanted him to use materials from a dragon and Irea metal to create an even more perfect blade. MC asked if he could only cast different enchantments. He said, in a calm tone, that if the blade became better than the current one, he did not mind and trusted his intuition. Weight, length, shape, let everything be as he felt. He said that he understood everything and would try to forge a sword that would live up to his expectations. Levert sat down on a chair nearby, and he put the magic stones in the bowl, and thought that first he needed to melt and mix the two types of metal. Here you need to follow the standard procedure, nothing complicated. He finished melting these metals, and thought that it had fused perfectly. He looked at the dragon's materials and thought that this also needed to be melted and mixed. He felt a barely noticeable warmth, as if a heart was beating in it. Such a strange sensation. He put the materials in a bowl, used fire magic, and thought that it was not giving in at all. Apparently, dragons really are resistant to high temperatures. he will have to fine-tune the magical flow and increase the heat to the required level. He noticed that the materials began to melt and said that the shape had finally begun to change. Levert was surprised by this and said that he did not expect him to figure it out so quickly. He expected nothing less from him. Ordinary blacksmiths do not even take on dragon materials. Only a specialist does this, but he was able to adjust in an instant. Only a true master is capable of this. He finished melting the materials and thought that now it was completely fused. The molten metal and draconic materials needed to be mixed. He would cast the blank. He combined the two red-hot metals and declared that the synthesis of the magical properties of all the materials had been successfully completed. Levert looked at it in amazement and declared it to be stunning, a magnificent piece of work. Fake thanked him and said that he would now shape the sword, but it was still far from complete. Would he continue to observe? He agreed with an interested expression and said that such skill wasn't something one could learn every day. He asked to be present until the very end. It was an invaluable experience. He didn't object, continued working, and reflected that the forging followed a standard algorithm, with magical parameters monitored. Despite the fusion of magical metal and draconic components, their essences were not yet synchronized. The external integrity was deceptive. Internally, they had not yet merged. By shaping the sword, he weaves magical currents together. When the alloy becomes coherent, he deliberately destroys the structure in order to rebuild it. Only in this way does the steel become stronger. He continued working and thought that this work had taken the whole day, and the continuation had to be postponed until the morning. The next morning, Levert, who had spent the night there, was already standing at the anvil to begin work. After the final shaping of the blade, he checked that everything had turned out perfectly in length and width, but before sharpening, there was still a check. For a double-edged sword, symmetry and balance are critical. The next step is to make a handle from area metal and attach it to the sword. The protagonist finished making the sword and asked if he would like to try it out before the final finishing. They went outside, he took the sword in his hands, swung it a few times, and turned to him with a joyful look. He looked at it and asked how he liked it. Levert said that it was simply wonderful. After all, it was an exact copy of the original sword. To recreate something like that in one forging was flawless. He said that he was glad that there were no problems. Then he would move on to the final finishing. They returned to the forge, where he continued working with magic, and he watched from the side and said that his level of wind magic was impressive. Apparently, mastery of all the elements allows one to achieve such mastery in forging. He said with a small smile that his years of training had not been in vain. The sharpening was finished. Now he would apply the final enchantments. He thought that the enchantments would basically replicate those on his sword, but he would also fix some problems and modify it for the magical metal area. Sometime later, when he finished applying the enchantments, Levert picked up the sword again and said that the sword didn't just fit perfectly in his hand. The transfer of magic was amazingly effective, and the quality and precision of the enchantments were beyond praise. MC said that he was glad that he liked it. He turned to him with a joyful look and said that, however, he wouldn't be able to fix a masterpiece of this level himself if it broke. He laughed and said he didn't have to worry about that. Thanks to the alloy containing area metal, it would be fine for about 2 months. He grabbed his hands, pressed his face to theirs, and said his hands were creating real miracles, and he envied his blacksmithing talent. He pulled his hand away and with a displeased expression, asked him to stop, and he thanked him and said that he proposed to proceed with payment right away. How about a fee of 5 million crowns? He was surprised by this amount and said that it was too much. After all, he himself provided him with all the materials and immediately guided him based on the shape of the sword. He could take 300,000 crowns for his services. Levert said that he had specifically taken all the nuances into account. Few people are even capable of converting such material. He included a fee for unique skills. Weapons made of area metal are worth 10 times more, aren't they? He handed him a small box and said that this box with the items was where the entire amount was. He was surprised by this and asked, "Aren't these the rare artifacts that only occasionally appear in dungeons?" He couldn't simply accept such value. He said the blade was worth it. He had to believe him. A sword made of Irian metal could compete even with a weapon made of Eslian steel. He wanted to continue working with him as a blacksmith, and this would be useful. Let it serve his future. Fake agreed to accept this gift and thanked him. He thanked him in return for the sword and said that he vowed to become a warrior worthy of his creation. If he ever needed help, he was at his service. Sometime later, in the room, Alicia called him and said that his skill was truly great. The sword given by Levert exceeded all expectations. To process such metal and dragon components is already a feat. Even her father was amazed. She was sure that he would recognize his skill. He took a cup of tea in his hand and with a small smile said that he hoped that one day it would be so. He looked down and thought, but if he really recognized him, What would it change in their relationship? After all, he was just a false suitor, a shield from other suitors. Would this really go on forever? Of course, if he could continue to be useful to her, then he was only happy. However, how long could they deceive the Lord? And yet, in the end, when she finds someone who truly loves her, his role will come to an end. It all started with her pity, with the fact that she, being kind, felt sorry for him, whom everyone mocked. He had already forgotten about it and began desperately trying his best at blacksmithing to earn recognition. How childish it was. She noticed his worried look, called him, and asked if he felt unwell or was tired from forging the sword. The protagonist raised his head, denied it, and said that everything was fine. Rig's apprentice, Alme, was coming to them next week. There were still a couple of orders from other clients, and he hadn't even sat down to work to sell it yet. She said that he had already spent so much time and effort on the sword for Levert. Now he also had to prepare for the new work week. He agreed and said that it was his hobby that brought him income, so he wasn't complaining. She called him and said that she had asked him to rest more. He said that, however, he wasn't even tired. Alicia, looking worried, said that, however, she was worried about him. Maybe he could rest this week? He thought about this proposal and said that it was okay to take their time for a change. Could they go somewhere just the two of them? Eat something tasty? She agreed with a joyful expression on her face, and he thought that he didn't know what awaited them in the future. But he couldn't curb his thirst for forging truly worthy blades. He wanted his swords to find many owners. This was his meaning of existence, and it was unshakable. He was simply fulfilling his duty as a blacksmith, as his heart dictated. At the same time, Goral stood in his office, looked out the window, and remembered how Levert came to him and said that he was grateful to him for permission to order counterfeit weapons from this blacksmith. Aryan magical iron, Varea magical metal, dragon claw, and fang. He was able to combine all of these materials in a single blade. The result exceeded all his expectations. He looked at the sword in shock and asked if such a blade could really be forged. Could he inquire? Having received consent, he asked if he could tell him why he ordered the sword from him in the first place. They were both contenders for his daughter's hand, and he was a blacksmith himself. He was taken aback by this question and said that Lady Alicia had rated his talent so highly that as a fellow blacksmith, he wanted to test his true capabilities. Moreover, he admitted that even for him, processing and shaping such materials was no easy task. As a blacksmith, he was amazed by his skill. It was no wonder the lady singled him out from the others. Currently, Goral approached a small chest, opened it, and looked at the sword inside with a serious expression. He said, with a slightly sad expression, that it might be this one. After some time, MC came to the bazaar and thought that today, after a 2-week break, they had reopened the stall, taken their usual place, and prepared everything for work. As usual, they divided the goods by quality, plus they added a batch for Alma, Rig's apprentice. He forged more swords and daggers to attract customers. With a slight smile, he said that the box of items given to him by Levert had also come in handy. Alicia stood nearby and said that thanks to it, he was able to carry many more things. Later, interested people began to come to them, recognizing his shop and saying that he had bought his sword from a traveling merchant last time. The quality was excellent. It fit perfectly in his hand. He even let his comrades try it, and now everyone was eager to get their hands on the same sword, so they came in person. Could they look at his wares? He agreed with a happy expression and thanked him for the praise. He looked at the customers examining his wares and thought that the traveling merchant was probably Rig. Although he said he advertised his wares, he didn't expect customers to come to him right away. The customers decided what they wanted to buy and told him about it. He thanked them joyfully for their purchases and named the price for the items they had chosen. After that, he looked at the money he had received and thought that he had sold them at a discount. But even so, their order brought him 200,000 gold. He had 3 customers at once since early morning. That was luck. Then other customers arrived. Some brought friends. He was grateful to those who praised his blades in taverns. And some came because of rumors of Ivas's strength. Others he learned from merchants. By midday, the shop was full of people. Alicia stood next to the empty boxes and said that it was incredible. There was no end to the customers today. Fake turned to her, agreed, and said that he was grateful to Rig for such advertising and fame. She was putting the empty boxes aside, agreed, and said that his students should hurry because they would run out of blades. He said that if things continued like this, then it really was so. He looked to the side and thought that there were clearly more people compared to last time. Even if not everyone was buying, but just looking, this was an excellent sign. Later, another man came to them, immediately took out money, and said that he wanted to buy these 2 daggers and 2 swords. She thanked him for the purchase and said that they really should not sell everything. He said that, however, noticeably fewer people were starting to look at them. He looked around the market, and his attention was caught by a girl who attracted the attention of many men around. She looked in his direction and asked, "This is that stall over there, right?" She approached them, greeted them with a cheerful smile, introduced herself and asked, "He's a fake, right?" He confirmed it and asked, "She must be Rig's student, right?" She laughed, agreed, and said that as her teacher had probably already told him, she came in his place today. He highly praised his products, saying that he makes amazing weapons. He became nervous because she leaned too close and asked, "Is that really true?" Alicia looked at him with a serious expression, and he said that he had prepared a weapon for her to evaluate. They walked to the place where several of his products were lying, and he said that he had prepared several goods for her. She could choose the ones she liked. She raised her hand and thanked him for it with a cheerful voice. She began to examine these weapons, and the protagonist thought that he mixed high-quality things with inferior ones. Will she be able to tell the difference? She examined all the weapons he offered, chose a sword and a dagger, and said that she would take 10 of these items, nothing more. He was surprised by this, and thought that although the difference was not so noticeable visually, she had unmistakably chosen the best. He said that all this would cost her 1,450,000 crowns. She came closer to him, took his hand, and asked about the payment. Maybe he would give her a discount? He and Alicia were shocked by what had happened, and she said in a cheerful tone that she was asking for a very small discount as a regular customer. He tried to refuse, but she insisted, and he wondered, did she decide to seduce him? She had picked the wrong man. He had the one he loved, although, to be honest, such things were not disgusting to him. However, if she were disappointed in him now, it would be tantamount to death for him. He pulled his hand from her grip, refused to give a discount, and said that this was the final amount. She was upset about this, sighed, and said that the seduction trick hadn't worked. He hadn't been so weak. Alma handed him the bags of money and said that, by the way, he really was a master of his craft. Where had he worked before? He emptied the money from the bag into the chest and said that he had worked for the Revinald Empire, but was lucky enough to move here. She said with a small smile that they might cross paths again, so she wasn't saying goodbye to them. The man who came with her carried the weapons he had bought, and she blew him a kiss and said, "See you soon." MC didn't respond to this and thought that he couldn't be fooled so easily. He turned and said that they were lucky to sell so many weapons at a good price. He called Alicia by name because she didn't answer, and she asked with a little embarrassment, "After all, he likes the big ones, right?" He was surprised by this question and asked in a puzzled tone, what was she even talking about? She said with a worried look that he had been looking at Lady Alma's body. He denied it and said that everything was completely different. She didn't believe it and said that she saw how he looked at her. He asked to listen to him and asked, "A man, he's basically a male, right? Wild males usually react to movement, prey, and threat. It's an instinct that can't be helped." She asked with a worried look, if since she doesn't have such a body, does that mean she doesn't deserve attention? He said that's not what he wanted to say at all. She came up to him and grabbed his hand, causing him to blush with embarrassment, and she asked if she couldn't do that. What about a body like hers, or did he not like girls like that? He denied it and thought that he liked her first and foremost, and that his preferences were based on her. Alicia let him go, apologized, and said that she had put him in such an awkward position. He denied it and said that everything was fine. They both fell silent, and he thought that trading was over for the day. The very last customer being Alme. Today they earned 3,120,000 crowns. This is the most profitable day ever at the market. After some time, he came with this money to Goral's office. He was surprised. It seems that today things are going better than expected. Fake agreed and said that some of the orders came from a traveling merchant. He bowed to him and said that that was all. He asked to take his leave. He asked him to wait and thought about something with a serious expression until he turned to him. He collected his thoughts and said that, frankly, he was amazed. He never thought that he would be able to establish such sales in a foreign country where no one knew him. He was glad to hear it and said that he was just lucky. So far, most of his income depends on that merchant. If he loses interest in him, his profits will plummet. He thought about how many people supported him. Everyone who bought his works, Ivas, Vesser, Rig, Alme, Levert, and Alicia. It was thanks to them that he was able to grow to such heights. He sat at his desk and asked if that might be true. But did his entire income depend only on that merchant? He said with a small smile that, fortunately, some adventurers who bought his products recommend him to their comrades. So little by little, he is becoming more famous. He said that this means that his weapons really help people. It turns out that people returned to him because of his skill. He was touched, bowed, and thanked him. Goral stood up from his chair, walked past him, and said that he had a favor to ask of him. The protagonist followed him and asked what he wanted. He opened the chest in his office and asked if he could restore this sword. He carefully took the sword in his hands and asked to let him look at it. He tried to examine the enchantment, but he suddenly felt worse due to the density of data, and he thought as if someone had rammed an entire library into his brain at once. If the blade caused such sensations, it meant that it contained more magical information than he could perceive. He noticed that he felt unwell, called his name and asked if he was all right. He turned to him, agreed, and asked to let him focus on the sword. He began to examine the system windows and thought that the enchantment itself was simple, but the amount and power of magic invested in it were truly colossal. The damage was visible everywhere. If you use a sword like this in this condition, it would break sooner or later. He warned that he had identified the problem, and Goral asked if he could fix it. MC agreed and said that, however, due to the enormous amount of magical information, he couldn't fix it in one go. It would take him about a day. He understood him and said that he shouldn't rush. It was better to do everything thoroughly and reliably. He agreed and said that's exactly what he would do. He sheathed the sword and thought that it looked like this blade meant a lot to the master. It needed to be repaired thoroughly, but quickly, so that it could be returned to the owner's hands as soon as possible. The next day, he came to the forge, put on gloves, and with a determined look said that he was full of strength they could get to work. He began to examine the sword he had received and thought that the amount of data was still inconceivable. There were numerous damaged symbols, entire sections were non-functional, and he would have to restore everything with pinpoint precision to preserve the original magical structure. He continued to examine the system windows and thought that this sword was forged from an alloy of Aryan and Elios iron. Judging by the materials, he could tell he was holding the work of a true master. The master's mark was incredibly strong, and the amount of magic sealed within it was incomparable to a regular weapon. It looked like the repairs would take much longer than he thought. He set to work and thought that whoever had cast these enchantments had probably labored on it for days without rest. Recreating everything from scratch would be a hellish task, but he was capable of fixing it. However, the most amazing thing is that these spells did not lose their power for more than 10 years. Could an alloy of 2 steels really do such a thing? No, it was more a matter of skill. Without the skills of a top-class blacksmith, this would not have happened. This meant his art still had room to improve. If he ever creates a weapon like this, it will survive the ages. Not for glory or a place in history, but so that even after death his blades can protect people. Enough thinking. By noon, the bulk of the work is finished. Only a few finishing touches remain. He heard a knock on the door, turned around, and allowed entry. Alicia came inside and said that she saw that he was hard at work. How is the repair going? Fake said that he had done most of the work, only the finishing touches remained. She asked, how did he manage to do so much in half a day? He said that this was a regular sword repair. She touched the blade of the sword and said that it really was incredible. This blade was forged by her father's father, that is, her grandfather. He was surprised by what he heard and was about to ask something, but she said that he died 10 years ago. He looked at the sword and asked, so this blade is very dear to Lord Goral? She agreed, and he said that it turned out that he had asked him to repair something so precious to him. He thought that he would not have trusted him with this blade without thinking twice. She said that her father tried to fix the sword, but he couldn't, and he grieved for a long time about it. Her father didn't have much talent for blacksmithing, so he couldn't restore the blade that he inherited after her grandfather's death. He understood this, and, with a serious expression, thought that this order was probably a test for him. The master had not yet fully recognized his skill and still entrusted him with his blade. This means, at the very least, he believes in him. This sword probably holds dear memories for him. He said with a slight smile that now he had even less room for error. She wished him good luck with a smile, and then left the forge. He continued repairing the sword, and thought that several hours had passed since the final touches were made, and finally, the finishing touches were complete. The repair was finished on time. He checked every detail over and over again to see if there were any unnoticed flaws. Was he able to recreate the original enchantment closely enough? He made adjustments dozens of times and finally succeeded. Later, Alicia came to him and asked if she could take a look at it. He agreed and said that it might be difficult for her to look at it because of the abundance of magical information, so she should be careful. She promised to take this into account, tried to examine the enchantment, immediately felt it, and he asked with a worried look if she was okay. She, with a slightly confused look, said that it was beautiful work, although she had only been able to glance at it briefly. However, she felt the emotions that her grandfather had once put into this blade, as if the blade had come to life and was bursting with new strength. She bowed with a small smile and said that she was grateful to him for returning the former power to the sword of House Barnasto. He, with a small smile, said that there was no need for thanks. Such words meant a lot to him. Okay. He'll take this sword to the master right now, she said with a joyful look that she was sure that her father would jump for joy like a child. The protagonist was surprised by this and asked with a thoughtful look, can the master really behave like this? She said that her father could be surprisingly sweet. He remembered the past and said that if he thought back, he actually saw this once. Although he was nervous, now he can't wait to see his reaction. She said that he should run to him faster. When he entered his office, he asked with a shocked expression if he had already repaired this sword. He agreed and said that he restored it as best he could, and asked him to take a look. He agreed, took the sword from his hands, and with obvious concern, slowly drew it from its sheath. His expression clearly expressed sadness, which made him nervous, after which he made a few swings with the repaired sword. He put it on the table, opened the enchantments, struggled with the terrifying magical power, and began to examine it closely. When he finished examining, he took a deep breath and said that this was indeed his father's sword, exactly like the day he first entrusted it to him. Because of this, he began to cry with joy and said that this was the very sword. He never thought that he would ever again see the former greatness and power of this sword. He called him by name and said that he was a truly outstanding blacksmith. He was surprised by his praise and thanked the master for it. He bowed to him and he again called him by name and said that he recognized him as Alicia's fiancé. He was shocked by this, and he said with a smile that only he was worthy of taking care of his daughter. He thought with surprise that it seemed to him that a long time would pass before he heard these words. He bowed, thanked him, but in his soul he was sad, and he thought that, however, he was only her false fiancé. Goral approached him, stroked his head and said that he should not make her sad. He agreed, and he removed his hand and asked, his daughter, the very picture of charm? He agrees, right? He agreed without a doubt, and he said that, however, if he dared to succumb to base impulses, his head would adorn the picket fence. He understood him, and he turned away and said that, although, by mutual agreement, perhaps he would allow it. He thanked him with a confused look and wondered what this situation was. They were talking about the sword, and now this. He said that he shouldn't abandon blacksmithing. Let his hands not lose skill. Also, from now on, he must keep his ears open. As soon as people find out that he has become the only contender for his daughter's hand, many disreputable people will flock around him. MC promised to remember this, and he said that he could go and should tell her this good news. He left the office, looked out the window with a worried look and asked what to do now. First, he urgently needed to talk to her about their fictitious engagement. At the same time, Alicia, with a happy expression on her face, was wiping the tools in the forge with a rag. He went inside, saw her and asked if she decided to clean up a bit. She happily agreed, and he looked around and said that she even swept the floor. The forge had become so clean, he was grateful to her for that. She laughed happily and asked what her father had said. He said that the gentleman was pleased with the result of the repair and was very happy with what he saw. She was glad to hear it and said that it was good news. She would go to him a little later because she wanted to see for herself how pleased he was. He said that he also recognized him as her fiancé. She was very surprised by what she heard and asked if he had really said that. He confirmed it, and she, with a very happy expression on her face, said that they had succeeded. She was about to say something else, but he called her with a sad look and said that he would like to talk about their false engagement. He increasingly wonders if it is right to continue this deception. She was surprised by his words, dropped the rag from her hands and asked what he had just said. Lord Goral sincerely cares for her. He always put her feelings above noble conventions, even when testing whether he was worthy of his daughter. He spoke to him, an ordinary commoner, as an equal and approved of the relationship despite their difference in status. That's why he couldn't bear to continue lying to him. He had to confess everything. He had to tell her that there had been no love in their relationship from the very beginning. She was shocked by this, and he thought that he would never have thought that the words he would say would cause him such pain. It seemed that he liked her even more than he thought. Alicia collected her thoughts for a few seconds, then bowed and asked him for forgiveness, which confused him. She began to blush, looked away and said that in fact, at that moment she was ashamed to say it, but she still said that she had misled him. He tried to understand what she meant, but he couldn't, and he asked what she was talking about. She said that the day she asked him to be her fake fiancé, all that talk about cover and disguise, it was a lie. She should have said the main thing, what really matters. She confessed her love to him and said that she had always loved him from the very first time they met. At first she was just interested in him as a person. However, his smile is dazzling, like the sun. He has no idea how much she longed to see it again. She fell in love with the way he obsessively works in the forge, dreaming of becoming the best, in the way he softly laughs at her nonsense, in every moment spent together. Everything about him, to the last particle, she adores it. Fake was very confused by what he heard and asked, "Is it true?" She agreed and said that she apologizes for lying to him all this time. She dragged him into all this because of her selfishness. He was always thinking about how to please her father. He was always so kind to her. However, despite all this, it was very hard for him. But now she also dumped these unrequited feelings on him and asked for forgiveness. She was very surprised because he hugged her and asked what she was talking about. He also confessed his love to her and said that he had always loved only her. He remembered the past and said that the only thing that made him hold on while working at court was her presence. Her rare visits to the workshop were his only light, his salvation. She called him with a little embarrassment, and he continued to remember the past and said that, however, he always thought she was unattainable. Besides, he was the court blacksmith, but only a commoner, and she was the daughter of a duke. He tried to talk himself out of falling in love with her, forbade his heart to beat faster, and still, he loved her. He wants to be near her, not as a false fiancé, but for real. He leaned towards her and told her he loved her a few more times, but became very worried when she moved away from him and asked him to stop. He asked her to explain what was wrong, and she, very embarrassed, asked him not to say the word love so often. She covered her face with her hands and said that she was making such a scary face right now from happiness. He hugged her again with a joyful smile, which made her feel even more embarrassed. The main character called her and asked, now they can start all over again, right? She calmed down a little, agreed, and said that now they would not be like a fake bride and groom, but like a real one. He agreed, after which they sat on the floor next to each other, and Alicia asked if he could tell her why he fell in love with her. He looked up slightly and asked if she always came to the forge. Remember? She agreed and said that she just liked watching him work. He looked at her and said that he didn't know about it. It meant so much to him. Almost no one except her treated him with kindness. She literally saved him, forcing him to move on no matter what. She said with a worried look, "What about what happened in the forge?" If only she had noticed this attitude towards him earlier. He said with a calm smile that she couldn't be there every day, so it was not her fault. He thought that the forge masters behaved decently in her presence. Only when she noticed the bruise on his neck did the truth come out. He asked if maybe now she would tell him when she fell in love with him. She was embarrassed by this and asked if he was really interested. Having received an affirmative answer, she asked if he remembered how they met under the tree 3 years ago. He said with a smile that this was after all their first meeting. She said with a sad expression on her face that her mother left this world that year. He said in a sympathetic tone that he didn't even know about it. He thought he had never seen her mother and had never wondered where she was, but now he knew. She remembered the past and said that the last thing she had told her was to find what makes her happy. However, she only mechanically studied etiquette, magic, and fencing. However, she did this not because she liked it or enjoyed it, but because others expected of her. When heavy thoughts washed over her, she decided to go out for some fresh air to her mother's favorite tree. There she met a smiling young man. He felt a little embarrassed by this and thought that it brought back memories. Then he was filled with hope, but a few hours later, he faced despair. She laid her head on his shoulder and said that she remembered asking him such a stupid question, but he answered it with such enthusiasm and kindness. Carrying his smiling image in her memory, she looked for him with her eyes at every ball. That's how she realized she had fallen in love with him. He asked, "So, in the end, she found something she wanted to do?" She looked into his eyes with a joyful look and said that she wants to live with him. She wants to laugh with him at stupid things, share difficult moments and happy ones. She wants to be there when he becomes the best blacksmith in the world and be the first to see it. That's what she wants now. It sounds strange, doesn't it? He denied it and said that he was incredibly happy. She will stay with him. Could there be anything better? He remembered himself from the past and thought that the dream of becoming the best blacksmith in the world. At some point, he forgot about it. Then he thought about only one thing: how to get out of this hell. There were days when he seriously considered whether it was worth holding on to the title of blacksmith if it would help him escape. However, now he would become the best for her, his sweet wife. The realization did not come immediately, only some time after they finally opened their hearts to each other. They came together to Goral's office. He called her and said that she had received another invitation to the ball. By the way, he also received a letter. MC thanked him, and he said that one of the 2 letters had reached him, and he, of course, had read it. He took the letter from his hands and said that it was from the Palace Blacksmith's workshop, sent by Morgan. He was very worried about this information and wondered what he needed from him after so many years. He opened the letter, and Alicia, with a worried look, asked what was written there. He read aloud that at the moment their workshop was in decline. They can't provide the knights with quality weapons. Every blacksmith is working non-stop. He must return as soon as possible. He looked at him and said that the letter he received asked him to convey a message to him if he was still working at this estate. If he had already been fired, then they apologized for the inconvenience. He thought that if he were useless, he would have been kicked out of here. Naturally, that's what they wrote. Goral said that he had heard that he was mercilessly exploited at court. Isn't he afraid that, when he returns, he will start working too much again? He lowered his head and said that most likely that would be the case. He asked if he planned to return. If one thinks about the good of their house, the title of court blacksmith of the Revenald Empire is quite a worthy role. Fake thought that since he will become part of the ducal family, his reasoning about benefits is quite justified. The title of imperial blacksmith would help bring glory to the ducal family. He said that for a nobleman such a calculation is not without meaning. However, he should know that power is not the only goal of their class. Power and the happiness of children, that is what requires a balance. When making a choice, they take both of these factors into account. Also, he cannot allow his son to go to a place where he will be unhappy. Alicia asked with a joyful look, did he really already consider him his son? He said with barely noticeable embarrassment that they should not misunderstand him. He thought that the fact that she was not yet married was, after all, thanks to the Lord. With her beauty and status, she could have been engaged long ago. He really put her happiness first. He bowed to him, asked for forgiveness, and said that, however, he did not want to return to the Empire. He said with a calm expression that then he would write them a refusal himself. It would be more meaningful. He thanked him, and Goral said that they treated him like expendable material there anyway. She called her dad and said that they would deliver the letter themselves. She would go to the ball and give it to him personally. He asked why she needed the extra trouble. Besides, she didn't like going there. Why would she need it? She agreed and said that, however, she was invited to balls only because they considered her free, so she would introduce her fiancé to the whole world. He understood her, called him by name, and asked if he agreed to this. The protagonist agreed and thought that if she was ready to go for this, then he had to be with her. He also finally wanted to declare to everyone that their relationship was real. He said that so be it. He would prepare the letter and they should prepare for departure. They agreed, left the office. He thanked her, but she said it wasn't worth it. She herself wanted to hand over the letter publicly, since they had sent her such an arrogant letter. How dare they look down on her husband? Let them work in their own workshop. They would never be able to match his genius. When they find out that he is now a member of the Barnasto house, they will only suffer from shame. He put his hands on her shoulders and said that she really did so much for him. If it were not for her, he would not be standing here now. Alicia said that this was not true. He helped her too. The reason is that her dream of happiness is like this, walking next to him. He thought with a little embarrassment that now that the truth was revealed, she began to talk about her feelings more often. She pressed herself against him and told him again that she loved him. He became even more embarrassed and thought that he was not used to such words and did not know how to react. She looked into his eyes and said that she was still nervous, but so happy. He asked with a small smile, "Is that really so?" She called him and asked if his heart was beating so wildly too. He agreed and said that if he became any happier, he would simply fall apart. She laughed and asked what he was saying. He thought that before he thought he could live alone. He looked at the lovers and did not understand how it was possible to spend so much time together. However, now every day with her is a joy. She said that they need to prepare for leaving for the Empire. At the same time, Morgan, with a very displeased expression on his face, slammed his fist on the table and loudly asked why there was still no answer. He had reached such humiliation. Why was this insignificant freak not answering? If he was next to Lady Alicia, he should send an answer immediately. If not, then at least House Barnasto should honor him with politeness. He contacted other blacksmiths from the guild, crawled on his knees, begged, some even returned. He trampled his pride for the sake of survival, but these freaks do not even answer and do not think of returning. However, he is the one in charge. The commander is wrong. He is not a genius blacksmith. For sure, if he proves this, his situation will at least improve a little. He remembered how earlier he came to his father, asked for help, and said that without his support, he was finished. He would not abandon his son, right? He stood with his back to him and said that since the commander of the knights decided to get rid of him, he was no longer a member of this house. They had already gotten him into the court thanks to their connections, and this is how he decided to repay. He failed the family. Because of him, their status is worse than that of yard dogs. He should be glad that he simply kicked him out and did not demand retribution. He asked his dad for another chance, but he turned sharply to him, pointed his finger at him, and loudly said that he was expelled from his family. For the time being, he began to cry and thought that he had lost his home, family, and was forced to huddle within these walls. He had also lost his position, and his subjects had scattered like rats. He heard someone discussing Alicia's arrival with her fiancé, and with a surprised expression, wondered if it was really him. No, that simply couldn't be. At the same time, they got out of the carriage. MC looked at the building in front of him and said that he hadn't been to the palace for a long time. He thought that the ball would be held in the royal castle. Many nobles from other countries had arrived, and servants were walking everywhere. They held hands while walking along the corridor, and he said with a smile that it brought back nostalgia. She laughed and said that the long journey had tired her. Maybe they should rest a little? After all, they had a room prepared for them right in the palace. He agreed and thought that he had heard that most nobles rest there during the ball. This is done so that guests don't stay in inns and can get comfortable while staying in the Empire. At least that's what Liffey told him. However, he came here as her fiancé. They started looking around their huge room, and he thought that married couples usually lived together. They weren't married yet, but formally they were already husband and wife. She said that now they were living in the same room. He agreed in a confused tone and thought that before leaving, Mr. Goral had told him not to do anything stupid or he would regret it, so he would just sleep on the couch somewhere. She looked at him with a very happy expression on her face and asked if he was happy about this. He agreed in a confused voice and asked what about her. She hugged him and said that she was very happy. He reciprocated and wondered how he could not be happy when the love of his life was next to him. They hugged, but Liffey knocked on the door, called them, and asked if she could come in. He opened the door for her. She bowed and said that she apologized for interrupting their rest. She pointed to the side and said that these gentlemen wanted to greet her. Alicia went to her, and he quietly asked if he should come with her too. She asked if he didn't want to. He said that, on the contrary, it was his direct responsibility as her husband. After that, endless greetings began with the arriving aristocrats, their faces distorted with shock for a moment. Rumors of the engagement had apparently reached them, but some recognized him. After all, he worked here as a blacksmith. Their cheeks twitched in an attempt to maintain a welcoming mask. Judging by their looks, no one expected that the chosen one would be a commoner. Morgan quickly ran to their room and apologized to her in a tired voice. He was very surprised when he saw him and called out his name in a confused tone. He asked what he meant by this. What was he doing here? Fake started to get very nervous about this meeting, clutching his heart, and she noticed his reaction. After which she turned to him with a serious expression. He called her loudly and asked why she was here with him. She said that it was because he was her fiancé. He was shocked by this and said that, however, it was said that she would only marry a skilled blacksmith. She, with a calm expression on her face, said that this was exactly why he became her fiancé. He said loudly that with all due respect, but he is a mediocre. Maybe he can forge something, but she interrupted him, denied it, and said that he was an excellent blacksmith and a master of his craft. His skill was recognized even by her father, Lord Goral, Leify took out a letter, handed it to him, and said that it was for him. This is Duke Barnasto's response to his recent letter. He read the letter, became very angry, and loudly asked what it meant. He won't return to the palace? He dared to be impudent to him. He continued to say something, but the protagonist no longer heard him because of extreme fear. He thought that everything was wrong. He no longer served him. He had no power over him. And now he was no one. He remembered the past and wondered, then why did these 3 years of pain penetrate his entire body, and his voice was stuck somewhere in his throat? How pathetic. He needed to come to his senses. Alicia took his hand and looked at him with a calm smile, thanks to which he was able to pull himself together. He thought that all she ever did was save him. He plucked up his resolve, came closer to him and said that he did not intend to return to the palace. He wanted to live his life as her husband and blacksmith. Morgan became even angrier, and she came closer and said that she did not know why he wanted to bring him back so much, but as his fiancée, she did not want to let him go to a place where injustice and bullying reigned. He clenched his hand into a fist in anger and said that he had done so much for him. He swung to hit him and asked loudly, "Is this how he decided to repay him?" He struck with his fist, but Leify stood in front of him and stopped his blow. She grabbed him by the sleeve of his jacket with a sharp movement, threw him to the ground and twisted his arm. He screamed loudly in pain, demanded that she let him go and asked what she was doing. How dare some maid do this to him? He did not have time to finish, because she said in a serious tone that he tried to harm her master. He should not forget that he was now a member of the Duke's family. She let go of his hand and said that anyone who tried to harm the ducal family of Barnasto will get what they deserve. He began to cry, crawled to him on his knees, and loudly said that he took his words back. It was a lie. If he doesn't come back, he'll lose all his position at court. Besides, the title of court blacksmith is beneficial to them, right? Alicia said with a smile that they'd already discussed this with their father. He supported their decision. They didn't need the title of court blacksmith. MC looked at him with a serious expression, thanked him for all these years, and said that he wouldn't come back. Morgan grabbed his leg and loudly begged him to change his mind and said that he would do anything. He calmly asked him to let go, and Leify grabbed his hand and said that he should take his hands off him. If he dared to disobey her master again, she would have to report his behavior. She began to lead him out of the room while he cried loudly. He breathed a sigh of relief, and Alicia hugged him and said that he was a good boy and had held up well. He thanked her and said that his body was shaking with fear, remembering those monstrous days in the forge at the court. He couldn't have escaped from that place alone. It all happened thanks to her. She denied it and said that he had also done a lot for this. He thought that he didn't intend to return to the palace. He knew that many difficulties awaited him ahead, but he was confident that together with him they could overcome everything. After some time, Fake was collecting things at the market and asked if they had sold everything again today. She said with a joyful look that they had also earned about 800,000 crowns. He said that sales hadn't been growing much lately, and that was their limit for now. He thought that given the efficiency of the work and the quality of the magic iron, he wouldn't be able to raise the price. If they wanted to increase sales, they needed to use higher quality materials in their work, which meant they needed to think about where to get them. He would turn to Rig for advice, but was there any point in spending money on it now? After that, he came to Goral's office and said that today's revenue was 830,000 crowns. He looked at the bags of money and said that sales have not been growing lately. He bowed his head, agreed, and asked for forgiveness. He took the leaflets out of the closet and said that he didn't need to apologize. It was better to look at this. He took it, looked at it, and asked what it was. He said that this building was originally built as a forge. All the basic tools were already in place. Now it was for sale. What did he think about that? He asked with a puzzled look what he meant. He said with a small smile that it was very simple. Why doesn't he open his own workshop? This will increase his recognition and simplify sales. The protagonist was surprised by this and thought about it. Was he offering him his own workshop? He said in a confused tone that, however, he still needed to learn noble manners and had other obligations. He asked if his dream wasn't to become the greatest blacksmith in the world. Did Alicia tell him about this? Or had he already given up on this goal? He denied it and said that there were simply more important things right now. He wanted to become a worthy husband for his daughter. Frankly, she was too good for him. She was noble, kind, and beautiful to stand next to. He had to study. If he appeared in society now as an uncouth commoner, it would disgrace her. He couldn't allow that. Goral was a little surprised by this and said that he certainly needed to master noble etiquette. He had already arranged for a tutor. However, he had to know that the most worthy husband for her was the greatest blacksmith in the world. Etiquette was important, but above all, he wanted him to strive for the heights of mastery. That's what was important. Hadn't he heard him? He agreed joyfully, and he looked at the chest standing nearby and said that then he should take it. There was money in it. He immediately said that he couldn't accept it. He said in a calm tone that he should just open it and look. He opened the chest and was about to say something, but he said that he added something, but he might not even think about it. There was no need to worry. He earned this money himself. He was her fiancé, so he had to become the best blacksmith in the Barnasto house. He loudly agreed and said that he would definitely become the best in the world. 3 years ago, Alicia was sitting on the couch and wondering what she wished for. She had one wish. She remembered what he had said about his dream of becoming the best blacksmith in the world and wondered he was about her age, right? Maybe he was a little older. The best blacksmith in the world? His eyes were shining so much when he told her those words. She blushed with embarrassment and wondered what this strange feeling was. For some reason, she still couldn't get his smile out of her head. She said that she felt a feeling she had never felt before. Her heart sank, but at the same time it was so warm and pleasant. Leffy looked at her and asked, "Is she okay?" She was very surprised that she hadn't noticed her and asked when she had managed to sneak up on her. She shouldn't scare her like that. She said with a small smile that she had called her several times, but she was in her own thoughts. Did something happen to her? She, with a face flushed with embarrassment, said that nothing, everything was fine, honestly. She said that ever since she had been to Reginald, she had been kind of absent-minded all the time. Alicia asked her not to say stupid things, and she asked with a kind smile if maybe she had caught someone's eye there. She denied it, started to get nervous, and wondered how she knew. However, no one had seen them, it seemed. She also should stop looking at her like that. Leffy said with a small smile that she had become thoughtful after those solo walks. She wondered why she was so quick-witted. She called the mistress with a smile and asked if she had really fallen in love. She was very surprised by this, denied it, and she said that, however, her cheeks were so red, everything was written on her face. After all, she had taken care of her since birth, and immediately notices if something changes in her. She was very embarrassed and said that this was not entirely true. She asked, however, she thinks about him all the time, doesn't she? Alicia said that she doesn't even know what she feels for him. She asked, however, she thinks about him all the time, right? She asked with great embarrassment, maybe? But how can you tell if it's love? She had never loved anyone before and doesn't understand anything about it. They only met once and talked a little. Is it possible to do that right away? She was surprised by what she heard and asked, "So, is this love at first sight?" She was also surprised by her assumption, and Leffy asked what she felt when she thought about him. She asked in a confused tone. She liked him, maybe? However, when she recalls their conversation, her soul becomes so warm. His smile was so sincere, so inspiring. After her mother died, her days became so empty and gray. However, it was as if he brought back a piece of light to her. However, this does not mean that she fell in love, right? She sat down next to her and said that, be that as it may, these first feelings are very important. She's also glad that she finally found such a person. If he is dear to her, it is worth giving these feelings a chance. Perhaps he will be the one who will support her, walk next to her, and love her with all his heart. She called her and asked if she herself had ever fallen in love. She was confused by this and said that, to be honest, never. Alicia was surprised by this and said that, however, she was much older than her. She blushed and said that she simply had not met a suitable partner. She thought about it and said that indeed, there were almost no men in their house. She devoted herself entirely to caring for her and this house. She had no time for romance and a personal life. Leffy laughed and said with a smile that if she was happy, then she was also happy. Therefore, she asked to allow her to continue to observe her feelings. Maybe on her next visit to Reginald, she would talk to him again. She would check if this feeling was real. She agreed and said that she was right. She would talk to him again. She thanked her, and she said that she would wait for good news from her. After some time, she went to the palace again and thought that she had been invited again to Reginald, where he lived. Usually, she hated balls and went there reluctantly every time. However, now her soul is so light. After all, today she will see him again after a long separation. Morgan answered the door, called her, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Alicia thought that it was the blacksmith from the workshop. Because of family affairs, they exchanged formal greetings several times, but he is one of those people whom she does not want to see at all. She greeted him in a confused tone, and he asked why she came here today. She said that she heard that a blacksmith named Fake began serving at his court. She was about to say something else, and he asked with surprise, "Did this rascal do something?" He was very sorry if he caused her trouble. She denied it and said that he did nothing wrong. After all, he was new in his workshop and she just wanted to say hello. He calmed down because of this and said that he was currently working in the workshop. He would accompany her there. He knocked on the door, announced his entry, and he looked surprised and asked how he could help. He called her by name, and she was very surprised that he remembered her name. Morgan said that she had said that she wanted to welcome a new face to his shop. However, had they really met before? He said that it had only been once. She asked his name with a confused look and thought that even though she said it that way, she remembered his name by heart. He happily agreed and said that it was indeed his name. He was so flattered that she remembered it. She turned to him, called him, and said that she was grateful to him for accompanying her, but he could return to his official duties. She wanted to talk with him for a while, and then she would leave. He looked at the protagonist with a displeased look and said that he would do as she wished. He came up to him with a friendly smile, squeezed his shoulder tightly, and said that he should behave with dignity. He left them in this room. She began to get very nervous, and he, with a confused look, called her by her last name. Alicia was surprised by this, and thought that, however, At their first meeting, she introduced herself by her first name. She called him by his name and said that he could omit the formalities. He could just call her by her first name. He was very surprised by this and asked if she was suggesting to address her by her first name. How could he? He was not an aristocrat. She apologized and said that she had not thought that he might be embarrassed by this. He said that it was not that. He was an ordinary commoner. She said with a little embarrassment that there were not many people her age in the palace. She would like to communicate with him from time to time, maybe even become friends, if he did not mind, of course. He said in a surprised tone that so that's what it was. She asked with a worried look if he was against it. He called her by name and said that he was only glad of this opportunity. She was surprised by this and said that she apologized if her request seemed selfish. He said that there was nothing wrong with that. However, was she sure she wanted to be friends with him? She agreed, thanked him and asked, then from today on, would he mind if she visited him? He happily agreed and said that she could come anytime. She wished him good luck in his work in an embarrassed voice and said that they would see each other again then. They said goodbye. She left the room and with a joyful look thought that she still really wanted to get closer to him. After that, every time she arrived at a ball, she immediately ran to the forge to see him. At first, their communication was awkward, but gradually the nervousness disappeared. She always felt so nice being around him. Time flew by so quickly. She wanted their meetings to last forever, and her feelings to grow stronger with each of their conversations. His voice, smile, character, his way of thinking, their topics of conversation, his kindness and desire to become the best blacksmith in the world. Step by step, she began to love him for everything that was unique about him. Later, when Alicia came to him and greeted him, MC turned to her and asked with a tired look, did she come to visit him again? He apologized. He was so exhausted. She looked at him and thought that something was wrong, and that it had started quite a while ago. She asked with a worried look, is everything okay? Did something happen in the workshop? He denied it and said that he was just so busy with work. He denied it and said that he was simply overwhelmed by work. He didn't even have time to change his uniform. And in the end, he stood in front of her covered in dirt and apologized for it. She said with a small smile that she didn't understand anything. Then she would visit him another time. She thought he always said the same thing. But even she felt something was wrong with him. He was the only one she saw in the workshop. At first, she thought she was just lucky to find him alone. But if you think about it, she'd never seen anyone else working in the workshop. He was wasting away before her eyes with each passing day. His clothes were always dirty and tattered. It felt like he never left the forge, as if he worked day and night. Later, at home, Leffy told the mistress that even without investigating, just looking at the available facts made everything clear. His tired appearance, working alone, his shabby clothes, all pointed to bullying by other blacksmiths. Alicia, looking worried, agreed and said that this was the only possible option. What should she do? As a native of a neighboring country, she had no right to even influence this situation. She said in a thoughtful tone that then if he confessed himself, she said that she had thought about it too. But he dreams of becoming the best blacksmith in the world. If he tells the truth about being bullied at court, she was sure he would be fired. He would also take a few steps back from his own dream. He is still driven by the dream, so much so that he is ready to endure even such horror. He withdrew into himself, not telling her what gnaws at him, but she is afraid that he cannot live like this forever. She was about to say something else, but she called the lady and said that they can save him. She can offer him to become her groom. Their country is also famous for its blacksmiths, and the Barnasto house has all the opportunities for blacksmithing. Besides, if Lord Goral finds out about her desire, he will certainly approve of his candidacy. She said that, however, if he became her fiancé, his status would also change. As a member of the ducal family, he would be entrusted with various responsibilities, and he would also have to master etiquette. She was afraid that all this would prevent him from focusing on his goal. He might also be perceived not as a skilled blacksmith, but as the fiancé of the Duke's third daughter. Leffy agreed and said that becoming her fiancé would give him many other responsibilities, making it much more difficult for him to concentrate on any matter. However, she was forgetting that the gentleman was a talented blacksmith with a strong and unbending will. If his desire was not broken by the palace environment, then life as the Duke's daughter's fiancé would certainly not sway him. She loved him, right? Alicia agreed with a determined expression and said that she wanted to help him in any way she could. She looked at her with a joyful smile and said that, in her opinion, the gentleman would be much happier with her. She took her hands and told the lady that she thought this gentleman was also interested in her. That was also why he always found time for her. In any case, why doesn't she just offer it to him? If he doesn't want it, no one is forcing him to do it. She asked with a little surprise. Does she really think so? Leffy said that she didn't think anyone in the world would be against becoming her fiancé. She was still confused, but thanks to her words, she plucked up her resolve, thanked her, and said that she would talk to him. She would definitely be able to make him happy, and she herself wanted such a man to become her husband. She looked at her with a joyful smile and wished the lady luck in this. Later, she came to the forge and saw Fake sleeping on the floor. She sat down next to him with a worried look and thought that the blacksmiths didn't even hesitate to leave bruises on his face. She touched his face, quietly called his name, and he began to slowly open his eyes. He rose abruptly, hit his head against hers, and said loudly that he had not had time to process the sword. Currently, he was sleeping in his room and heard Alicia call his name and wish him good morning. He opened his eyes and saw that she was sitting in front of his bed and looking at him with a smile. He was very surprised by this and asked if he was still in his room. She agreed and said that she came to wake him up and apologized if she scared him. He sat up, wished her good morning, and asked if he had really slept for that long. He was a little nervous and thought that even though they were now officially considered bride and groom, they still did not sleep in the same bedroom. She said that she apologized for not waking him up right away. He was sleeping so peacefully. He said that everything was fine. He was grateful that she came. By the way, what time is it now? She said it was only 7 in the morning. Her father also wanted to meet him. Would he go with her? He got out of bed abruptly and said with a little anxiety that he needed to hurry. He thought that he valued their relationship and that finally, from a fictitious engagement, they had become a real bride and groom. He could not lose something so precious to his heart. Everything that concerns marriage is decided by the parents. Simply put, he needed to maintain a good relationship with the Lord so that he would not even think about breaking off their engagement. She asked him to wait and said that his hair was shaggy. He looked in the mirror, agreed, and said that he needed to fix this mess on his head as soon as possible. He thought that the Lord might well say something like, "How could he marry his beloved daughter to such a sloppy man?" She brought a chair, called him, and said that she would help him. He should sit here. He sat down on the chair. She took a comb and began combing his hair. The protagonist apologized to her for causing her so much trouble, and she said that he shouldn't say stupid things. One of her duties as his future wife was to help maintain his appearance. Her words brought a small smile to his face, and Alicia poked him in the cheek with her finger. He turned to her, was about to ask something, and she laughed and asked whose cheeks were so red. In response, he also poked her in the cheek with his finger and said that, however, her cheeks were also bright red. She was very embarrassed by this and loudly denied it. He said that her ears were also a little red. Was she really that embarrassed? She said that if he continued to tease her, she would no longer comb his hair. He was surprised by this and said that it was too cruel. By the way, this is the first time someone has helped him tidy his hair in the morning. It's so unusual. She said that the servants always helped her with her hair and makeup. He said that this was probably the case among nobles. She confirmed this, and he said that perhaps he should ask the servants for help from the very morning. She immediately refused and said that she wanted to do his hair herself. He was surprised by this and asked, but was she absolutely sure? Wasn't helping him every day tiring? She was indignant about this and said that he could be so narrow-minded. Doesn't he understand that? She loves him very much and wants to help him in everything she can. And seeing him sleepy in the morning with a slight mess on his head is the best reward for her. Or is he against it? She speaks only about herself, but maybe he doesn't like it? He blushed deeply from embarrassment and said that he really liked her care. She said with a happy expression that then everything was decided. He thought with an embarrassed look that if she came to him every morning, his heart would not be able to withstand such care. Until recently, he never dared to imagine that they would become husband and wife. All these moments were like his happy dream. However, he cannot relax. They are only the bride and groom for now. He must work hard to become the best blacksmith in the world and a worthy husband to her. She finished combing his hair and MC said that she did a great job. She said that his hair was still a little wet, so he should remember to dry it with wind magic. He did it, and Alicia brought him clean clothes, and he thanked her for it. She stood next to him with a joyful look, and he apologized and asked if she could wait for him outside the door while he changed. She was very embarrassed, ran out of the room, apologized, and he wondered if every morning would be like this for him now. Later, the two of them came into the office. He said hello and apologized for the wait. Goral turned to them and asked if they were late because something had happened. He apologized with a confused look and said that he was just getting himself together for this meeting. Leffy opened the door and said that in fact, they had just been flirting with each other all morning. They were surprised by this, and he said that he apologized for making them come so early in the morning. He became worried when he thought about it, called him and said that they weren't even husband and wife yet. Fake was embarrassed by this and said that he had misunderstood everything. She was only helping him comb his hair after waking up, that's all. He calmed down about this and said that in any case, he apologized for calling them so early. Unfortunately, he had business ahead of him during the day, so he wanted to talk to them before he left. So, getting down to the topic of conversation, he called him by name and asked if he still wanted to get an aristocratic education, right? He agreed and thought that he had finally managed to settle things with the court at that ball. However, that day he completely disgraced himself. Greetings, basic manners, even dancing, everything turned out simply disgusting. What can he do if until now he lived like a commoner, far from noble conventions? But this can't be done anymore. To avoid dishonoring the name of House Barnasto, he will have to master at least the basics. Goral said that he personally saw no need to rush. He is not often in public, besides, the workload on him will increase. He denied this and said that this is impossible. He cannot disgrace their family. He said that then he would suggest the following. The training can be entrusted to Alicia and Leffy. They are competent, Besides, it will be easier for him to study with his loved ones in his free time. She thought happily that this was excellent, meaning they would be spending time together studying. He thanked him and said he had nothing against it. He said with a serious expression that, however, he shouldn't overdo it. He must remember that his main responsibility was the forge. He agreed, and Goral took something in his hand and said that now they should talk about something else more important. He gave them this small book and said that they would be talking about buying his shop. It was time to choose a place to live. He had prepared several options. He could choose any of them. The protagonist thanked him and thought that right. They hadn't even decided when and where to open the workshop yet. They both began looking through the catalog, and he said with surprise that this shop was incredibly cheap. She agreed, and he said the price was 3 times lower than the others, and it was located on Adventurers Street. She was surprised to hear that it wasn't just a store, but a whole forge to boot. He said there was also living space right next to the store. He thought the other properties also had forges, but they were either cramped, or the equipment was substandard, or the location was poor. All the other options paled in comparison. He said it was the most ideal option out of all. She asked, so does that mean he wants to buy it? He agreed, and Goral, looking a little worried, said they should wait. He'd certainly added it to the list, but he wouldn't recommend it. They wanted to know the reason, and he said the conditions were so good for the price, but there was a catch. The problem was that a ghost lived there. He was confused by this. Alicia was very scared, and he wondered what he was even talking about. If he were talking about monsters, that would be okay, but ghosts don't exist. He said with a serious expression that apparently the previous owner and the one before him had quickly given up on this property because of the ghost. MC was shocked that he was saying this seriously, and he said that he had heard that a blacksmith had once died there at work, and now his spirit was wandering around the workshop. That's why he was against this option. She loudly called out to her dad and asked how he could even offer them such a creepy place. He said in a confused tone that the equipment there was really excellent. He decided that it was worth showing for the sake of completeness. He said with a slightly confused look that, frankly speaking, he didn't believe in ghosts and other mysticism. It didn't bother him. She said loudly with a very worried look that it confused her. He said that, however, this was the best option of all. Besides, rumors could be just rumors. She asked, however, why all the previous owners had given up on this shop. He asked, maybe it was just a coincidence? He thought that not choosing this option just because of some stupid rumors about ghosts would be a real waste, especially considering the location. It's on the outskirts of Adventurers Street, but it's the perfect place for business. If he opens a workshop here, tons of potential customers will pass by. He has to become the greatest blacksmith in the world, worthy of the title of her husband. Although he doesn't yet know what exactly will make him the greatest, he certainly won't be the owner of an unprofitable shop. For that, he needs the best location, and this spot is perfect. However, the two still look scared. It's not worth pressuring them now. He asked if they could at least see the shop itself before making a decision. Goral asked with a worried look, isn't he afraid of this? Are you sure everything will be fine? Fake said that if it were a ghostly kind of monster, it would be a different matter. But if it was just a ghost, it seemed there would be no problem. He thought that ghostly monsters and ghosts were completely different things. Roughly speaking, demons can be defeated, but ghosts cannot. Rumors of ghosts sometimes surface, but they are all dubious, and he does not really understand it. Goral said that then he can choose which building he likes best. He made arrangements with the owners and took the keys in advance. He took the set of keys, thanked him, and he said that that was all. He had to go on business. The two of them left his office, and he said that great, the plan for the day is ready. They should go look at the options, but in person. He noticed that she was very worried and asked what was wrong with her. Did she not want this? Alicia, looking worried, asked if they would still go look at that store with the ghost. He agreed and asked if she was really that afraid. She confirmed it, and he found it cute and asked if then, maybe he should go alone. She refused in a frightened voice and said that despite her fear, she would go too. He asked if she was absolutely sure about this. She said that they would run the store together, after all. Even though they weren't married yet, she had to be strong and steadfast, like his future wife. He said that they should go then, and she shouldn't worry. He would be there. She happily agreed and said that he should protect her. He agreed, and then they, along with Lefi and the guards, went to the city. The villagers noticed them and said that it was Lady Alicia and her fiancé. So this is the blacksmith everyone is talking about? He is so young. The villagers came up to her, greeted her, and said that she looked especially beautiful today. She greeted them back, thanked them for the compliment, and waved, and the protagonist thought that how could he not be used to these looks? That's what it means to be an aristocrat. He said that first of all, they should examine the main candidate, that very place with the ghost. She asked if he was still most interested in this. He agreed and said that it was because the conditions there are unrivaled. He also never thought he could afford such a workshop within his budget. She herself was delighted until she heard about the ghost, right? If they make sure it's safe there, she'll feel better, right? She called Lefi with a worried look and asked what she thought. Was there really a ghost there? She looked at her and said that she didn't believe in ghosts either, but there were indeed bad rumors about this place. Gossip about ghosts was one thing, but they also said that the residents of this place lost their minds, that the sound of metal could be heard at night, that pre-prepared food disappeared, and many other strange occurrences. Probably, some of these stories were fiction, but until they knew for sure that they were just rumors, she wouldn't advise risking themselves and buying this place. He asked with a thoughtful look, "Was everything really so scary there?" They arrived at the right place, and he said that it looked much more impressive than in the drawings. Alicia, looking scared, said that it was rather ominous. He thought that it was a bit shabby, but quite an ordinary building. This shabby look even gives it the charm of an old workshop. She said in a frightened voice that she was so scared even to look at it. He said in a calm tone that if she was afraid, she could wait outside. She immediately came up to him, hugged him, and said that if he protected her, she would endure everything. He agreed, and the guard said that then they would wait outside. If something happened, they could call. They went inside with Leffy and heard a loud creaking sound, which scared her very much. She screamed loudly and asked who was there. Rig came out to them and called her, and also noticed MC next to her. He asked in surprise if he was the one who wanted to buy this premises. He agreed, and he said that now it was clear. He thought the name was familiar, but since the address was from the Barnasto house, he never expected it to be this gentleman. He was a little surprised that he called him Sir, and thought that he didn't even think that someone would change the way they addressed him, but apparently, because of the difference in status. Apparently, such is the fate of becoming an aristocrat. He asked, so he was the merchant who owned this shop? He agreed and said that he owed a lot to his comrades. So, it turns out that the girl in the mask was this lady? Alicia happily agreed he was her fiancé. Rig remembered what happened earlier, bowed, apologized, and said that he didn't even know about their relationship and behaved so rudely to them. Fake was confused by this and said that he could raise his head. She said that they were the ones hiding their statuses. If he still hasn't guessed, then for her, this is a complete success. He agreed and said that he shouldn't be shy and communicate with them like before. He refused and said that he really appreciated their kindness. He didn't object, however, and said that then they should get down to business. Today they came to inspect this premises. He asked if he would show them around himself. He said that just before their arrival he had been cleaning and didn't think that they would come so early. He apologized and said that they were so eager to see the store in person that they came right away. He said that since they were here and if they didn't mind his company, he immediately said that of course they didn't mind and were counting on him. Rig pointed to the side and said that here, where they were standing, was the trading area. Shelves, stands, all the equipment for the goods remained in place. The protagonist found this convenient, examined this place, and thought that it was enough to simply buy the goods and you could immediately open a shop. He said that behind the counter was the entrance to the storeroom. This door leads to a corridor with several empty rooms. Here is the door to the forge, which is connected to the main building. Overall, everything is quite old, but the equipment and tools are still there. They looked around with satisfaction and said how amazing the equipment was. It seems the previous owner was also seriously into blacksmithing. He agreed and said that he had heard that the first owner of this building was a legendary blacksmith. They say his skills were on par with the founder of the Barnasto house. They constantly competed with each other, thereby improving their creations. Alicia was a little surprised by this, and MC turned to her and asked if she had heard anything about this. She agreed and said that, however, she did not go into details. They said he mass-produced incredible weapons. Riggs said with a smile that he was a legendary blacksmith. His creations were incredibly valuable, some of which still survive to this day. Although some have acquired a bad reputation, it seems that in his later years he worked with an obsession bordering on madness. She said nervously that he was talking about a cursed weapon. He agreed and said that the Bestel swords were considered cursed creations by the people. He was surprised by this and said that he had heard about it. He thought there were rumors that these cursed swords were dangerous. They say that a weapon that has absorbed the resentment of its creator or owner can distort the mind of the one who wields it. He pointed his finger to the side and said that the sword hanging on this wall was one of his creations. Fake got worse when he looked at it, and Alicia noticed it and asked what was wrong with it. Was he okay? He agreed and thought for a moment. A strong pain pierced his head, or was it his imagination? He said that perhaps the blacksmith really shouldn't buy this place. Rig asked why he thought so. He asked if he had heard rumors about this building, right? He agreed and said that this story happened before he acquired this place. The blacksmith who bought it before him went mad. They say he could no longer practice his craft. He was a little worried about this and wondered if it was all true. He said that the reason was unknown. The church was called. Even a saint examined the sword in the building, but no one found anything. He thought that curses could be weakened by magic, and a saint could even remove it completely. However, many cursed blades are left as is. Their power grows, and only a strong-willed owner can tame it. The protagonist looked at the sword and asked if it was still cursed. He said he didn't know, but Bestel had bequeathed it to be displayed here. The king of that time, being indebted to him, allowed him to keep the sword. He wondered if the rumors of a curse were real. So far, nothing is clear. Riggs said that now he wants to show the living quarters on the second floor. They continued to examine the rooms, and he thought that if he opens a workshop here, he will have to spend the night here. It's spacious, has all the amenities, and the rooms are well appointed. It's even perfect for housing security. this is the best option they're even considering. They finished inspecting the premises, and he asked what they thought of it. MC looked into the distance from the balcony and said that, aside from the bad reputation, the conditions were excellent, and he really liked everything. However, they were planning to look at other options, so could they think about it a little? He agreed and said he would wait for his decision. Leffy called the two of them over and said that she would then take them to the next property. He thought that after that, they looked at a few more places. In some places, it was said that the forge was spacious, but the store was cramped. In others, the opposite. Living quarters, that is. No, even if the equipment was good, the appearance was too unremarkable. After Bestel's workshop, all the other options seemed like compromises and didn't inspire enthusiasm. Moreover, the prices were very high everywhere. This combination of conditions for such a price is only available there, and all because of its peculiarity. The location is especially depressing. All the other spots are far from Adventurers Street, and attracting customers will be difficult. Of course, if he were a famous craftsman, this wouldn't be a problem. However, for a blacksmith with no name like him, it could be a stumbling block. Later, they came to a cafe. The three of them sat at a table, and Leffy asked if Bestel's workshop was still his favorite. He agreed and said that one could say so. What did they think about it? She said that, if you put prejudices aside, the conditions there are the best possible. Alicia agreed and said that it was indeed good, but when she thought about curses or Bestel's ghost, she felt uneasy. She said that she too was worried about the potential danger for both of them. He looked up with a smug look and said that if it came down to it, he would gladly ask him how it felt working at the anvil. After all, he was a legendary blacksmith whose name was still remembered. She laughed about it and asked, "Is that true? However, if he gets injured or cursed or can't work anymore at all." She looked at them and said that then they should research the history of this forge better. She said that if they confirm that it is safe there, then she agrees. She wants him to have better conditions for the workshop. He said that he is grateful that she is considering this option, despite the fact that she is scared. She said that there is no need for thanks. It is for him. Maybe they should return to the Bestel forge. They went there and noticed Alma, and Leffy said that there is someone there, and it is not Sir Rig. She turned to them, called him by name, and said that they have not seen each other for a long time. She also called Alicia, and she greeted her with a displeased look. She also said hello, and said that she heard everything from the mentor. She couldn't even imagine that the girl under the mask was her. She probably behaved inappropriately, and apologizes for it. She asked her not to worry about it, and thought it was inappropriate, to put it mildly. She said that, by the way, she heard they had already looked at this place earlier. Bake agreed, and said that they had considered several options, but this one seemed the best, so they went back. She happily asked them to come in, and said that they could ask anything, and should definitely buy it. Alicia started to get angry, and Rig loudly called Alma and said that she should stop. She should stop pestering a gentleman who already has a fiancé. She turned to him and said with a smirk that she was not doing anything like that. She called him Dad, and asked what he was thinking. He hit her on the head, which immediately made her shut up and said that she should behave decently. He was surprised by this, and asked if she was his daughter. He said with a smile that it would be more accurate to say that she was an adopted daughter. He picked her up during a trip when she was abandoned. He said that's how it is. It's very noble of him. He said it was a mere trifle. He just couldn't leave a child in trouble. He had been through the same thing himself. She laughed and said that he simply couldn't resist her sweet childish face. He asked her to be quiet already and asked, "So, have they made a decision yet?" The protagonist said that they looked at several places, but this store seemed to him the best of all. He was leaning towards buying, but he was a little surprised by this and asked. Of course, he was incredibly happy about it. But were they sure they wanted to buy this premises? He agreed and said that, however, for his own peace of mind, he wanted to study the place thoroughly. He asked to give him some time. Rig agreed and said that it was very reasonable to exercise caution in such a situation. He was grateful that he was considering this option. He asked if they could look around here again. Having received permission, he came to the forge and said that this place was still beautiful. Alicia called Leffy and asked if she could gather information about this workshop. She agreed and said she would do it if she gave her a few days. She said that then she would leave this work to her. Later, he came to the library and thought that choosing a workshop was not his only task. He needed to learn to be a nobleman. He had no knowledge in this, but he was obliged to learn at least the basics. They took several large books, and she said with a joyful look that now they would try out their knowledge in practice. He agreed and thought that he needed to behave with dignity. They heard a knock on the door, and she allowed them to enter. Leffy went inside, bowed, and said that she had the honor of seeing the master for the first time. She was glad to meet him on this beautiful day. MC agreed in a confused tone and thought that he just needed to act like Lord Goral. They started talking, and he thought that while he was practicing receiving guests, she pretended to be a nobleman who visited him. After marrying Alicia, his position as a husband will be significantly elevated, so he must take a leading role in interactions with aristocrats. To avoid disgracing the house of Barnasto, he must maintain confidence and dignity. They finished practicing, and she said he had already gotten the hang of things. Alicia said that, however, he still seemed nervous and constrained. She said that there was still some uncertainty in his speech. He should try to copy Lord Goral's mannerisms, it would be easier that way. He said with a frustrated look that, however, he already did that. All his life, he had done nothing but bow to others. He thought that this habit had become ingrained in him, especially after those years of humiliation in the forge. Now it really got in the way. She said that the main thing was to keep practicing. He agreed, thanked them both for their help, and she said that they would probably finish for today. He got up from the table and said with a determined look that he would go to the forge since he hadn't picked up a hammer for a long time. It was time to start preparing goods for the future store. Alicia asked if perhaps he should rest a little first. He turned to her and with a cheerful look said that working with his hands quickly reduces fatigue. Fake went to the forge and started working on a new sword. After that, they returned to the library again, and he said that family crests and mottos, that's really hard to remember. She agreed and said that each noble family in their kingdom has its own history, and coats of arms and mottos are based on this. If he remembers this, he will be able to immediately determine which house a person belongs to. This will make it easier for him to choose the right course of action, and if he mentions their motto, it can become a good pretext for conversation and please the interlocutor. He found this logical, and said that it really is the basis of basics. By the way, has she already learned all this? She said that this is basically true. She was taught this since childhood. By the way, coats of arms and mottos are easier to remember if you understand the family history. She said that they will take their house Barnasto as an example. Their motto is, sharpen the blade, become the blade. The founder of the Barnasto house was a blacksmith who supplied weapons for the army, but he himself fought alongside the warriors. He thought that nobles valued pride and dignity. Now finding himself in this place, he should be aware of this more than ever. After some time, he continued to read something, and Alicia poked her finger into his cheek and said that they had already been studying for 2 hours without a break. Maybe he should rest a little? He noticed tea with some snacks on the table and asked, when did she have time? She said that he was so focused that he didn't even pay attention. She moved her chair close to him, and he asked what was wrong. She laid her head on his shoulder and asked if they couldn't just cuddle like this. The protagonist denied it and said that everything was fine. She said that she was so happy to just sit with him like this, leisurely, so he shouldn't overwork himself with his studies. Dad also says that there's no need to rush. He said that he would do the best he could. After that, he started reading the assignment and said that about half of the answers were correct. She happily patted him on the head and said that he had already remembered so much. This was an excellent result. He had a good memory. He was a little embarrassed by this and asked if he was a child to her. She laughed and said that he was a very good child. He said that she would become a caring mother. She was very embarrassed by this, and he asked what was wrong with that. They both became embarrassed by this, and Leffy knocked on the door, called them and warned them that it was her. They allowed her to enter. She bowed and said that she apologized for disturbing them at such a time. He asked if something had happened. She brought the documents and said that it took time, but here was the report on the results of the investigation of that very forge. She made arrangements with Mr. Rigg and stationed several soldiers there for a few days for observation. She laid out the results in a report. He took the report, started reading it, and asked if any particular problems had been found. She agreed and said that there had been practically no problems. They had also hired a blacksmith, and he had worked in the workshop, and nothing had happened to him. As for the bad reputation, as can be seen from the report, no signs of ghosts had been found. Regarding mental health and loss of skills, they had studied all the previous owners. It turned out that most of them were initially stubborn, overly principled, or simply nervous individuals. The story about the loss of skills also raised doubts. Most likely, these were psychological problems. He continued to look through it and thought that it had only been a few days of observation, but apparently there really were no problems. Alicia asked, did that mean everything could be considered fine? Leffy said that she believed there were no problems. However, these were only a few days of observations, and perhaps there were still undiscovered facts, so it was too early to relax. He said with a thoughtful look that who knows, maybe the ghost was just sick and hadn't shown up for work these days. She was worried about this and said that he should stop already. He said that judging by the report, the purchase seems safe. What does she think about it? She said that she thinks there is no problem. If Dad is also not against it after the conversation, she also wants to choose this place. His workshop will definitely succeed there. He thanked her for this and thought that the house of the legendary blacksmith, who rivaled the house of Barnasto itself, inheriting such a historical legacy, perhaps this will be a really promising start. After that, they all came together to the cafe and Goral said that he heard about his decision and looked at Leffy's report. Is he really sure about this purchase? MC agreed and said that he wants to buy this particular store. He asked with a very frightened look, is he planning to coexist with a ghost? She loudly called her father, and he called her by name and asked if she was sure she agreed. After all, she was the one who was against buying this more than anyone else. She said that it was, but if Leffy conducted an investigation and there were no problems. Besides, this workshop was perfect for him, and she didn't mind either. He was about to object, and she asked if he was so worried. Maybe he could spend the night there himself to check. He calmed down a little and asked, hypothetically, if he did meet a ghost there, what should he do? He said with a calm voice that maybe he could try to enter into a dialogue dialogue. He asked with a worried look if ghosts could even talk. He said in a calm tone that he would try to establish contact with him. Goral was still nervous and asked, however, what if he attacked? He said that he would use magic to defend himself, grab Alicia, and immediately leave this house. He asked if magic even works on ghosts. He thought about it and said that then he would set another ghost on him. He reacted seriously to this answer and said that using a ghost against a ghost was logical. He thought it all over with a serious expression and said that he was giving them his permission. Fake thanked him and wondered if it had really worked. He said in a serious tone that if he was so confident, he had a feeling that he could handle any problems. He was glad to hear it and thought that he trusted him more than he expected. He said that, frankly speaking, if it weren't for the rumors, he would have offered him the place himself. However, if something went wrong, they should leave this place immediately. He agreed and said that he would definitely protect Alicia. He said that he wasn't worried about that, but he didn't want anything to happen to them. She called her dad and said that he could have shown more care for him. He asked her to stop and said that then he would take care of the purchase. He said with a happy look that then he was relying on him. She looked at him and asked if he was happy about it. He agreed and said it looked like they had finally decided on a location. She agreed and said that now they would have to try even harder. He thought with a serious expression that he had been given such an opportunity. He couldn't afford to fail. He would do everything in his power to ensure that the shop and his studies in noble manners went perfectly. She remembered something and said that once the location was finally approved, he would need to obtain a trading permit from the Artisans Guild. He said that was correct. He didn't understand these procedures at all. Goral continued eating and said that the Artisans Guild was the guild that governed blacksmiths and other craftsmen in each city. There were others, for example, the Merchants Guild. Registration gave permission to open a shop. To trade in the marketplaces, you didn't need to submit applications each time. The daily entrance fee to the market serves as permission to sell that day. However, if he was opening a permanent shop, it would be better to complete the necessary paperwork. If they register with the Craftsmen's Guild, they can advertise their workshop to adventurers and craftsmen's guilds. Alicia also said that the Adventurers Guild's bulletin board can be used for a limited time to announce the opening of the shop. The protagonist said that I understand. Then they need to register right after completing the paperwork. He can't believe it. Very soon he will have his own store. She laughed and said that she was also looking forward to the opening. He said that it was all thanks to their help. He will try his best. She said that they will try together. After some time, they were walking down the street, and Alicia said that they would soon come to the Artisans Guild. He agreed, and with a slightly tense look, thought that, as always, passers-by were looking at them, which made him a little awkward. He asked if she could tell him why they always walk. They were already an official couple. Wouldn't it be better to ride in a carriage? She was a little confused by this and said that it was close and not bad on foot. Plus it was like a date. She also wanted to walk with him like this. He understood her. But Leffy came up to them, called him and said that the lady wanted to take a walk to show off her fiancé. They both felt embarrassed by this, and she indignantly said that she should stop saying such nonsense. His cheeks blushed slightly, and he thought it was a charming reason. Okay, they have security with them just in case, but they also attract attention. He turned to them and said that he apologized for forcing them to accompany him because of his store. The knights slightly opened their helmets and said that he didn't need to worry because this was their job. For the two of them, they would gladly do anything. MC was surprised by this and asked if this concerned all three of them. They agreed and said that they had been responsible for the lady's safety for a long time. As those who had the honor of watching her since childhood, they were incredibly happy to see her so joyful. Even today they see them, the newlyweds, together. However, they are not married yet. Alicia, with an embarrassed expression, said that the three of them should stop. Also, why are they in full armor for the city patrol? They only attract attention like that. If they want, they can take off the armor. It seems they can scare anyone off as is. They immediately closed their helmets and said that was out of the question. The guards will smirk. It will arouse suspicion. She should let them hide their faces until they get used to it. Also, they are apologizing for this. She asked loudly, surprised, "Is that the whole reason?" Leffy called him and said that she apologized for these fools. He laughed and said that they were quite funny. He called Alicia and said that it seemed like she was very much loved. She, with a little displeasure, said that she would not say that and he should also not forget his manners. He thought that his attitude towards the soldiers was wrong for a nobleman. He needed to behave with more dignity. They met Ivas and Vezer on the street and he happily wished him good morning. Fake answered them in kind and asked if they were on a mission now. He agreed and asked if they were on a date now. As always, passions were running high. He was even jealous. He noticed her and asked if this wasn't Ali. Was she really the new girl? He said it wasn't a date. They just had some business at the Artisans Guild. He said that was understandable, so they were on their way to the guild. He looked at Vezer, called him over and asked what was wrong with him. He called him over and asked if he didn't know who that person was in front of them. Ivas asked if this was his new girlfriend, and what was wrong. He loudly called him an idiot and said that this was Lady Alicia. He was from this city and should have at least seen her. He was very surprised by this and asked if it was really her. She agreed and said that she used to introduce herself as Ali. Even though they weren't that close, she would be glad to see them in the future. He was very confused by this information and said that it was her in a mask. He spoke without knowing anything and asked for forgiveness. She said there was no need to apologize. She hid her identity for some reason, so he shouldn't worry. He immediately calmed down, laughed, and asked, "Is that really true?" The protagonist was surprised by this and thought about how quickly he switched. He asked, "So is he the lady's groom that everyone is talking about?" He agreed and asked, "So, they've heard about it?" Ivas agreed and said that it was being talked about everywhere. He congratulated them. They would definitely come to their wedding. Wazer said that it was a noble's wedding. Commoners like them couldn't get there. Alicia denied it and said that she really wanted them both to come. He agreed and said that if it weren't for them, he might not have succeeded as a blacksmith in this city. He was very happy about this, and Wazer asked, but should they go there? Being surrounded by nobles, the very thought of it made him so nervous that he felt sick. He thought with a small smile that, in his place, he would have felt exactly the same. Ivas remembered something and said that it was time for them to go on a mission. He agreed with this, and MC said that then they would go to the guild, see each other later. He agreed and said that they would stop by the market sometime. He thanked them and said that, by the way, he would open a store soon. They were surprised by this, and he said that he would tell them the details when everything was decided. They were glad to hear this and promised to definitely come. They said goodbye, and he called Alicia and asked then, will they go on? She agreed, after which they came to the Artisans Guild, and he said that there were much fewer people here than in the Adventurers Guild. She said that usually only those who had specific business came here. They approached the guild counter, and the employee with a friendly smile asked how she could help them. He introduced himself and said that he planned to open a blacksmith's workshop in this city. He was told that if they said blacksmith from House Barnasto, they would be understood. She agreed and said that Lord Goral had already notified them. Then he should fill out these documents. He agreed, began to fill out the document, and thought that an identity card would be required. But Alicia was nearby. This was the best proof. She became worried when she read what he wrote and asked, so he bought that very building? He agreed and asked if there were rumors about this here too. She agreed and he asked, there are no mistakes in the documents, are they? The employee agreed and said that he filled everything out correctly. Now she will invite the guildmaster for a personal conversation. They should wait here. She left, and Alicia called him and said that he did an excellent job. Fake turned to her and asked, now only the guildmaster's approval remains, right? She agreed and said that she had heard that refusals are rare, so everything will be fine. After that, the guildmaster came to them and said that he apologized for the wait. Was he the gentleman from House Barnasto? He agreed and said that it was nice to meet him. He asked if he had brought any product with him to demonstrate. He immediately handed him the sword and asked, this will do, right? While he was examining the product, he thought it was a mithril sword. He heard that when applying, they might ask to show their work, so he prepared his best creation. He finished examining and said that it was clear. As expected from a blacksmith of House Barnasto, the skill is impressive. He thanked him for the praise, and he said that he completely forgot to introduce himself. He is EXILED, the master of this artisans guild. His application has been approved. The protagonist looked at him and thought that he was probably a few years older than him. It's great that he already leads the guild. He asked with a little concern. So they chose that very forge and bought it knowing about the rumors? He agreed and asked, is there something wrong with that? He denied it and said that there were rumors about the blacksmith's ghost. He hoped that they would be able to dispel it. He agreed and thought that the research revealed no problems, so everything should be fine. He asked, what do you think? Is the blacksmith's ghost the same Bestel? EXILED said that it was possible. They should put aside ghost stories, but the fact that the legendary blacksmith died at work is a fact. They must be careful. He thanked him for the warning and said that he promised to be on guard. He gave him the license and said that he would have to post it in a prominent place in the workshop. When they went outside, Alicia called him and said that it seemed like something was really wrong with that workshop. MC agreed with a thoughtful look and said that, although the investigation had yielded no results, when so many people were warned, it became a little uneasy. If it were only him, he would take the risk. It was his responsibility. However, if something happened to her or others, she approached him and said that she understood, but the place was still too good to refuse. It seemed like any merchant in the city would dream of it. He agreed and said that it had been empty for so long, precisely because of the power of those rumors. She said with a determined expression that in a worst-case scenario, they now had bodyguards and they were all strong, so everything would be fine. About a week later, he spent his days at the market, telling visitors about his future workshop. The customer he told this to said that when it opened, he would stop by to renew the enchantment on a sword. He promised to wait for him and thought it would be good if they all came. After that, he returned to the estate and said that today he had completed the purchase of the building. Goral said that he could now use it as a workshop. Fake thanked him and Goral said that he should try hard but not overwork himself. He had heard from Alicia that he was prone to taking on too much. He denied it, and Goral said that he should remember that a true master mastered the art of self-care. There was no need to rush just because the shop was open. Also, if he needed anything, he should not hesitate to ask the soldiers or Leffy for help. The ability to manage people is no less important for running a business. He thought that with them, he really could feel free to ask for help. He called the master and said that he would like to ask him about something. He agreed to listen to him and said that he would like to upgrade the swords of the soldiers guarding him. Could he make such a decision on his own? This proposal caught Goral's attention, and he said that he had heard that they all used standard swords of similar quality. Since Alicia would be helping him in the shop, he wanted to provide them with more reliable weapons. He thought that their current swords looked quite acceptable, but thinking about the future, he felt uneasy. Of course, this was also a gesture of gratitude. He wanted to give the three of them new blades. He said that if they themselves were not against it, he saw no problem with it. However, they should not be given excessively powerful equipment. It was better to give higher quality swords as a reward as needed. He understood him and thanked him for this advice. After that, the two of them left the office, and she asked, "So the preparations are complete?" The protagonist agreed and said that they could only hope that nothing would happen in that building. She said with a serious expression that Leffy and the soldiers had checked it several times. Everything was fine. By the way, what swords does he plan to give them? He asked. Tomorrow is training day in the garden, right? He wants to talk to them then. Let them choose suitable blades from those in the workshop. He thought that the swords issued in the estate were mostly made of Ilios mithril steel. For something better, he would have to make it himself. He said that their current swords are universal ones made of Ilios mithril steel. The ones he wants to give are also made of that, but with enhanced enchantments and forging. They should surpass even Dirian mithril steel. This is only an improvement in quality, but they are strong warriors. He is confident that they can handle it. Alicia agreed and said that it seems they will be happy about it. Just recently, some of them were thinking about changing swords. He said that it meant he thought about it quite opportunely. Sometime later at the training ground, he found 3 knights, Capri, Aria, and Pisces, and thought that they must all be a little older than him, about 20 years old. They noticed him, said hello, and said that he rarely appears at the training ground. MC looked at them and thought that their ages were close, but they were very different. They had outstanding physiques. It was not for nothing that they were soldiers. He said that he needed to tell them something. Do they have some free time? They agreed, and he said that he spoke with Lord Goral yesterday, since they would continue to guard them. They were glad to hear this, and said that guarding his life was a pleasure. After all, they could witness the happy life of newlyweds in person. Such an aura of happiness emanated from both of them. He was a little embarrassed by this and said that they weren't married yet. One of them said with a happy look that the Lord had already given his consent. Everything would be fine. They would definitely get married. He was very embarrassed and thought that they should stop teasing. He was trying his best himself. He said that they should leave it at that. He wanted to give them swords of his own making. They were very surprised, and he asked. They would guard the shop too, right? Just in case. He thought it would be better to update their equipment. Would they accept that? They were happy about this, and asked, would he make swords for them? That is, they would be able to use his amazing swords? How lucky they were. He said that they shouldn't be so happy. It would just be a little better in terms of quality. One of them denied it and said that this was more than enough. Fake was a little embarrassed by this and thought that he would just offer them to choose from the swords in the workshop. Wouldn't they be disappointed because of this? He asked if they would mind going with him to the forge then. They agreed and said that they would follow him anywhere. They came to the workshop and he said that he was planning to display these swords in the store. They were all made well, so they were quite good. They could choose anyone they liked. They began to look closely, he began to worry, and thought that the reaction was weaker than he expected. He apologized and asked if everything was okay. These swords were made of Ilia mithril steel, probably the same material as the swords they use. They were surprised and asked loudly, "Are these swords made of the same material?" That's not true. They are a level, even several levels higher in quality. There will also be a lot of these hanging in the store. Can they really take them for free? This is simply unbelievable. He was surprised by this and asked if the difference was really that big. They confirmed it and said that this is the sword that was given to them. Even he, who is not particularly knowledgeable, can see the difference. Fake examined it and said that there really is a difference. He thought that these swords were made with simplified processes for mass production. Also, the enchantments on them are weaker. He said that if they carefully approach the enchantment and magical forging, the quality of the material can come close to what he gives them. However, in general, if there are no objections, they are free to choose. They were very happy about this and promised to serve him all their lives. Later, he asked if the 3 of them found swords that suit them. They all agreed and showed the swords they chose for themselves. He happily said that this was excellent. If the enchantment weakens, they can just say, he is always ready to fix it. They said with joyful smiles that they were grateful to him for everything. He will use this sword, thinking that it is him. The protagonist said that then it will be swung constantly. One of them apologized and said that that he will think about it and cherish it. He said it was as if he had said the same thing. He thought with a small smile that this was the most joyful moment for a blacksmith. Seeing the happy faces of those who take his work in their hands, he liked it even more than the process of creation itself. He would try his best to see as many smiles as possible in his future workshop. After some time, he returned to his building and thought that from today on, this was no longer the Bestel Forge, but his shop. The first step towards his dream. The purchase was paid for from the funds he earned in the service of Lord Gorel. The missing amount was covered by the Lord himself. His gratitude was boundless. He would give the bulk of the income from here to him. Alicia opened the door slightly, called him over, and asked if the cleaning outside was finished. He agreed with a confused tone, and she asked if he was distracted by the view again. He laughed and said that he still couldn't believe he had such a respectable workshop. She asked if everything was ready on the outside, maybe they could check what was inside. MC thought that, thanks to the help of many people, the arrangement of goods was almost complete. He was about to say something, but he heard the clang of metal, saw the fallen rack of swords, and wondered with a little surprise, did it fall on its own? She let out a loud cry of surprise and asked what it was. He asked, in a worried tone, was she okay? Was she hurt? She agreed and said that it just fell on its own. She took his hand and asked if it was really that thing. He was a little nervous and asked if that was the case. Then it was some kind of petty mischief, don't you think? If it were that ghost from the rumors, it would have made things fly, thrown goods into the street in general, would have announced itself much more effectively. There were not enough swords, and it probably just accidentally shifted, lost its balance and fell. She calmed down because of his words, and said that she probably just imagined it. He put the stand in place so that it wouldn't fall, then began to examine his daggers and said that all that remained was to arrange them in the right order. It's a matter of taste. Later she approached him and asked, everything seemed okay? He agreed and thought that all the swords hanging on the wall were mostly of good quality. Other shelves contained daggers, and swords of similar quality were all piled together in a barrel. Their price was fixed. There was, of course, a difference in quality, but it was insignificant. Alicia began examining his weapons, called his name, and said with surprise that he could make a wide variety of swords. Fake said that he simply recreated in his own way what he had once seen. She asked if the shop preparations were almost finished, right? He remembered this and asked, maybe after the fair at the end of this week? He had already told about the shop at the last fair, but he wanted to do it again, for the last time. She agreed, and said that it seemed like it would be good. The latest advertising could determine how many customers they would have in the future. They would be busy starting next week. He agreed and asked if she would really be standing behind the counter. She agreed, and he said that he was a little worried. She decided to support him and said that everything was fine, and the security said that they would also help. Hearing this, he calmed down and said that now the only workers were them and Leffy. If they could help, he would be only glad. He thought that they could hire sellers, but for now, considering that there might be no customers at all, they would be enough. For now, they will open and see how it goes. Later, he met the knights and asked, by the way, where is everyone? They turned to him and said that they were cleaning the kitchen on the second floor. Alicia said that they would finish soon. Then she was going to cook dinner. He called her in surprise, and she said with a joyful look that she had also learned to cook, so he could trust her. He said that he would look forward to it. He thought that he would try the food she would cook for the first time. He felt anxious and anticipating. Would everything be okay? He said with a smile that then he would go forge while she cooked. She said that she would call him when she finished. He thought that light penetrated into the forge itself, so it wasn't dark. However, because it was made of stone, there was a certain oppressive feeling. He liked this enclosed space. He could concentrate on his work here. He had replaced some of the old tools, but most of them were still usable. So what should he do? He didn't know how long it would take her to cook. It would be better to make something that wouldn't take much time. In that case, maybe he should make kitchen knives or frying pans. Maybe he should make the shop a place where housewives could come in too. His life in the small village before he became the court blacksmith, although he made swords for the occasional adventurer, was more like working in a general store than in a weapons shop. He made not only farming tools, blades, and swords, but also pots, teapots, cups, basically things used in everyday life. Nostalgia, thanks to that time, he became who he is. There are people who need his weapons, a fiancé who supports him, and he was even able to fulfill his dream and open his own store. True, he is too lucky. He certainly did not think he would become a nobleman. He made 2 frying pans and asked, for the first time in such a long time, did it turn out well? He smelled a pleasant smell and asked if she had finished cooking. He left his gloves on the table, went to the exit of the forge, and looked back with a small smile. However, he was very surprised when he noticed a barely noticeable silhouette standing next to his frying pans. The silhouette disappeared when he came back, but he refused to believe it and said that he probably just imagined it. He must be seeing things from fatigue. The protagonist came to the kitchen. Alicia noticed him and asked how the forge was going. He said in a slightly confused tone that he had just finished. She praised him and said that dinner would be ready soon, so he should wait a little. He said that then he would at least set the plates. She thanked him, and he went to set the plates on the table. When the food was ready, he sat down at the table and asked It's time for Leffy and the soldiers to rest too, right? She said that she had already told them that they could take a break during lunch. However, the soldiers couldn't all leave at once, so she had already given instructions on the order in which they would rest. He said that it was as expected of her. She turned to him and said that this was the usual thing. She finished cooking, put the food on the plates, and he said that it looked very tasty. She warned him that it was a stew, and he looked at it and thought that this was the first time he would try something she had cooked. He doesn't know how well she can cook. There is a slight concern about the taste. The uncertainty is due to the fact that she is a noble woman. He was under the impression that nobles delegate all the housework, like cooking and laundry, to servants, so he doesn't know how well she can cook. If the taste is unexpected, his reaction will be immediate, so as not to offend her. He wished her bon appetit, started trying her dish, and she asked how he liked it. He said with surprise that it was very tasty. The ingredients were well stewed and just right softness, and the flavor of the products was perfectly revealed. Very tasty. He thought that, of course, the products are also important, but this flavor was achieved thanks to the fact that she cooked with soul. Alicia said that she was glad that he liked it. He continued eating and, with a satisfied look, thought that it was too delicious. He asked for more bread. She agreed to bring it and said that there was more stew too. She laughed and said that he ate so appetizingly. He said with a joyful look that it was because it really was very tasty. She was a real genius. She asked with a grin, however, wasn't he worried at first? He awkwardly denied it and wondered if she had noticed. He didn't think she would care about his opinion of her food. She said with a slightly displeased look that anyone could learn to cook such a dish. He apologized with a little worry and said that it meant that nobles also cook. She said that at school they had classes for noble girls in cooking. One of them, so it seems that everyone has some knowledge. Whether they cook or not is another question, but some do it as a hobby, or even open their own establishments. She scooped up the stew on a spoon, blew on it to cool it, and handed it to him to eat. He felt embarrassed by this and asked, "What's going on?" She said that she had always wanted to do this. Would he agree to try it? He agreed, ate it, and said that it was delicious. In response, MC also handed her a spoon. She ate it with a joyful look and laughed. She said, "Yes, now it's her turn." After some time, the knights examined his swords and said that all the swords in this shop were of too good quality. Indeed, this increases the likelihood of someone breaking in and stealing. Bake looked at them and thought that the best swords he had were made of Sierra magic iron. There were about 10 of them. The swords of a lower rank were worse than that. They noticed him and asked if something had happened. He denied it and said he was just taking a short break. He came to look around. How were things with security? Was everything all right? They agreed and said that they were just thinking about where it would be best to post guards. He apologized for adding extra work for them, and they said that it was their job, after all. He has a small question. Is it permissible to wear civilian clothes while on guard duty? In terms of protection, armor seems better than civilian clothes. They thought that if they pretended to be customers, the atmosphere in the shop would be less oppressive. He understood them and thought that, indeed, there was some sense in his words. The presence of these guys could help prevent crimes, but the armor might scare off some buyers. If they were here, the chances of crime would be greatly reduced, of course. But he was most worried about Alicia. There were bound to be many adventurers who didn't know her. Okay, if they were people who grew up in this city, but among the new adventurers, there might be some who would harass her. She couldn't be allowed to be touched. Come to think of it, maybe it would be better for the guards to look impressive. He asked if there was a man in armor in the back room. One of the knights said sure. The other two would watch, pretending to be customers, and if anything happened, a soldier from the back room would come running to the rescue. That was a good plan. He said that's what they would do then. He figured that if there were any problems, they would think about it after the fact. There was still a lot that was unclear, so he would have to act by feel. But nothing could be done. Alicia called him and said that she had increased the space for knives and pans. He thanked her and said that she should not overdo it. She should work, but she must not forget about rest. She said that she knew and was actually resting now. He was surprised by this and asked, she was resting, but thinking about the store? She laughed and said that he shouldn't make such a confused face. Everything was fine, she understood. He thought that indeed, if he went to check the store every break, it could not be called rest. However, the look on her face gave him the most strength and calmed his soul. She asked what was wrong with him. He said with a joyful look that he simply thought that looking at her face was the best medicine. She was very embarrassed by this and asked loudly what he was saying so suddenly. Everyone would hear it, after all. The protagonist thought that he was teasing her out of habit, although, of course, everything he said was the pure truth. They both began to feel embarrassed, and the knight said that everything was fine. They can consider them as pillars in the house or walls. Leffy supported them and said that they should not pay attention and can continue flirting. They are having fun here on their own. He blushed deeply because of this, mentally called them idiots and thought, how can he not pay attention to this? So now, if he teases her, it will backfire on him. He started to leave, called her and said that they will see each other later. She was surprised because of this and asked in a confused tone, did he decide to leave her like this? After some time, he thought that the opening day was getting closer. Yesterday at the fair, when he was selling swords, He told his adventurer friends that he was opening a store. Tomorrow, he will finally open the store. Today, he did the final check and made sure that there were no special problems. However, thinking that some difficulties might arise when opening tomorrow, he decided on something. He said that he would spend the night here tonight. Besides, he wants to start preparing for the opening in the morning. The knight said that it was so thorough. Of course, he can entrust the security to them. He thought that since he is connected with the Barnasto house, if he is staying the night here, he should leave a guard. However, since there is goods in the store, the knights had already spent the night here in turns to prevent theft. Then he approached Alicia and said that it would be bad for her if something happened, so she should return to the mansion. She was indignant about this and said that everything was fine, she would stay too. Leffy called her and said that her change of clothes had already been delivered. She could spend the night with him. She was confused about this and said that the others were here, so everything would be fine. Besides, she was much stronger than ordinary people. She agreed with a smug look and said that they could trust them. The knights said that everything would be fine. As adventurers, they are somewhere around A rank. They will protect their precious time alone. She said that she also prepared a bedroom properly for them, so they can use it as they please. They were both very embarrassed about it. Alicia called her and asked what she meant. She said that she was just thinking about their comfort. They were engaged, after all, so she figured it wouldn't be a problem if they were in the same room. MC thought with a shocked look. She thought it wouldn't be a problem? Of course it would be. It seems that nobles are not allowed to enter into such relationships before marriage. Although they don't plan on doing anything like that, then maybe it's not much of a problem, I guess. She awkwardly called him and asked what he thought. Would he be uncomfortable sleeping with her? He denied it with a confused tone and said that he didn't mind if she didn't mind. She said that she didn't mind either if he didn't mind. He thought it was decided that they would sleep in the same room. Later, the knights in the corridor called him and said that if anything happened, they could call them at any time. They would be in a free room nearby, so they would always be ready. He went further, met Leffy, who was leaving the room. She came up to him and wished him good evening. He asked in a slightly confused tone, was Alicia already inside? She looked at the door behind her with a small smile, agreed, and said that she was already ready for bed. He thought that he was not going to do anything, but for some reason he was starting to get nervous. Of course, he thought that one day the day would come when they would sleep together, but he did not expect it to happen like this. She said that if he needed anything, he could call right away. She would rest in the room right below this one. If he stomped hard on the floor, she would come right away. He was confused by this and said that the room downstairs was something like a storage room. There were a lot of things there, and it was cramped. Was she sure? She agreed and said that everything was fine. He asked if there were still free rooms. Maybe she would choose another place? She refused and said that she liked it there. Fake asked if she did this, especially for them. He admired her professionalism. He apologized for always causing her trouble. Leffy said with a smile that he didn't have to worry about it. He said that he still worried. Because of him, her usual life had changed a lot. She said that it was not so. Protecting their smiles was her happiness. Besides, she didn't choose the room right below them because of work. She thought that from there, she would be able to immediately find out if the two of them were doing anything. He was surprised by this and thought that he was taking his words back. All his respect and gratitude had disappeared. Besides, what kind of face should he make when entering the bedroom now? The door to the room feels so heavy. Suddenly, Alicia opened the door. She asked, Leffy said something strange, right? He asked, a little embarrassed. Did she hear that? She said the door was slightly ajar, so she must have done it on purpose. If he stood there, he'd get cold. He should go to bed. He found her cute with a little embarrassment and thought she was scratching at the remnants of his composure. She was very cunning. He saw a double bed and asked, by the way, when did they manage to bring such a bed here? She said they brought it in pieces and assembled it while they were resting today. And what are they even doing? He sat on the edge of the bed and asked in an embarrassed voice if maybe he should lie down in his sleeping bag. She looked surprised by this, turned to him and asked why he was saying that. He asked, does she understand that it's not that he's against it? He's just ashamed, that's all. If it were possible, she would want to be near him all the time. What about him? He covered his face with his hand and said that he also felt the same as she did. After that, they lay down in bed together. He turned his back to her, and she called him and said that she wanted to see his face. He asked, however, she always sees it anyway, right? She hugged him and said that she wanted to see him even closer. She asked him to turn towards her, and they looked at each other with blushing faces. He turned towards her. They looked at each other with great embarrassment, and he thought, that is, everything is heading towards this. Seriously, it is possible? What should he do? This is his first time being so close to a girl and sleeping together too. Besides, it is she who he has always liked. Could something like this happen in reality? He closed his eyes and she touched his face, was about to do something, but immediately changed her mind. She touched his lips with her hand, then hugged him and said that she always wanted to fall asleep with him like this. They were both very embarrassed and considered themselves indecisive. The main character also hugged her and said that he always thought he wanted this too. He just kept silent. In fact, he wanted it so much that she might not like it, so he held himself back even now. He asked for forgiveness, and Alicia grabbed his back tighter and said that she was happy. After some time, They both fell asleep, but he woke up in the middle of the night because he heard loud sounds. He realized that it was the sound of a hammer and wondered what it was. Was it coming from the workshop? The sound was getting louder and louder. He thought it was very noisy, but he was confused because she didn't pay attention to it. He left the room, and Capri was sitting in the hallway and asked if something had happened to him. He denied it and asked if he had heard any sound. He denied it and said that he hadn't heard anything at all. MC, looking confused, thought that it seemed like he was the only one hearing it. He asked with a slightly worried look if he was okay. He agreed and said that he probably just imagined it. He was already awake anyway. He needed to clean the workshop after his day's work, so he would go there. He had to look after Alicia. He started going down the stairs, heard the same sound again, and thought that it was definitely coming from here. He entered the forge. The sound immediately stopped, and he began to examine the room. A ghost appeared next to him and screamed in his ear, and he turned to him in horror. He asked with slight surprise why he wasn't screaming. Was he really so surprised that he was speechless? Fake looked at him in surprise and thought that he was floating and had no legs. He looked like a human, but what was that? He asked if he was a human or a ghost. What other purpose did he have? He was very surprised by this and asked loudly why he was analyzing the situation so calmly. He could have been at least a little scared. Idiot. What the hell was he anyway? He should tremble with horror when he saw a ghost. His first reaction should be a scream, right? This morning too, he deliberately staged a paranormal event. However, he called it some kind of overly banal hooliganism. It generally sounded like an insult. He looked at his face with slight surprise and said that it turns out ghosts really do exist. So that's what a ghost is like. He got even angrier, started to flex his fists and said loudly that day after day in his house he was flirting with a girl. A freak. Another thing. What happened in the bed? Such a shame. Isn't he ashamed at all? He's a man, so he should take the initiative. He wanted to say how it should be done, but he can't do this in his house. Next time he would send a nightmare to him. He was surprised that he called this house his and asked if he was really the legendary blacksmith. Bestel in the guise of an evil spirit. He got very angry because of this and asked what evil spirit. He calmed down and said that he was right. He was the owner of this house and the legendary blacksmith. The protagonist said with a little surprise that he turned out to be younger than he thought. He grinned and said that this was natural. Would he want to take the form of an old man after death? If it comes to that, everyone would want to remain in their youthful form, in the prime of life. He thought with a confused look that this certainly made sense. After death, it means that he is the reason why the price of this workshop fell so much. He crossed his arms in front of himself and said that he sees that he wants to say something. He said that he didn't believe in ghosts, so he only half believed the bad rumors about this house. Judging by the results of the investigation, the problems were with the blacksmiths who lived here before. However, if ghosts really exist, that changes the matter. An evil spirit that cursed all the blacksmiths before him. Bestel said that how rude. After all, he said that he was not an evil spirit. He said that, however, he heard that all the blacksmiths who lived here went crazy. One after another abandoned this beautiful place. He remembered this, agreed, and said that it was he who interfered with their work and made noise with a hammer every night, preventing them from sleeping. MC said that so he is an evil spirit after all. He was indignant about this and said that he should listen carefully. This is his workshop. His whole life is here, and he does not want to trust it to some half-wit. Frankly, he would not give it to anyone, but if no one lives in the house, it falls into disrepair. If it comes to that, he needs someone who will not disgrace this workshop. Strong in spirit, with high skills, and outstanding blacksmith. That is why he continued to test everyone, whether they can be trusted. However, there was not a single worthy one among them, only untalented ones. They do not deserve to inherit his legendary workshop. He asked, does this mean he will test him too? Bestel leaned towards him, agreed and said that if he is so confident in his talent, he can stay. If he is afraid, he should leave. He does not need such people here. He asked, however, if he fails, will he curse him? He agreed and then he asked, however, if something happens, only he will suffer, right? He agreed with this and said that he had no reason to harm those who were not blacksmiths. He did not use such dirty methods. For him, only skills were important, and whether the owner had the potential to once again bring glory to this venerable workshop. It seemed that House Barnasto had recognized him, so he should surprise them. Fake thought that, as expected of a legendary blacksmith, he was a great man, so he would judge him solely as a blacksmith. He said that he had nothing against it. Bestel chuckled and said that he would see what he was capable of. Well, he would silently observe the affairs of the workshop and would not interfere, unless he started doing poor work, probably. But there was one thing. If he continued to flirt with a girl in front of him around the clock, he might use a special curse, so he had to be on his guard. He considered it petty and thought that in any case, he had promised Mr. Goral to become the best blacksmith in the world. However, to do this, he needs skills that even a legendary blacksmith would recognize. He remembered something and asked, by the way, What did he think of his swords? At that moment, he was no longer here, and he thought that this ghost was completely different from what he imagined. He thought he would be a more formidable, silent, and cool master. Well, rumors always exaggerate everything. At least he doesn't look like an evil spirit. At the same time, the stealth flew into the store, and with the help of magic brought one of the swords to himself, began to examine it, and said that at first he thought about throwing out all these swords from here. However, everything is made of pretty good quality, meticulous enchantment, and magical forging. Even low-ranking blades are made better than one could expect. This frying pan too. If you don't focus only on weapons and make different things, you can expand your clientele. After all, he didn't sell such things. There is something in him. He pins his hopes on him, a blacksmith who has a future. After some time, the protagonist turned over the sign on the workshop door with a joyful expression and thought that finally, from today, his forge was open. Alicia came up to him and said with a joyful look that the preparations here are complete. It can be opened at any time. He agreed and thought about yesterday's incident with Bestel. He did not want to tell her about it. After all, it concerns her. If he told, she might burst into tears. He said that he would not harm anyone except him. For now, he decided to trust him. He wants to check if he is worthy of inheriting this store. It seems that this is his goal. He looked up and wondered if he was watching from somewhere now. He saw him sticking out of the second-floor window, was surprised by this, and thought that he was looking straight at him, so unceremoniously. She called him and asked what happened. Was there something up there? He turned to her, denied it, and said that he just thought the weather was perfect for the first day of work. She agreed and said that it seemed like a nice day. They went inside, and Caprice said that they would proceed according to plan then. 1 in regular security, 2 in civilian clothes on patrol. MC agreed and said that he was counting on him. It only remained to be seen how many customers would come. Still, it was unlikely that anyone would come right after opening. He was prepared for there to be a lull for a while. The knights asked if there would be any customers who would come for the lady. People were probably wondering what kind of person their master was, since he was her fiancé. He heard this and said that I understand. So there was that purpose too. Leffy said that the Barnasto family was involved in this. So if it became a store for the two of them, people might come to look at them and buy goods at the same time as a greeting. He said with a thoughtful look that, however, if they came just for her, it would be a bit difficult. He didn't want any guys coming to look at her. However, they were customers anyway, so he would have to serve them properly. The knights looked at them with happy faces and said that the ladies really loved everything. They looked at each other with small smiles and said nothing. Levert entered the store, which caught their attention, and he asked how they were doing. Fake called him by name and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He called them both by name and said that he congratulated them on the opening of the store today. He was surprised that he addressed him so formally, and she, with a slightly worried look, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Welcome. He looked around in surprise and said, so this is the kind of store this gentleman has. It looks excellent, and the layout is wonderful. There are also weapons of all kinds. The quality of each seems excellent. He was a little confused by this, thanked him, and said that he was glad that he came. Besides, he was the first customer. He said in a joyful voice that such a coincidence, it was an honor for him. He asked with a confused smile, by the way, what is the purpose of this pretentious word, sir? He asked. They officially became bride and groom, right? In that case, his position became higher than his. He understood him and thought that not neglecting the status of the ducal house is necessary, right? He asked. He understands this. But this is not an official reception. Maybe he should communicate as usual? He still had doubts, but he asked him to do it and said that he wanted them to communicate as friends. Levert said that if he insisted, he called Lady Alicia and asked if she was okay with it. She asked if they two had become that close. He hesitantly agreed and thought that he was a candidate for her suitor and his rival. In fact, although no, he raised his hand, agreed, and said that in fact, since he ordered the forging, they found a common language. At that time, his situation was similar. Although outwardly he acted accordingly. She said with a little surprise that that's how it is. If the two of them are doing well, then she doesn't care, so everything is fine. He nodded, thanked her, and said that he would then take advantage of her warm words. Still, open his own store, as expected of him. The protagonist said that they just opened and there are no customers yet. By the way, why did he come here? He said with a small smile that he thought he'd drop by with a quick greeting. He might still need their services, so he wanted them to remember him. He laughed and said that he'd already remembered his face more than well. However, was their event really that important? Levert asked in surprise. What was he talking about? The whole town was talking about a noble lady having a fiancé. He thought with a slightly worried look that it was problematic in some way. He said with a small smile that he shouldn't put on such a serious face. He should behave with dignity. Of course, from his point of view, almost any interlocutor was of higher status than him, but now he was an aristocrat. He agreed and said that was true, but he just couldn't get used to it. He laughed and said that there was nothing he could do about it, and in general, he shouldn't worry too much. However, Mr. Goral's name might suffer. If something went wrong, what would he do? MC agreed and thought that this was indeed what worried him most. The Lord was kind to him, and he wanted to become someone, who could support him. Alicia called him and told him that he shouldn't say things that would burden him. Levert apologized and said that he shouldn't take it to heart. He agreed and said that he understood everything. He thought that even in his current position, he couldn't say that he was above everyone else. He needed to act decisively and with dignity with many people. For the sake of the prestige of the ducal house and her, he had to become a real husband. Although he shouldn't put on airs, it was a difficult balance. He said that it seemed that he didn't need to say anything. The Lord was one of those who didn't particularly care about hierarchy in relationships. However, among the nobility, the question of whether he was a worthy person often arose, so a little awareness wouldn't hurt. He was grateful for his advice and promised to remember it. Levert turned around and said that there was no need for thanks. Still, as a blacksmith, he's only gaining more and more status. Fake, looking a little confused, said that even so, he strives to become the best blacksmith in the world. Mr. Goral is counting on it too. He's going to try even harder. Levert said with admiration that it's such a great dream. However, if it's him, then he'll definitely succeed. He's also going to work hard to become the best swordsman in the world. They both have to try. He agreed, and he said that then he'll buy it as a souvenir and go. He took the sword and said that he'll come visit them again. They said goodbye to each other. He left the store, and Alicia sighed with a slightly dissatisfied look. He called her and said that she hadn't spoken to him at all. He understands that she's uncomfortable, but the relationship when they were candidates for marriage is already in the past. Maybe they shouldn't avoid him so obviously? She, looking a little confused, said that she understands this, but it's a long-standing habit. This caught his attention, and he asked if they were friends as children. She agreed, and said that they were still little and didn't really care about status. He was always making fun of her, throwing bugs at her, and was very rude. She noticed that he looked at her with a sad expression and asked what was wrong with him. He asked her not to pay attention and thought that knowing her since childhood was unfair. He was jealous. 30 minutes had passed since the store opened. The store is not crowded with people. There are none at all. He asked to inform the Adventurers Guild about the opening. Maybe few people look at the ads. As expected, trade is a harsh world. Their conversation was interrupted by the door to the store opening, and he immediately greeted the customer. Rob went inside, said the name of his store, and asked if he had come to the right place. He heard that he opened a store here and came. He was very surprised to meet him and call him the commander of the knights. He called him by name and asked, "Is the owner of this shop here?" He agreed with a confused tone and said that it was him. Alicia called him and asked if they knew each other. The protagonist agreed and said that before, when he worked at court, he helped with the supply and maintenance of swords in the blacksmithing department. He is the commander of the knights, the main one in the country. She bowed to him, introduced herself, and said that she was pleased to meet such a person. He looked at her and said that he saw her for the first time, but he had heard a lot about her. He looked at him in surprise and asked, "Such a person came to their distant shop. What's going on?" He asked with a serious expression. "Have you heard from Morgan about the situation in the blacksmithing department?" He agreed and said that he generally understood the situation from the letter he received earlier. That time, he could not live up to his expectations and asks for forgiveness. Rob said that since then, he had been fired. The previous blacksmiths were brought back, new ones were hired, and the situation had improved significantly. However, he never met a blacksmith with such excellent skill as his, so he came to persuade him once again. MC was very surprised by this, and he laughed and said that it was just a joke. He came in to say hello. He couldn't express his gratitude to him. He said that this was the first time they said that. He said that it was because he always hid behind Morgan and the others. He said with a slightly dissatisfied voice that it brought back memories. By the way, what happened to him after that? He started talking about it and remembered how earlier he asked, so, the blacksmiths whom he forced to quit, did he bring them all back? He looked away with a very frightened look, denied it, and said that he only brought back a few and couldn't come to an agreement with the most important one. He got very angry about this, slammed his fist on the table, and said that the salary and working conditions should have been reviewed, for sure. So his apology wasn't enough, right? He pulled his sword out of its sheath and asked loudly, did he apologize with all his might? He certainly banged his forehead on the floor until he broke it, didn't he? Rob stopped the sword in front of his head, and he became very scared because of this and began to loudly ask for forgiveness. He said with a serious expression on his face that since he hadn't fulfilled the promise he made not long ago. Anyway, one of his squads needed people. He could go there as a knight. Morgan was worried about this and said that he was asking to give him at least a better position. He put the sword back in its sheath and said that in that case they could forget about this conversation. He looked at him in horror and said that anything but this. He must wait. He was already banished from home. He had nowhere to go and nothing to live on. Rob had an idea about him. A man entered the room and he asked with a frightened look who he was. He said it was Instructor Lukal. His squad was formed from criminals. He has the power to tame only them. They call him the demonic instructor. Morgan asked loudly in a frightened tone, "Isn't that a slave collar used on deserters to prevent them from doing anything? This is one of the most dangerous units in this country." He confirmed this with a calm smile and he, with a wide and frightening smile, said that he would be a laborer in his squad. First, as a laborer, he must gain basic physical fitness, and he will also assign him a room in the dormitory. The senior knights live in that room, and he must listen to them. The orders of the senior knights are absolute. He will warn him in advance. In their squad, there are no such words as feeling unwell. He knows this well, doesn't he? All this is education. He grabbed him by the collar and said that it was time for them to go. When he gained strength, he would begin training him as a knight. He loudly asked to let him go, and he said in a calm tone that he was happy for him. He had been assigned a new duty station for the time being. He, with a slightly dissatisfied expression, said that this is how it all ended. From now on, he will carefully re-educate him so that something like this does not happen again. They were both very scared because of this, and he said that until now he had not noticed the problem and asked him for forgiveness. It was his fault that they lost such a talent like him, all because of a lack of control. Fake said with surprise that this was not true at all. It was a problem exclusively within the forge department, so the knight commander should not worry. Rob said that they cope every day thanks to the support of them, the blacksmiths. He used to take it for granted, but the current situation offended him. Having lost him, he realized it. If he had noticed the problem earlier, if he had reached out to him faster, he would have done everything to make him comfortable. But he had already quit. They lost the man they wished to lose. He bowed his head, again asking for forgiveness, and he said loudly that it was not so. He should raise his head. He extended his hand and said that he alone bore a hellish burden. Still, he faithfully cast spells and continued to support them. He was grateful to him for everything he had done so far. He was touched by his words, shook his hand, and said that it was an honor to hear this from the commander of the knights. He felt that his efforts from that time had been rewarded. He looked over the selection and said that he was glad that they were able to talk. Then he didn't want to interfere, but would it be okay if he bought a lot of swords and left? He happily agreed, and he began to examine the swords. Alicia, with a happy expression on her face, called him and said that he had succeeded. After that, the two of them went outside, and the protagonist thanked him for his purchase. He thanked him too, and said that he hoped that from now on his swords would become a force that would support many people. He shouldn't give up and keep trying. He suggested that they meet again someday. He agreed, after which he returned to the store and said that to think that the commander of the knights himself had come all this way on purpose. She happily said that it was amazing. He had helped so many people in his time. He agreed and said that there were a lot of things, but he was glad that he worked hard for those 3 years. He could feel that everything was not in vain. She said that from now on, they should all join forces and try even harder. Everyone agreed, after which she said that it was almost noon. It would be great if more customers came. He agreed and said that, however, this is just the beginning. Alicia asked, perhaps, after all, the rumors about this being a haunted mansion spoil everything? He said with a slightly dissatisfied look that maybe there is some truth to that too. At that moment, Ivas, Wezer and someone else entered his shop. He noticed the girl with them and asked who came with them. He called her Aruna and said that she came today to find herself a weapon. MC noticed the staff in her hands and wondered, is she a sorceress? He asked, is she a sorceress? He doesn't have any staves made of magical iron yet. She asked if he was saying that if he could do this too, then he could do it. He agreed and said that if there was an order, he would do it. But he had several magical tools to support magic. He thought that they enhanced special abilities in combat with monsters. They were also made of magical iron. The thing is, magical iron conducts magic well. It allows a wizard to use his magic with less effort. In addition, it is easy to combine with other materials that conduct magic well. He said that the product was made to order, so it would cost a little more. She, with a calm expression, said that then this time a simple knife for self-defense and butchering would be enough. He pointed to the wall with knives and asked, if so, what about the goods from this shelf? There was probably nothing suitable on this corner. Most of them cost 30,000 crowns. She began to examine the knives and asked, there were different ones, but something was wrong. Was there a difference in sharpness? He said that the knives on display were the ones he made from Illyrian magical iron, but they all varied slightly in design and quality. For example, if you were to rate the sharpness of Illyrian iron blades on a scale of 1 to 100, everything on the other side was the same. Depending on the condition on the day, the quality fluctuates a bit. Of course, he tries to maintain a certain level, so there shouldn't be any problems. She showed him the dagger and said that she would take this one then. It costs 30,000, right? Fake agreed and said that he guaranteed the quality for that price. If you regularly maintain it with spells, it will last for several years. By the way, the higher the price, the longer it will last with regular maintenance. You also won't have to enchant it that often. She looked disappointed and said that she didn't have that much money, so she would come next time. Alicia threw a few coins into the cash register, brought her the knife and sheath, and thanked her for her purchase. Aruna picked up the knife, complimented its beauty, and he said it was used frequently. If the blade's sharpness faded, she could bring it to him, He thought it best to enchant it once a month. He looked away and asked, "What about the two of them?" Eva said they had also come for an enchantment. Weather said most of the enchantment had already worn off. However, it had been usable without any problems so far, as expected of him. The protagonist said that since they both had custom-made weapons, he would enchant it to suit their fighting style. He called him over with a worried look and said that a monster had recently appeared nearby. Do they know about it? He denied it and asked what monster he was talking about. He looked very worried and said it was some very dangerous, hard, and huge monster. He forgot the name. Weather said it was a horn dragon. Had he heard of it? He looked thoughtful and said he had only heard that it produced high-quality materials. Iva said loudly that his entire body was covered in skin as hard as stone. It was a monster that could even eat rocks, so normal attacks were no problem for him. He said that was true. He had heard that it was even harder to craft and forge than iron. They said that if you combine magical iron with materials made from this, you could create a very good weapon. They said loudly that, in general, it was very dangerous. If he came, the peace in this city would be disrupted. There was nothing they could do about it. They had to ask adventurers to help them. Eva said loudly that it was useless. Even if they called adventurers, they would have to call an S rank. MC asked, was this really such a difficult opponent? Calling someone like that, the situation was really dangerous. He started crying and asked loudly, what if the monster came here? He really hoped that the S-rank gentleman would do something. Weather looked at him and asked, would he fight a fellow adventurer? He didn't listen to anything, grabbed his head and loudly asked what they should do if the dragon attacks the city before that man arrives. He turned around and asked if such situations weren't the responsibility of the local lord. By the way, if it does happen, what will they do? Alicia, with a sad expression, said that they would only have to fight with what they have. They would have to gather adventurers and forcibly send them to destroy the monster. In that case, she would be counting on them. Evos was shocked by this and loudly said that he was just a small-time D-rank adventurer. He would die. In that case, maybe they should escape from the city before it's too late? Aruna, with a displeased look, called out to him and said that he was simply pathetic. He jumped on Wezer and loudly asked what they should do. She became angry about this, loudly asked him to calm down, and said that even if the monster came, they would have to fight back. Fake watched them, hoping nothing bad would happen. After they left, several more people popped into his shop. Besides the adventurers he knew, other customers also arrived. Alicia attracted a lot of attention, and many customers came to see her. Many were drawn to her sweet and beautiful appearance. Since there were those who knew next to nothing about her, there were men who would talk to her, completely openly revealing their vulgar intentions. If someone insolent appeared and tried to do something, they would immediately come to the rescue. He and the others kept a close eye on the situation. He was pleased to be helped, but leaving her alone in the store would still be dangerous. When evening came, she said that many people had come. She was a little tired. More were sold than expected. Before that, she thought that, considering the nightly order, this would be enough. But this was unexpected. Leffy asked if perhaps he should get more swords from the warehouse. He agreed and asked her about it, and Capri offered her his help. The protagonist said that at this rate, if he didn't make another batch, the goods might not be enough. Alicia agreed and said that, however, they were unlikely to always sell out like this. He said that weapons are bought at most once a month, so for now they will just look. If today's customers return in the future, then there will be more enchanting work. Almay entered the store, called him over, and said hello. He greeted them, and she, with a happy expression, said that she congratulated him on the opening. She came to buy today. She stopped by a little earlier just to see how things were going. They were really sold out here. Rig came in with her and said that he had come today for negotiations. Until now, he had been buying this gentleman's goods in the city. But could they continue their cooperation further? He himself was planning to open a store in a neighboring city. His goods are very popular, and if he puts this one up for sale, it sells immediately. MC asked, by the way, he has new products. Would he like to take a look? He happily agreed and said that he would buy it at a price higher than the purchase price. Therefore, since he, like last time, buys several dozen items wholesale, could he lower the purchase price a little? He thought it over, agreed, and said that in that case, he had a condition. When he sells the goods, he will provide information about this store and advertise it. Does that agree? He thought that if it is his shop, they will get advertising in another city. Besides, it probably has many regular customers. Besides, adventurers of all ranks come there. This is an ideal opportunity to increase the store's recognition. He agreed to this condition, and she said that it means they have an agreement. She hopes for successful cooperation in the future. He asked what rank of goods he should prepare. Rig thought it over and said that high-ranking adventurers often come to his shop. So, could he make items from Dirian mithril steel? He asked about the price. Could they agree on it after everything is ready? After all, it will depend on the specific item. He agreed and said that Alma will handle this matter. He plans to entrust the purchases in this city to her. She said happily that she was really hoping for a good discount. Alicia looked at her with a displeased expression and thought how impudent she was, and this behavior too. They both began to examine his products and said that, as always, the quality was excellent. However, almost everything was already sold out. Today he would pick out and buy 5 pieces. He thanked them, and he turned around and asked, by the way, how he was going to manage the store. After all, custom orders and deliveries of regular swords are two different things, right? Fake agreed and thought that forges could be divided into two main types. The first type makes regular swords and displays them in the window. The second type is custom work. The process is when production begins after receiving an order. This is how many blacksmiths work. From a financial point of view, it seems that you can earn more on custom orders since they are more expensive, but this is only possible after gaining wide recognition as a blacksmith. He is still a long way from that. He said thoughtfully that for now he planned to build his reputation in both ways. If custom orders increased, he would probably stop producing regular swords. Riggs said that understood, meaning that in that case he wouldn't be able to buy from him anymore either. He would be happy about such a rush, but that was still a long way off. Alma said they needed to buy more before that happened. He said that if he needed magical iron, he could forward it to him. The protagonist said that then, if anything of the level of Dirian mithril steel or higher appeared, he asked to keep it in mind. He laughed and said that he could provide it to him. After all, high-grade iron like Dirian mithril or Area rarely hit the open market. She called him over and asked if she could get straight to the point. Could she deliver 5 swords and 10 knives next week? He agreed, and she thanked him cheerfully for it. They left the store, said goodbye, and Alicia said how wonderful it was that he had received an order. Even though it would be difficult, he had to try. He agreed and said that if they thought about the future, their relationship with him was very important. Later, they closed the store, started counting their profits, and she said that the start was simply excellent. They easily crossed the £1,000,000 threshold. He was happy about this and said that such figures would not be embarrassing even to Mr. Gorel. She laughed and said that he would probably say that this was exactly what he expected from him. He said that the only question was whether it would continue like this, because there was a chance that tomorrow no one would come at all. She said that everything would be fine. Word of mouth would spread, and customers would definitely come back. She believed in it. If the store's popularity skyrocketed in the future, they might not be able to cope with the current staff. He laughed and said that this was too much. She said that they needed to think about hiring employees. It's a shame to waste his time on customer service. She wants him to focus on creating goods in the workshop. Therefore, if sales continue to grow, she will hire people herself. He asked, could she handle it? She agreed and said that the main job of an aristocrat's wife is to manage the house. Leffy agreed and said that hiring servants, organizing and managing the household when guests gather in the house. She said with a self-confident smile that so he should leave all the little things to her. He can fully concentrate on forging. He agreed with a smile and said that it would help him a lot. Then he will immediately go make a new batch of goods. She laughed, wished him luck, and said that then she would take care of dinner. He came to the forge and was scared when Bestel said that, as far as he could see, things were going great. He turned out to be not bad. MC agreed in a confused tone and said that he just did not want to be cursed. He thought that he had completely forgotten about his existence. He said with a serious expression that he had heard about the dragon appearing. Perhaps in the future he would have the chance to work with high-ranking magical iron. He should listen. He should look at magical iron more carefully. After all, his hands are growing in the right place. He examined the ore and asked, should he look at magical iron more carefully? He seemed to be looking enough as it was. He thought that blacksmithing is learned by observing. That was his adoptive father's favorite saying. He didn't teach with words. He believed that only those skills that he picked up through observation truly become his own. He doesn't know if this is the right method of teaching, but at least that's how he grew up. He noticed that Bestel had disappeared and asked if he had only appeared to make fun of him. He thought that after all, he wasn't going to tell Alicia about him. However, maybe he should consult with Leffy, although she would probably say that he was hallucinating from overwork. Later, he came into another room and asked where Alicia was. She stopped washing the dishes, turned to him, and said that she went to the bathroom. He said that it was just in time, because he needed to talk to her. She asked what he wanted to talk about. Fake said that only this would be a secret. Had she by any chance heard strange sounds from the forge in the middle of the night? She didn't understand him and asked what sounds he was talking about. He said that it was like someone hitting a hammer on magical iron. She thought about it and said that, by the way, she received a report from Capri that he had already mentioned this. She checked, but no one heard such sounds. He said with a slightly worried look, what does that mean? After all, only he heard it. She was worried about him and asked if he was okay. Did something happen? He said with a serious expression that in fact, the evil spirit of the blacksmith, Bestel, lives in this house. It is he who makes these sounds. He watches him 24 hours a day, checking if he is worthy of running this store. She began to massage his shoulders and said that today had been a really hard day. He should go to bed right now. He loudly asked her to wait, and she said that since he couldn't sleep, she would sing him a lullaby. He turned to her and said that he really existed. He saw him last night and just spoke to him in person. Leffy became even more worried about this and said loudly that he couldn't do this. He had to go back to the real world. He was confused about this and said that he was actually here. If his blacksmithing skill doesn't meet the level he desires, he says he will curse him. She grabbed a frying pan and loudly asked who this freak was, who brought the master to such a state. He grabbed her by the shoulders, asked her to calm down and believe him. She finally calmed down a little, and he said that it looked like he would constantly make hammering noises to drive him out of the house. The rumor turned out to be true. She said that I understand. So this spirit was the cause of the depression of all the previous blacksmiths. Is the master in any danger right now? The protagonist denied it and said that everything was fine for now. It seemed like he was just checking things out. It seems he doesn't plan to harm anyone other than him. However, he couldn't be trusted, so he decided to tell her just in case. She said in a slightly confused tone that she understood him and would be on guard. If the situation became dangerous, he should inform her immediately. She would protect them both, even at the cost of her own life. He said that it was still better not to tell Alicia about this. Leffy agreed and said that it seemed that in that case she would stop leaving him altogether. He said that he wouldn't be able to concentrate on forging and even showing up at the shop would become difficult. In that case, he would have no choice but to give up on this shop. It would be a shame for Alicia. Everything was going so well today. It seemed he had decided to observe for now. One way or another, Bestel's goal is to make sure that his skills are worthy of being entrusted with this important shop. Therefore, he just needs to gain the recognition of the legendary blacksmith. She agreed and said that she would be waiting impatiently. MC said that besides, she was not afraid of ghosts at all. She agreed and said that she had not seen him with her own eyes. So, she apologizes, but she still has some doubts. He laughed and said that it seemed to him that she had no weaknesses. She said with a small smile that there are no perfect maids. He smiled too and said that now he could rely on her. She looked away and said that, by the way, the mistress would soon come out of the bathroom. She needed to get ready to help her with her hair, so she had to go. He agreed and thanked her for listening. She went to the exit but saw a spider, was very scared because of it, screamed loudly in fear and hugged it. He called her in surprise and asked what happened. She apologized, and Alicia saw it and with a shocked look asked what they were doing here. She started shaking with a tense look and said that the relationship between the worker and the owner, she was sure she read about it in a book. Leafy turned to her, apologized, and said loudly that it was not so. She accidentally got scared. She understood everything wrong. She's afraid of insects. She calmed down a little and asked, like the one on her shoulder now? She was confused by what she heard, saw a spider on her shoulder, screamed loudly in fear and fell to the ground. Her face suddenly became very serious. She called Mr. Fake and asked, what is it? If he needs anything, she will do everything. She said that it turns out she has unexpected weaknesses. He laughed and asked, is there anything else? She said that she has quite strong likes and dislikes. They continued to discuss this until she called the mistress in a pitiful voice and asked if she could stop this useless talk. They continued to discuss it anyway, and she said with tears in her eyes that her image of a cold-blooded and excellent maid was shattered. After some time, the two of them lay down in bed, and he said that he apologized for spending the night in the store again. Today they sold a lot more than he expected, so he had to stay late and make extra items. Alicia said that everything was fine. He really did a great job today. By the way, about what Ivis and the others were talking about, he asked, is she talking about the horned dragon? She agreed and said that she asked at the mansion. It seems like father has already sent the order. They say that an S-rank adventurer will arrive soon. He said that I understand. If it's an S-rank, then they can calm down a little. She agreed and said that if everything goes well and they can defeat him, he said that at least it looks like the situation where all the adventurers are forced to participate won't happen. She agreed, and he asked, I wonder what kind of person this adventurer will turn out to be. After some time, a coachwoman named Luna called Mrs. Birdie and said that they had arrived in the area where the dragon's horn had been seen. She was sitting in the carriage, eating carefree, and she turned to look at her with a displeased expression. She calmly asked her to relax a little and said that everything would be fine. There was no need to be so afraid just because of this monster. She said that she was afraid not of the dragon, but of her appetite. She said that for an adventurer, the body is the most important thing. Before the fight, you need to eat well. She said loudly, in a surprised tone, that, however, she had eaten too much. Would she even be able to move after that? Where did all that mountain of food go? Is her stomach some kind of inventory? She put 2 fingers to her mouth and asked, do you want her to take it back? This disgusted her. And Birdie said that she used to be some kind of champion eater. Her stomach was a whole universe. Luna asked her to stop chatting and said that it was time for her to go. She left a container of food in the cart, got out and said that she should stay here. If the horned dragon suddenly appeared, she should just run away. She looked at her and asked in a worried tone, is she sure everything will be okay? She said in a calm tone that if something happens, she will run away too and use the cart as bait. She asked, maybe then, they should take advantage of the moment and leave, leaving her here. Birdie said that it was just a joke in these parts. There are a lot of monsters, so she should not relax. She agreed and said that everything will be fine. She's a B-rank adventurer after all. She laughed and said that it sounded reliable. She went to the place where the monster she needed was seen and thought that she had taken a quest from the guild and arrived at Barnasto's domain. However, today she was not going to fight right away. First, she would just look at the monster. They say it was a dragon that looked like a stone. I wonder how strong it really was? Will she be able to handle it with her sword? She continued walking along the rocks and noticed a large pile of stones. At that moment, a wolf emerged from the bushes next to her and walked towards this pile of stones. This pile of stones turned out to be a dragon, which attacked this wolf with a wave of its tail. She was surprised by what happened and thought that it turned out that it was disguising itself as a stone. The monster stood up to its full height, and she was very surprised when she saw this. The horned dragon very quickly ate the wolf it had just killed, and then looked at her. Birdie immediately grabbed her sword and said that it was more likely not a stone, but an entire rock. She had never heard of them being able to disguise themselves like that. I wonder if the Monster Research Lab will pay well for such information? She could eat her fill with that money. The monster tried to hit her with its head, but she jumped aside and dodged. She jumped towards the dragon, struck it with her sword, and loudly said that it shouldn't twitch like that. She would deal with it. This blow couldn't pierce the monster's hard skin and asked in surprise, "What the hell is that? Couldn't even a sword made of birrea cut it? Its skin is surprisingly hard. It doesn't just look like stone, it's as if its entire body is made of magical iron." The horned dragon let out a very loud cry, and she thought that if even this sword couldn't handle it, then she would have to use a sword made of iria. The monster tried to attack her with its claws, but she dodged again and used the lightning arrow spell. She attacked it with her magic, but that also had no effect on the dragon. She looked at him and thought that she had hoped to at least be able to paralyze him. She was faster than him, but such attacks wouldn't kill him. It looked like it would be a protracted fight. Even the thought of it made her hungry. However, today, she had only come for reconnaissance. She needed to focus on gathering information to defeat him later. Then she would need to try using the sword from the iria. She drew her sword, ran up to the monster, and delivered a powerful blow, but was thrown back. She was surprised by this and thought that he had covered himself in magic just before the blow and blocked the attack. If the blade splits, what will happen then? Even this sword can't pierce it. Then, all she can do is run. Birdie started running, saw that the monster was running after her, and said loudly that a little more and her stomach wouldn't take it. She ran to Luna and she saw a dragon chasing her. She was very scared because of this, called out to her loudly and asked, "Wait, that's a horned dragon, right?" She ran to her and said that it seemed like it had attached itself to her. She had to drive the cart, otherwise they would all die. She tried to urge the horses on, but they screamed loudly and she immediately realized that they were afraid. She noticed this, grabbed her sword and said that she would hold him back, and in the meantime she had to deal with the cart. She directed energy into her sword and said loudly that he had to get everything he had. She ran up to the monster very quickly and dealt a very strong blow to its body. Immediately after that, she attacked with magic and said loudly that it was almost half of her entire magical power. It seemed to have affected it. The dragon was paralyzed by her magic. She came closer and said that it had finally calmed down. However, this would probably only last a few minutes. It was impossible to finish it off now. She picked up a fallen piece of the monster's scale, laughed, and said that, however, she had some information to get. Luna finished preparing, called her, and said that everything was ready. She waved to the monster and said that she would return when she was better prepared. With a serious expression, she thought that it looked like it still had plenty of stamina. It was definitely impossible to kill it now. She said that it was a problem to defeat it. The sword she had now was not enough. She became worried about this and asked what they would do now. Birdie looked at the scale she'd received and asked if they could use the dragon hornstone to make a weapon. Besides, she brought some Esria with her. Maybe she should return to the royal capital and order it from a blacksmith? She asked with a slightly worried tone. However, that would take a long time, right? She agreed and said it would take about a month. Even with the privileges of an S-rank adventurer, less than a month wouldn't be enough. In fact, even an Area sword can be crafted by only a few blacksmiths. Besides, the enchantment is complex, so such swords aren't used unless necessary. She usually fights with a Berea sword. Blacksmiths capable of working with this level of metal are only found in the capital, and they have a waiting list a year in advance. Therefore, crafting a weapon from Esria will take even longer. The metal itself is very rare. Therefore, blacksmiths who have ever worked with it are very few. There are only a few in the entire country, and they are inundated with orders. She doesn't even know what to do now. Luna turned to her and said that it looks like she'll have to give up the new sword then, especially since the horned dragon could go on a rampage at any moment. Birdie asked with a small smile, "I wonder if she explains everything to the horned dragon. Will he wait?" She could tell him something like that. He should wait a little while they prepare the sword to kill him. She said in a tired voice that if she succeeds, she could try to do it. First, they should talk to the local lord. By the way, she heard that a talented blacksmith recently appeared in the Barnasto house. This caught her attention and she asked who this blacksmith was. She looked at the road ahead and said that she heard that he became the groom of the family's daughter. Actually, the Barnasto family is a family of blacksmiths. That's why they have a tradition of someone from the family marrying a blacksmith. Birdie asked with a thoughtful look, "I wonder how talented this groom is. If he knew how to work with Irea or Esria metal, There would already be rumors about him, but she had never heard of him. Luna said that maybe he could still help with something. First, they should come to the city. She happily agreed and said that at the same time they would have a tasty meal and look at him. I wonder what the food was like there. She was already looking forward to it. She called her with a little displeasure and said that she had changed her goal again. After some time, the protagonist thought that several days had passed since the store opened. He had already gotten used to the daily routine, so everything, including preparation, went without unnecessary loss of time. He even had time to do blacksmithing in the workshop behind the store. Birdie entered his store, began to look around, and said that this meant that this was the same blacksmith workshop. He greeted her and she asked if he was the owner here. He confirmed this and thought that she felt strong. She was clearly different from ordinary adventurers. She asked if he made all these swords here. He agreed, and she said that meant it was true that he was the fiancé of the local lord's daughter. He was a little surprised by this and asked if she already knew about this too. She agreed and said that his skill was even higher than she expected. Where did he work as a blacksmith before? With such a level, he could easily work even in the capital. He was not invited, for example, to the royal palace. He wondered if she was checking his level. It seemed like she was quite a strong adventurer. He said that he used to work as a blacksmith at the court of a neighboring state. There, he mainly dealt with enchanting and maintaining weapons. She understood this and said that now it was clear why she had never heard his name before. She had not even thought of such a possibility. She extended her hand to him, and he looked at it and noticed the rice on her palm. Birdie noticed this too, looked confused, apologized for her rudeness, and started shaking her palm. She introduced herself and said it was nice to meet him. She was looking for a blacksmith who could undertake the making of a sword, so she went around and checked different workshops. MC shook her hand and her stomach growled. She went to the exit and said that they would discuss the details later. She still had second breakfast, so she had to run. He was confused by what he heard. Alicia came up to him and asked if he knew this girl. He turned to her, denied it, and said that he had never seen her before. She said in a displeased tone that everyone was starting to like him somehow, and she seemed happy, but these were a bit complicated feelings. He denied it in a confused voice, and she said that he got along well with Alma. He denied that too, and said that it was just her who was constantly pestering him. She hugged him and called him an idiot in a displeased tone, while the knights and Leffy looked at them with smiles. Evis entered the store, called the two of them and wished them good morning. He looked in his direction, noticed two more people, and asked, did he bring someone new? He agreed with a happy expression and said that they were new adventurers. They began to examine the different weapons with admiration, and Fake smiled and thought that they were like clones of him. He said that they could take whatever they wanted. If they had just become adventurers, those swords would be best. He examined their equipment and thought that they had swords and knives made of Afria. Judging by their equipment, that was just their level. He turned around, called him and said that he was grateful for him bringing them to him. Iva said that no thanks were needed. The guild asked him to look after them. They were just starting out and didn't understand anything yet, so he was training them. They also asked to show him a good weapon shop if he knew anything. He said that was understandable, as expected of him. If the guild gave him such assignments, it meant they trusted him. He laughed and said that it seemed like they appreciated his seriousness, and besides, he was getting a good part-time job. He thought that when he said that, it sounded a bit mercenary. He remembered something and said that, by the way, a rare monster attacked them yesterday. It was a small monkey monster. He said with a worried voice that it was a D-rank monster. It was quite strong. Did they handle it? He agreed and said with a thoughtful look that he wondered why that monster ended up in such a place. Fake said that perhaps the ecosystem had changed because of the horn dragon. He was surprised by this and asked if even this kind of consequences were caused by it. He agreed and said that perhaps monsters that usually don't come down to the city are escaping here. He thought it was a change in the ecosystem, which is different for each region. When a certain type of monster multiplies too much, adventurers destroy them to maintain balance. The guild oversees the ecosystem, and monster extermination is carried out by adventurers on quests. He asked, but an S-rank adventurer is already on his way here. Won't he finish off the monster soon? Iva said that the adventurer has already arrived, but it seems to be a very strong monster. Her attacks don't penetrate it at all. They say this dragon can be killed with several hits of powerful magic, but he can't find the time to do it alone. So now there are two options. Either make a stronger sword so that attacks can penetrate, or gather a group of adventurers to buy time to accumulate magic. However, there are almost no volunteers against such a monster. After all, even an S-ranked one can barely cope. This means that no one wants to take on such a task. Alicia said with a worried look that, besides, there are rarely high-ranked adventurers in this town. This is because the nearest dungeon is low level, so newbies come here more often. The protagonist asked with a worried look, however, is it really possible to make a stronger sword so quickly? Eva said that they are currently looking for a good blacksmith nearby. Yes, they should suggest him. He said with a slightly worried look that he, however, does not know if his weapon is suitable for such an adventurer and whether he can live up to expectations. He loudly asked, "What is he even talking about? His swords are very sharp. He needs to believe in himself more." The young adventurers called him and said that he wants to take this sword. "This dagger is so light, he'll probably take it. Everything here is so interesting, it's even hard to choose." MC looked at them and asked if they were going to take the quest with them today. He confirmed it, and he said that then they would do this. They should go on the quest with the chosen sword. If it doesn't fit, they can come and exchange it. If everything is fine, they can keep this weapon. He thought that it would still be better to test the weapon in battle. They were surprised by this, and he said that this was a special case. After all, they were his students. They thanked him, paid for the weapon, and said that then, if anything, they would come again. Alicia called him and asked if he was sure about this decision. He agreed and said that the enchantment would not deteriorate in one go. Even if the magical properties weaken, the main thing is that the sword itself does not break, and he can fix it as many times as he wants. Besides, if new adventures like this shop, they can come back here when they become stronger. Then maybe they'll order swords made of higher quality iron or even custom weapons. She said happily that these newcomers were so sincere, she wanted to support them. He agreed and said that he just hoped they wouldn't start acting recklessly like Ivas. She laughed and said that his face now looked like a father looking at his children. He said with a slightly thoughtful look that he wondered if he would ever have children. They both blushed because of this, and he said in a confused tone that he didn't mean anything strange. She called him and asked how many children he wanted. He felt very awkward and asked in a very confused tone, "Maybe 2?" She understood him, and with a small smile said that then she would have to try. He agreed, and she laughed and said that their children sounded great. He thought that this meant that someday they too would become parents, although for now it was difficult to imagine. After some time, Leafy came to Fake and said that a message had just arrived from the mansion. "It looks like that S-rank adventurer will be staying there tonight." He turned to her and asked if that was really the case. She said that it also seemed like she wanted to meet him. That's why there would be a meeting with Mr. Goral during dinner at the mansion, and he was asked to make preparations. That adventurer wants him to make a sword to slay the horned dragon. He thought about it and asked, "So the adventurer's current sword can't pierce scales, right?" She said that was probably true. She hadn't been given any details. At dinner, he would be acting as the lady's fiancé, so she asked him to take that into account. He agreed, started to get nervous, and thought that Alicia had already taught him a few things in her free time. If they just chatted, there shouldn't be any problems. Later, they arrived at the mansion and Birdie noticed them and said that they hadn't seen each other since this morning. He called her name in a confused voice, and she agreed and said that they should get to know each other properly. By the way, maybe he shouldn't be so formal. She's just an adventurer, after all. He was nervous and wondered how he should act with her, as an aristocrat or as a client. However, right now he was acting as a fiancé. She said in a cheerful tone that he should be more simple, because it would be easier to discuss everything. He agreed and said that once again it was nice to meet her. She agreed, and he thought that he still didn't think that she was that S-rank adventurer. So, she tested his skills this morning. Goral called her and said that first of all, he was grateful that she took on this task. She said that it was nothing, by the way. She was not very educated, so she is not very good at polite speech, and she apologizes for that. He said that manners are not required of adventurers. The main thing is that she destroys the dragon's horn. They should eat first, otherwise the food will get cold. She was very happy about this, and the protagonist looked at her and thought that she really liked to eat. He remembered meeting her in the morning, and he turned and said that he had been told that she ate well, so he had prepared more. She could eat as much as she wanted. She said that other aristocrats often scolded her for this. It was the first time she had seen such an understanding aristocrat. He asked if he didn't really look like an aristocrat. She ate, and with a happy expression on her face said that on the contrary, it was better. It was easy to communicate with him. He said that they should forget about formalities and just eat. At the same time, they would discuss the dragon's horn. He looked at him with a small smile and thought that he had even taken into account that he didn't know all the rules of etiquette. How nice that was. Birdie stopped eating, called him and said that she would get straight to the point. She had a request. She wanted him to make a new sword for her. She recently tried to fight this monster, but its skin was too hard. She can't handle it with her current sword. He understood her and said that making a new sword would not be a problem, but he only had magical iron up to the level of Saria. Without a higher level, it would be difficult. You can buy Byria metal, but you can't get it quickly. She said in a calm tone that everything was fine. She brought Esrea and wanted him to work with it. They were surprised by this, and he said that it was an extremely rare material. She said that he would also have to add horn dragon scales to it. He was very surprised by this, and she laughed and said that she doesn't just come. He thought that processing Esrea is an extremely difficult thing. There are almost no people in the world who are capable of this. Frankly, he is not confident in his abilities. She pointed at him with a fork and said that after seeing his swords, she decided that she wanted to address him specifically. he agreed to take on this order. He looked confused and said that he had never worked with Esria, so he couldn't promise to make the sword she needed. She said in a calm tone that she believed he could handle it somehow. He was still nervous and asked, however, if he didn't succeed, it would be difficult to defeat the dragon, right? The most he had worked with was Iria. In a situation like this, when it was unknown when the dragon would appear, could he even take it on? He had never even seen swords made of Esria. He had also never made anything from scratch without examples. It was hard to even imagine how to approach this. She said in a calm voice that maybe that was true, but he could definitely handle it. He said in a worried voice that she shouldn't say that so easily. She said that she wasn't saying that for nothing. She had walked around the entire city and decided that he was the best blacksmith here. So she asked him to at least try. Goral called him over, asked him to try, and said he could consider himself simply expanding his options. There are almost no blacksmiths capable of working with Esra. Currently, they're only found in the capital. Even if he were to place an order, it wouldn't be done quickly, as they were busy with other orders. MC figured these were essentially court blacksmiths. They made weapons for the state, so even the Duke couldn't get a quick order. Even with luck, it would take about a month, considering the travel time. The Lord asked if he could start right now, right? Receiving a positive answer, he said that meant they had another option. Otherwise, they'd have to go after the dragon in a group, and it would likely involve casualties. However, if he succeeded, she could defeat the dragon alone. Birdie said that meant even if he tried and failed, nothing would get worse. He agreed and said they would also prepare, just in case. They both asked him about it, and Alicia put a hand on his shoulder to support him. He agreed with a determined look and said that he would make the best sword. He thought that if he wanted to become the best blacksmith in the world, he should take it on with the intention of succeeding. He said that he wouldn't be able to finish quickly. He needed time to experiment. She happily agreed and said that she would wait as long as it took. He was surprised by this and asked if she was sure about that. She said that she would ask the horned dragon to wait. He said with a smile that at the same time she should ask him not to go down to the city. She agreed, and Alicia called her and asked if there was a sword from Esria. Would she be able to handle it? Birdie agreed and said that she was actually an S rank. She also believed in his swords. She should rely on her. She could handle this monster. She calmed down a little, agreed, and she said with a smile that she wanted to ask about something. She called him and asked if he was originally a commoner or a nobleman. Also, how far had things gone between them? They were very embarrassed by these questions. Fake asked if they had finished talking about the dragon yet. She said loudly that they had already discussed it. He would make the sword, and she would kill it. That was all. Now they could just talk. He was shocked by her logic and said that he was a commoner, then got married and entered the family. She said thoughtfully that she thought so. That's why he didn't look like an aristocrat. He asked with a little concern, "Is that really true?" She agreed with a smile and said that he seemed to be trying hard. It was even sweet. He thought that she seemed to say it without malice, but it felt strange. Alicia said that he had only recently started learning to be a nobleman. Fake thought that he was trying to look the part, but apparently there was still a commoner in him. It seemed that he needed to try even harder. She asked enthusiastically, "So how far have they two come?" This also interested Goral, and he asked, "What kind of question is that?" "They are like an ordinary couple." Birdie understood him, turned around and asked how he assessed his skills as a blacksmith. He said that he was very good, an outstanding blacksmith. She continued eating and asked if the Barnasto family was connected with blacksmithing, right? He agreed and said that it was originally a line of blacksmiths. They distinguished themselves in the war and received nobility. He called her and said that he had one more request for her, leaving the dragon's horn as it was meant disturbing the residents. If possible, she would like to destroy it as soon as possible. He had already informed the other blacksmiths, including him. She could order weapons from more than just him. She agreed with a satisfied look and said that she would take this into account when preparing. By the way, he does have a forge in the mansion, right? Will it be possible to see it? He agreed and said that then they could go right now. They arrived at the forge. She began to look around and said that there was so much here. Did he make all of this? Having received a positive answer, she asked, "It's a Freya, right? For this metal, it's a very high level." She took one of the swords and said that it was incredible. He was squeezing the maximum out of the material. She had never seen anything like it. He was glad to hear it. And she said that if he was capable of such a thing, then she definitely wanted to entrust the new sword to him. She waved his sword and asked, didn't he learn blacksmithing from his father? Was he a famous master? He denied it and said that he was an ordinary village blacksmith. He didn't even know where he learned it. Back then, he didn't understand anything yet, and no one in the village understood it, so everyone thought he was ordinary. She said that was understandable, but to be honest, she was surprised. Perhaps he was better than the blacksmiths from the capital. She extended her hand to him and said that maybe he would succeed. They shook hands, and she said that she was counting on him. If he tried, he would succeed. He agreed and said that he was scared, but he also wanted to try. She could rely on him. She remembered something and said that she thought one Esria would not be enough, and ordered more Iria. Together with the scales, it will make a perfect sword. He was surprised by this, and thought that this would be the most difficult job in his life, but he could handle it. The next day, he was walking down the street. Girl met him, wished him good morning, and asked if he was walking here. The protagonist turned to him, wished him good morning, agreed, and said that he was just thinking. He asked if he was thinking about working with Esria. Did he have any ideas? He apologized and said that he was still thinking about it. However, he will do everything to ensure success. He said with understanding that he would like to resolve this as soon as possible. He was counting on him. By the way, how are things in the store? He said that so far everything is going well. Familiar adventurers come and bring new clients. He said that it means he trusts her. Alicia is not bothering him. To be honest, he was always worried whether she would be able to help in the store. He said that she was very helpful, including with customers. With her support, everything was perfect. He said in a thoughtful tone that it seemed like he worried in vain. She was already an adult, but he still couldn't stop worrying. He said with a small smile that it seemed that if he had a daughter, he would be the same. He said with a small smile that it meant that someday he would see his grandchildren. MC was embarrassed by this and said that by the way, he heard from her about his sons. However, he didn't go into details. How are they doing now? Goral said that, how can I put it? They live for their own pleasure. So, maybe they will be the first to give him grandchildren. He blushed with embarrassment, laughed, and didn't know what to answer to this. He leaned towards him and with a serious expression on his face asked, "What's wrong?" He means that she has no charm? He denied it and said that she is very attractive. However, they are not married yet, and he cannot afford anything that could tarnish her honor. He wants them to gradually get closer and is working towards this. He remembered the past and said that they had already talked about this. In that case, he would not mind talking a little more. Having received a positive answer, he said that Alicia's brothers are a little older than him. Now they are working in part of the estates. One could say they are undergoing an internship as future rulers. Fake listened to him attentively, and he said that his wife, that is, their stepmother, is also there with them. Had she told him about this? He agreed and said that she talked about it a little, but without details. He said that her biological mother has already died. Now her mother's name is Orlera. She is in poor health and is currently undergoing treatment outside of this city. Of course, he wrote to her about them. He said with a small smile that he would like to meet her sometime. Goral agreed and said that she also wanted to see him. They could go there in the summer. There is a sea there. You can swim. He said that it sounded great. When everything is settled, they will definitely go. After some time, he came to the forge, put on his work uniform. Birdie called him and wished him good morning. She asked if he had already started work. By the way, it was good that she caught him. He wished her good morning, and she handed him a box and said that she wanted to give this to him. He put it on the table, opened it, and saw several magic stones inside. He took one of the stones in his hand and said that it seemed to feel like it was breathing. Is this a very durable thing, and does it need to be pierced? She agreed and said that even among the horned dragons this specimen is rare. It is much stronger than ordinary monsters. A sword made from this will probably become a weapon of the national treasure level. It also has Iria and Esria. He looked at it with a slightly tense expression on his face, and she handed him another stone and said that here is the scale of a horned dragon. He must make the best sword out of it. He agreed and said that the materials were more than ideal. Now everything depended on him. She agreed and said that she was counting on him. He smiled and said that the blacksmith's blood was boiling. First they needed to study everything. They would talk later. She was very interested and asked if she could watch how he worked. He allowed it and said that, however, he would be busy and would not be able to be distracted. She said with a smile that she wanted to see how he forged. After all, it was her sword. He did not object, took different materials, and thought that there were no problems with Iria. However, Esrea was clearly different. In this, you could feel the weight of the magic contained inside. This aura literally weighed on him. She stood nearby and said that she heard that a very high temperature was needed for processing. The protagonist said that the problem was not only the temperature. Esrea is so delicate that if you heat it roughly, its power will not be revealed 100%. Birdie asked if he thought he could process it correctly. He agreed and said that he would manage somehow. If it works out, his skill will also grow to a new level. He wants to try different methods. She laughed, wished him luck, and said that she was looking forward to it. He agreed and asked if he could borrow one of her swords. She agreed and asked if he wanted to customize it for her. He agreed. She handed him her sword and said that it was a sword made of Birea. He began to look at it closely and thought that this sword was carefully made. The enchantment is also simple, beautiful. He began to examine the enchantment and asked if it was made by the court blacksmith. She said that it looked like it. This sword was in the store. She bought it as a sample. He said that then he would use this as a guide when working with Esria, although it would not be possible to repeat the exact same steps. He thought that first he needed to carefully study the ore. Simply melting it like other magical metals would not work. The optimal smelting temperature needed to be determined. Birdie stood nearby, looked at him, and asked if magical iron could really be resmelted. He agreed and said that it could be reused. If you melt the sword and make a new one, the quality will not change, even if you mix different materials or ranks of iron. When smelting, the main thing is to separate it correctly, and the quality will be preserved. First, he will test whether he can make a sword only from magical iron. When he masters Esria, he will add dragon horn scales. She laughed and said that this was excellent. Then first they should melt the magical iron and try forging. He agreed, took her sword, and began to further study the length and weight of the ideal sword for her. Having finished with this, MC put 4 units of area and 1 Ezreia in one container. He started using fire magic and thought that he needed to melt it first. He continued working and said that the area melted without a problem. However, the Ezreia still didn't melt. The magic wasn't working properly. He had never experienced such a sensation before. He needed to use more magic. He grabbed his head, which made Birdie worry, and she asked if he was okay. He complained of a terrible headache and said that for the first time, even increasing the magical load, there was no effect or change. The pain subsided a little, and he said that he needed to study this iron more carefully. He will try to put magic from a different angle. He continued working and thought that he needed to not just strengthen the magic, but so that it accurately and effectively reached the very center of the iron. He understood how to do this. It began to melt, and he said that a little magic worked. Perhaps there are special paths for magic in Ezreia. In other metals, it goes in a straight line or thick, but in this one, it's very thin, and it's complex, like a labyrinth. It's like threading a needle, and these paths continue up, down, and in different directions. She watched this in surprise and said that it was really complicated. After some time, he said that the Ezreia had finally melted, but the 2 different metals didn't mix well. She looked at what he had created and said that it wasn't visible at all. He opened the magic windows and said that if these were other metals, they would have mixed without a problem. He looks at the data of the molten iron, the Ezreia, and the Ezreia are clearly separated. The state is clearly visible. It resembles a mixture of water and oil. Birdie asked if it could be something with the Ezreia. Fake agreed and said that the quality had become worse than it was before melting. It needs to be hardened again to restore the quality, and then try to mix again. After that, he took the metal out of there and successfully separated them from each other. A little later, she fell asleep, but woke up because he said loudly that great, now it merged. She ran to him with a joyful expression, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that it took time, but he managed to make the 2 magical irons mix. Now the base of the sword is ready. She asked with an interested look, what will happen next? He said that they need to make a metal plate. He poured the iron into a mold, and when it hardened, he took a hammer and said that now they need to give it shape. He continued to work and thought that although it was mixed, it was not yet perfect. Is he processing the Ezreia correctly? He does not have a sample, so it will move by touch. If you carefully perform magical processing and improve the quality. He opened the system window, felt a strong headache again, and said that there's a huge amount of information here. You need to try to move, applying force. She sat next to him and asked how the process was going. He turned to her and said that everything is fine, but it requires twice as much effort and time. He constantly checks the magical data and corrects it. Usually it takes less than an hour, but this is not the case. He continued to work until the evening, finished creating the sword and thought that it looked almost the same as her sword. Seeing this, Birdie asked with a joyful look, is he finished yet? The protagonist apologized and said that he applied maximum magical enhancement to the sword, but it is almost indistinguishable from a sword made of Byria, too weak. She took the sword in her hand with a puzzled look, and he said that magical iron repels itself. He failed to reveal the advantages of Ezreia. Because it was mixed unnaturally, the magic of this metal interferes with Iria. If used in battle, the sword will crack over time. She understood and asked, it's that difficult, right? He agreed and said that you can't defeat a dragon like that. It needs to be remade. It will take more time. Can she wait a little? She agreed and said that if he needed anything, he can safely call her. She left the forge, and he felt ashamed in front of her, turned to the sword and said that he would have to melt it down again and redo it, but there was little time. He thought that he needed to change his approach, a different angle of attack, but he couldn't figure out how. It was difficult, if everything was going so painfully. He was very scared because Bestel climbed out through the table and greeted him with a grin. He looked at him in horror and asked what he was doing here. He started laughing loudly with a joyful expression and said that he was finally scared. MC thought, so he was still worried, right? He asked if he could come here too. He looked at him and said that he was like a forge spirit and could move between all the forges in this city. He thought that it was definitely an evil spirit. He said with a slightly joyful smile that this was actually quite handy. He worked with Ezreia, right? Having received a positive answer, he asked if he had any advice then. He had already suffered working with this. He said with a serious look that he was one of those who learned blacksmithing just by observing. He said that it was just like his father-in-law, but he didn't have time because the city was in danger. He looked at him calmly and asked, he already understood what Ezreia is, didn't he? It's not a material you can just learn. It's incredibly delicate to handle. He agreed and said that he already understood that himself. Bestel said that if he had to say something, Then, as he had already said, he should study the metal more carefully. He looked at the sword with a slightly worried look and asked where else to look more carefully and what exactly he should look at. He closed his eyes and said that since he could process it, it meant that maybe another blacksmith next to him could do it too. Fake immediately perked up and said that for sure, the first head of the Barnasto clan. Later, Alicia brought him tea and asked how the forging was going. He apologized and said that, to be honest, everything was going hard. It still needed time. She said that he shouldn't worry. He had just started working with Esria. Everything was fine. He asked how things were going at the shop. She said everything was fine. There were still goods. At this rate, they would definitely last a week. He considered this good news and said that also, about the charms, if there were orders, they would accept it because he could handle it. She understood this and said that he just shouldn't overexert himself. She would explain everything to the customers so that he could leave the store to her and focus on the Esria. He agreed and said that it was unknown when the dragon would come to the city. They needed to hurry. She agreed and said that they were rooting for him. He remembered that he wanted to discuss something and asked if the first head of the family had notes, maybe a diary. After all, he was recognized as the king. He probably knew how to work with the Esria. She thought about it and said that maybe he really did write something down. She remembered and said with a smile that they needed to look in the archives. He remembered how they studied the rules of etiquette there, and she said that there were a lot of books there, especially the old ones. It's unclear where it is. They'll have to look, but they'll all find it quickly together. They'll handle this for the sake of the city and the family. The most important thing is that she wants to help him. He thanked her with a smile and said that he was counting on them then. A few days later, he thought that he had tried to process the Esria again and again, but he still couldn't make a sword that he was happy with. He tried everything he could, but nothing worked. Besides, after each attempt, he was overcome by such fatigue, as if his brain was about to burn out. That's why he can't make many attempts in a day. He's not making any progress at all. This has never happened to him before. He'll let everyone down like that. Later, he came to lunch looking tired and worried. Alicia was worried about him and asked if he was okay. He came to his senses a little and agreed. But she was still worried and asked if he was at least resting. He agreed. Goral also looked at him and asked if it was that difficult. He agreed and said that the processing turned out to be much more difficult than he thought. He realized this, and Birdie calmly called him and said that he didn't have to overexert himself so much. He could relax. The protagonist raised his head and asked how things were going with watching the dragon. She said with a small smile that everything was fine for now. If anything, she could at least detain him, so he didn't have to worry and concentrated on work. He thanked her, and when he finished eating, he went out into the corridor and thought that, however, monsters could be unpredictable. He didn't have time to work at a leisurely pace. He couldn't waste a second. Alicia was walking next to him, noticed his tense expression, and unexpectedly hugged him. He was a little confused by this, and she said that he was exhausted. She didn't want him to collapse like then, so he didn't need to overexert himself. He said that he wasn't overexerting himself, that things were different now. He hugged her back and said that back then they were just hard days, but now he was moving towards his goal. It was even a pleasant fatigue. If he succeeds, he will reach a new level. Of course, he is scared, but now, when he tries and makes mistakes, he is even interested. She understood him and said that then she will find the diary he needs faster. He should wait a little. They will try together. She believes in his talent. If he needs help, he can just say. He said with a small smile that this is already enough. She already gives him strength. For her sake, he will make the best sword. She should wait a little. After some time, they came to the archive, started looking for the needed book, and said that there are so many strange books here. It is not about blacksmithing at all. Alicia agreed and said that the previous chapters collected books as a hobby. Leffy called the lady and asked if maybe she should rest. They will continue the search on their own. The knights agreed with her and said that she is not resting at all. They are worried about her health. She still continued the search and said that they do not have time for this. After all, he is already trying hard. Birdie came in to them, called her happily, and said that she came to help. They haven't found the book they need yet, have they? She will help them with the search. She turned to her and said that she had been holding off the dragon during the day. She needed to rest. She laughed and said that it was nonsense. She was just a little hungry. Besides, she had changed its direction slightly, so they still had time. She lowered her head with a worried look and asked, however, the dragon is still coming straight here, isn't it? She was worried because she guessed, and Alicia said that it was immediately obvious from her father's behavior. He even thought about whether to tell him about it. She said that the dragon was coming here, subduing monsters along the way. They were clearing out the weak when possible, but it was her concern, and everything was under control. They should better focus on their task. She approached her and said that even though she was smiling, she had heard that she was, after all, very difficult fights. Birdie was very embarrassed by this and said loudly that this was not her image. She continued to maintain a calm smile and said that in any case, she was well fed every day, so she was in great shape. So she came to help them. She wants to quickly get her hands on the best sword that he will create. For this, she will do everything. They will definitely find this diary. She started looking for the book. looked at it and said that everything was just ablaze between them. She loved her fiancé so much, it was obvious. She was embarrassed by this, turned to her and asked what was wrong with her all of a sudden. She laughed and said that she was just a little jealous. She asked if she had anyone. She thought about it and said no. It was enough for her to live freely and eat delicious food. Her partner is food. Alicia asked with a little surprise, not even work? She said that work is just a way to eat something delicious. By the way, I wonder if you can eat this dragon? She laughed about it, remembered MC and thought that they both enjoyed what they were doing so much. Suddenly, her expression changed to sadness. And Birdie noticed it and asked, "Is something wrong?" She said with a small smile that they seemed to be shining. She didn't understand her. Started looking around and said that it was a bit dark in here. She said that that's not what she meant. She has a real dream. She was surprised because of this and asked, "But she doesn't have that?" Alicia agreed and said that's why she admires him. She sadly squeezed the book in her hands and thought that she doesn't have that. So she at least wants to support his dream. It's a little heavy on soul. She hasn't been confident in herself since childhood, and even now, she thinks about whether she is worthy of standing next to him. She came closer and asked, however, isn't her dream is to marry him and live happily? She was a little confused by this and asked, "It's not a dream, but a wish, isn't it?" Birdie said with a smile that it was still a good dream though. She had a wish too. It was a full-fledged dream. It was a great dream. She should cherish it and strive for it. She would also definitely have to invite her to the wedding. Her words made her feel better, she agreed, which made her very happy, and she asked, "There will be delicious food, right?" Alicia was a little embarrassed that she started talking about food again, and she laughed and said that it was just a joke. She would look forward to it. She thanked her, and this also raised the spirits of the rest of the people around her. At the same time, Fake sat in front of a sword and thought that it was possible to give it shape, but this was not a sword that could be given away. He could definitely do better, but he didn't understand how. He tried different approaches, but it didn't make sense. However, over these days he realized one thing. The difference between Esria and other magical metals is the hook, the resistance. He felt as if the metal had a will. It repelled everything. This is exactly what was preventing him from progressing. How to do this? It was already evening. The day had flown by too quickly, and again there was no progress. Maybe it was too early for him to work with Esria? What to do? The dragon could come at any moment. There was no time. He was interrupted from these thoughts by Alicia, who entered the room, called him in a joyful tone and asked if she could distract him for a minute. He turned to her and with a tense look asked, "What happened?" She said with a joyful expression on her face that she had finally found the diary of the first head of the Barnasto family. He was very happy about this, took the diary from her hands and began to turn the pages. She said that everything about blacksmithing was written there. It should help. He read these entries and said with surprise that it was very interesting. The first head was a fan of blacksmithing. He even wrote that his wife scolded him for it. She laughed and said that this was exactly like him. He should look at this page. It says about Esria. The main character read out loud that the most important thing when working with this magical metal is dialogue. To process it, you need to establish a connection with it. She did not understand anything at all, but he had a hunch and looked at his sword lying on the table. After thinking about it a little more, he said with a joyful expression on his face that that was the thing. She was surprised by this and asked if he really understood it. He enthusiastically agreed and said that he simply needed to talk to the magical metal. So the resistance he felt was it. The Esria has a will, almost like a person, and it has its own desired form. So the way to solve this is ridiculously simple. You just need to establish a dialogue with it, forge it in such a way as to bring it to the form it wants. That's all. Alicia was confused by this and said that she didn't understand anything at all. He opened the system window, felt a headache, and said that the magical information in the Esria changes depending on the direction of processing. Also, sometimes it begins to resist. However, there were moments when it did not resist, and that was the dialogue. She said in a confused voice that she seemed to be beginning to understand. That is, you need to read the will of the metal through this magical resistance, and process it so that the metal itself accepts it. However, it is possible that it does not want the form they want. MC said that in that case they will have to negotiate. They need to win the metal's trust and direct its development in the right direction. This is the most important thing in processing this metal. She looked at him with a confused look and thought that it seemed clear, but not entirely. Immediately after that, he broke the sword into smaller pieces, placed them in a container, began to remelt them, and thought that first he would melt the blade and separate the metals again. It would solidify, and he would restore their quality. He specifically needed to melt the Esria. He began using fire magic, felt that he had overdone it with the temperature, and thought that it seemed like the metal was being disturbed by magic. He said that he understood it. Then he would increase the temperature. Now it doesn't have enough heat. Then he will make it a little stronger. Now it's too hot. How capricious it is. This will not be easy. He continued to change the temperature, as if talking to the metal. When he melted it the way the Esria wanted, he connected it with the Iria and even then continued the dialogue. Bestel watched what was happening from the side and said that his head was already melting. Alicia stood nearby and wondered if he was really talking to this. Fake thought that the area had also been melted. Now they needed to mix the two agreed upon metals. They would need to remove what the area didn't accept. It was like skimming off foam while cooking. Indeed, it very clearly showed what it didn't like. Until it was removed, it wouldn't mix properly. You had to understand this through its resistance. He had removed a ton of stuff, but it seemed there wasn't enough area now. Then they needed to add Byria. They had some in reserve. He called out to her joyfully, and she asked with a smile, "What happened?" He cheerfully said that even metals of the same rank had their own individuality. Byria surely had its own little will. However, he had neglected this until now, and hadn't fully unlocked their potential. Now he would take this into account. After some time he said, "Excellent." The area accepted everything. All three metals merged together. Bestel looked at this, and said that however, there was still a lot to fix and that Ezreal would resist every time. The protagonist agreed with a small smile and said that it would take time. He chuckled and said that this was just the beginning. He agreed, opened the system windows, and said that everything was just beginning. He heard the clock chime, turned around and asked if it was lunchtime yet. Alicia agreed and said that he was so carried away that she thought he would forget to eat again. He started to take off his gloves to go eat, and she laughed and said that he was great. He said with a small smile that she was too. He was grateful that she found the diary. It helped a lot. She said with a happy expression that there was no need for thanks. She was glad to help. He said that she already helps him all the time. She laughed and said that she was glad to hear it. She took his hands and said that he should try. He agreed with a happy expression, and Bestel, with a very displeased expression, started crying and said that they were flirting here again. Maybe they should curse them? Later they came to the hall, where Goral called him and said that he wanted to know about the progress. MC said that he read the diary of the first head of the family and found a clue there, so if he continues in the same spirit, everything should work out. He, with a slightly worried expression, said that I understand, then good. He noticed his excitement and asked if something happened. He denied it with a confused voice, and Birdie ate a lot and said with a cheerful voice that it was as expected of him. He made progress and found a way to cope, right? He looked at her with a confused look, agreed, and said that, however, he needed a little more time. It seemed that he could finish in 2 days. She was surprised by this, and he, with a tense expression on his face, thought that a week had already passed since the order was accepted. It was impossible to delay any longer. Besides, he had completely abandoned the shop. She wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and said that it was even faster than she thought. Still, she had done the right thing by asking him. He said that he would try to finish as quickly as possible and would hand the sword over to her right away. He thought that the situation with the horn dragon was still worrying him, but judging by her behavior, everything was fine for now. After dinner, she came to her room and lay down on the bed with a contented expression on her face. Luna knocked on the door, called her and asked if she could distract her for a minute. She allowed her to come in and asked if something had happened. She asked with a slightly worried look if she was absolutely sure that everything was fine. After all, that dragon could come to the city as early as tomorrow. Birdie asked with feigned surprise if that was really true. She sat down next to her, agreed, and said that she should stop pretending already. She thought with a serious expression that during dinner what Lord Goral had wanted to say. She looked at her and said that it seemed the arrival of a monster in the city was inevitable. Moreover, it was leading other monsters. She said with a slightly displeased look that indeed, this was a monster of a completely different level. She said that the horn dragon could subjugate others. Orders had already been given to adventurers, soldiers, and knights to prepare for defense. Right now, mages outside the city were probably already setting up barriers. She, to try to calm her down, said that everything would be fine. She became indignant and loudly asked, what was she even talking about? Would they even have time to make a sword for her? How much longer would it take? Was she sure that this sword could defeat this monster? She said that if she was so worried, she could have gone to dinner with Goral herself. Luna was scared because of this and loudly said that she was just a coachman. The fact that she was allowed to live here was a great honor, but eating at the same table with them was too impudent. She said in a disgruntled tone that she was so complicated. She asked with a worried look, did she even tell him the dragon was coming? If he didn't start working at the limit, they were finished. Birdie said she didn't tell him that because if he was stressed, he would make a bad sword. It was simply pointless. She said loudly that, however, if he was rushed, it would be even worse. She said that he was already giving it his all. There was no point in pushing him even harder. She asked then, what if he didn't make it in time? She said in a serious tone that she would delay the dragon, because he couldn't fight forever either. She said with a confident smile that, in general, everything would be fine because he would finish soon. So she shouldn't be dramatic. Luna calmed down a little and asked how she could have so much faith in him. What was the basis for it? She named intuition as the reason, and she started crying, laughed, and said that it meant she would soon die. Their attention was attracted by the knock on the door of the room. Leffy called her and said that dessert was ready. Birdie stood up abruptly and with a joyful expression said that finally she could come in. She entered the room with a cart with a small smile, and she sighed with displeasure and said that even now she was interested in desserts. She laughed and said that if she was going to die, it would be better to at least be full. She showed the dish, which surprised Luna even more, and she loudly asked, "This is a full meal, isn't it? Where's dessert?" She handed her an onigiri and said happily that she should eat and calm down. She refused with a very dissatisfied voice, and she asked, "There's a separate stomach for desserts, isn't that right?" She loudly said that this wasn't dessert, but a main course. The next morning, Fake looked at the system windows with a smile and said that he had finally adjusted everything. The entire magical structure of the metals is perfect. Now all that remained was to combine it with the dragon scales, the final stage. He began to use magic and thought that the scales of the horned dragon are extremely durable. Therefore, if used as a material, one could dramatically increase the hardness of the sword and increase its power. However, since they are erase-resistant to heat, processing will take time. It must be smelted slowly and carefully so as not to destroy the internal magical structure. However, he already had experience with dragon materials, so he knows how to work with it. Compared to Esria, it's nothing. If you need to melt something very durable, that's precisely his forte. The Stel watched this with an interested look and said that he was doing quite well. This means he knows how to work with dragon materials. He looked at the clock, agreed, and said that he already had experience with this. Although the melting alone took several hours, he called him by name and said that he had looked at what was happening outside. To be honest, there was almost no time left. He was very surprised by this. He couldn't believe it, and he said that the horned dragon would reach the city today, so he must finish as quickly as possible. He must handle this. He quickly came to his senses, agreed, and said that he would finish it with all his might. He continued to work and thought that he had merged the scales with the magical metal. They appeared to have become one, but their magical structure was still separated. In order for them to merge, he again began a dialogue with the most stubborn material, Esria. The protagonist again called it capricious, and said that although the work was hard, he was even beginning to feel sympathy for it. As they say, the more trouble a child causes, the cuter he is. He read what was written in the system window and moved on to the next stage. He picked up a hammer and thought that he could finally move on to magical forging. There was very little left. By shaping the blade, he combines the magical structures of all the materials into one, purer and more powerful whole. However, the balance of power here is also complex. If you hit too hard, the Esria becomes angry. Then he will strengthen here this way, and here he will do everything in his own way. Each of them has something they are not willing to give in to. For Birdie, the most important thing is the length and weight of the blade. It seems that the Esria also has its own pride. It constantly makes its demands. Listening to this, he finally finished adjusting the shape and magical structure. All the materials merged perfectly. Even the Esria completely took shape. He looked out the window and said that he was almost done. The last step remains. Apply the enchantment, and that's it. The blade will be ready. A long system window appeared in front of him, and he said that although the enchantment wasn't yet set, it already looked like a first-class sword. The materials were too good. This is amazing. He will perfect it. There is no longer strong resistance. Their directions coincide. However, small details still require tuning, and here too, a dialogue with the metal's resistance is needed. Incredible durability. This sword accepts enhancements that ordinary magical metals couldn't withstand without a problem. It absorbs them one after another. Is that still not enough? Then he, too, will give it his all. He used wind magic and said that the sword's usual sharpness should be maintained, but this time, he would additionally sharpen it with high-density wind magic. This way, the enchantment will become even purer, and the blade sharper. Only Esria and Horned Dragon scales can withstand this. After some time, MC picked up the sword and, with a very happy expression on his face, said that it was perfect. He swung the sword and said that it felt like space itself was being cut. This sword could cut through anything. He felt a little worse and wondered if it was sucking out the owner's magical power on its own. Although in this volume, it was still bearable. It was just like a magic sword. It seemed he had created something incredible. He needed to take this to Birdie urgently. He tried to sheath the sword, but unexpectedly cut it in two. He was surprised by this and asked if he didn't want to put the sheath back on. One should leave the sword naked. Maybe lower it down? Maybe that's the problem? It would be bad if the table were cut in half. He slammed the sword onto the table and noticed that there wasn't even a scratch left on it. He understood this and said that it seemed the owner's emotions were also transmitted through magic. This was a sword that could cut everything and cut nothing. Then, it should become a great sword without a sheath and support Birdie. He hung the sword behind his back and said that it was amazing. The blade touched his back but did not cut at all. It seemed that the sword itself chooses the owner. He thought with a slightly worried look that perhaps in the future it would be called a magic sword. If it could kill a horned dragon, that was enough for him. Bestel flew up to him and said that it was a magnificent sword. So this was his Esria magic sword. Excellent work. Fake turned to him and said that, however, he would not have come to this alone. It was all thanks to the diary that Alicia found. He was prompted and was able to succeed. He is not the blacksmith he was looking for. He said that maybe that is so, but he has people who help him, and that is also a talent. He has managed on his own all his life. People called him a lone genius. No one even knew his true character. In fact, he was just terribly shy. They are different. He knows how to unite people and turn it into strength. He said that everyone around him is simply kind. He laughed and said that perhaps this really was true. He will not become the legendary Genjiro Bestel because they are different. However, he can become the legendary Genjiro Fake. He must take care of this workshop. He agreed with a smile and thanked him for these words. He waved his hand and said that he must quickly bring this sword. He immediately ran out of the forge and met Alicia in the corridor. She called him and asked if he was finished yet. He agreed and said that he would take it to her now. She said with a worried look that the horn dragon was already approaching from the west. Dad is now in command. Adventurers and soldiers are already fighting. She is there too. He became worried about this and said that they needed to run there urgently. She asked with a worried tone, "Will he go alone?" He agreed and said that if he strengthened his body enchantment and ran with all his might, it seemed he would get there quickly. He ran further and she asked him to be careful. He left the estate, ran to the knights, and said that they should let him through. He had to deliver the sword. They said in a worried tone that there were many monsters outside the city. However, he looked beyond the gate and thought that it was night, but it was so light. Were the magic stones scattered? He became worried when he saw many people tired from the battle and thought that the situation looked dire. Fortunately, most had managed to retreat from the front lines, but everyone was seriously wounded. If only he had made the sword earlier, although it was too early to regret. He again loudly asked to let him through and said that he had to deliver this sword. He ran through the forest and thought that he had some experience in fighting monsters. Except for the horn dragon, there shouldn't be any very strong enemies here. Several wolves stood in the protagonist's way. He grabbed the sword and asked for strength. He defeated several monsters at once with one swing of the sword, continued running and thought about how incredibly sharp it was. Could this really be the sword he made? He looked at his sword and said that it was truly outstanding and that he would soon introduce it to its true owner. At the same time, Birdie stared at the dragon in front of her with a tense expression, her sword almost completely broken. He called her name loudly and said that he had brought the sword. She turned to him with a joyful expression and said that she had been waiting for him. She dodged the monster's claw attack, and he was shocked by its power and thought that he was coming here. She was still holding off such a monster? He again asked the sword to give him strength for the final blow and was able to push the head of this huge monster away with a swing of the sword. The horn dragon immediately came to his senses, and he said that he was only able to hold it off for a moment. It seemed that this was the limit of his strength. He ran towards her, called her name loudly, and she said with a smile that it meant he was finished. MC handed her the sword, agreed, and said that he apologized for keeping her waiting. She was delighted when she took the sword in her hand and asked in a joyful tone, "What is his name?" He ran his fingers along the blade of the sword and said that this was the last enchantment, Arialura. She took the sword in her hand with a smile, said its name, and he thought with a wide grin that this was the name that the sword itself wanted to receive. It must show its full power. She ran towards the huge dragon, who began to roar loudly, looking at her. He was very worried about her, but Birdie easily dodged the monster's attack and loudly said that he was just strong and fought like a stupid dragon. She channeled her energy into the sword before attacking and said goodbye to this monster. She struck with a very fast sword strike and easily cut off its head. He was shocked by what happened, and the body of the slain monster fell behind her with a loud crash. He was shocked that she won with one blow, and she said with a satisfied smile that Arialura, that is such a cool sword. He thought with a surprised expression that of course she had tremendous strength to begin with. However, the sword, it turns out that when he held it, he wasn't even fighting seriously. Birdie turned to him, called out and said with a smile that it turns out he's not bad in a fight either. That blow was excellent. He laughed and said that to be honest, he thought he would die of fear. She grinned and said that the fact that he was able to run forward was already worthy of respect. Would he like to become her apprentice? Fake laughed, refused, and said that he wanted to continue challenging limits as a blacksmith. She thanked him with a smile for the sword and said that she was very sorry. He looked at the sword and wondered what this strange sadness was about. Now he must try hard with her. When they defeated the horn dragon, joyful adventurers and soldiers approached them. They looked at them and said that it was good that they made it in time before the damage became even worse. He heard the word hero and thought she really was a hero. He was very surprised by the fact that people were loudly calling them both by their names and calling them heroes. He was very embarrassed by this, but she reacted quite calmly to it. He asked in a shocked voice, "Did this concern him too?" Birdie agreed with a smile, which helped him calm down as they continued to loudly and joyfully chant their names.